What's good? Lucky Lefty Podcast. Happy Friday. We told you this day was coming. We told you all week this day was coming. Delayed, but not denied. And we are brought to you by ONORA Whiskey. ONORAWhiskey.com. It's that premium American whiskey, ONORAWhiskey.com. And ladies and gents, when you're taking a sip post-game after a big victory, like we told you to go buy some Onora so you can sip on it after a big victory. Make sure you do it
responsibly.
Let's get it. Lucky Lefty Podcast. Onora Boys in the building. Brought to you by Onora Whiskey. MALIK'S, ZAIRE, and SHAUN Davis. We turned the TVs off. Notre Dame, 23, Georgia, 10, on to the Orange Bowl. Final four, semifinals. Congratulations to the entire program, head coach Marcus Freeman and those players that got it done. Twitter, X, Instagram, TikTok, at Lucky Lefty Pod, Patreon.com, Lucky Lefty Network, Lucky Legends Podcast, Players Only Podcast, audio edibles each and every day, CFB Nation, Apple Podcasts, Spotify. Check us out on YouTube, subscribe. Make sure you hit the thumbs up, it helps with the views. Hit the notification bell. Every time we go live, you will know it. Leave your comments, questions, we respond to all. We are committed to being the home of the misguided passion. And we will forever continue to make sure that we spin it different. We got a lot to talk about, ladies and gents. Can I talk my stuff for a minute?
Talk to him.
We brought it out. My stuff for a minute. First of all, shout out to Left for reaching deep in the boxes and finding that starter jacket.
Bringing the 90s back. We're bringing it back. This only come out in special occasions. We don't bring this out for no regular. This the Lou Holtz jacket. This the throwback Lou Holtz jacket when times was different. This when that 88 was around. This when that 88 team was around. This when the jacket come out when the 88 vibes come out. That's what I'm talking about.
We will hear from Marcus Freeman. We will hear from Xavier Watts. We will hear from Riley Leonard. We will hear from Kirby Smart and so much more. Former Notre Dame players might be popping in.
Hey.
Yeah, it was an open invitation. It was an open invitation today. Like, hey, everybody, pop in. Pop out.
You're not playing with y'all.
Let them know. So who knows who's going to jump in the show? We plan to be here with you. We want your super chats. We want your GTB questions. We're here. Yeah,
your grievances, your prayers answered. What you say?
This is not about us. Talk that talk, Notre Dame fans.
That's right.
Light that chat up. This is your day. You've been waiting for this. It's a full generation of Notre Dame fans that have no connection to 88.
Nope.
None.
Nope.
This is the biggest victory you've ever experienced.
In Notre Dame.
Talk that talk.
Telling you.
I did a 5-hour show, immediately got off of that show and went to Georgia Podcast and trolled all night long.
Talk some more.
Instagram all night long. On my story, on my reel, all night long, like Lionel Richie. I'm up for it. I got
all
time.
Night long. I got time. We got time.
Still on vacation.
All them people that was talking crazy. Them people with. We told you. We are the podcast for the future. the Future Predictions podcast. When we say future predictions, we telling the truth. We're Notre Dame Thomas. If you want to know what's going to happen, you come here. Because we're just going to give it to you the raw way, the true way. We're going to spin it different. And everything we say is coming to fruition. We knew we would be in this position. I knew I was going to pull the jacket out when it got a little cold. Because he was going to take them steps. Yesterday, the chickens came home to roost. Now, a lot of what we talked about yesterday were just facts. Where is Georgia going to pull points from? We couldn't find it. I'm like, they don't got a receiver core, the running back game. We're going to be on. Their quarterback is not ready for the moment. He's not bad, but you're talking about number 2 defense in a moment in a stage like this. Gunnar Stockton has no chance. Carson Beck was your best chance, and he couldn't even help you. Come on. This was the transfer game. This game will forever be known as the transfer game. All the transfers, all the hassle we went through to build the team, they all put their chips in the middle of the table last night.
Mm-hmm.
They all said, listen, we all in. All the transfers said, we all in. Rod Hurd, Harrison, Riley Leonard, Oben. I don't care what Oben did the whole season. He can retire today, and I would say he did everything we asked him to do. Just one play.
Let me tell you how foreshadowing or how that play by R.J. Oben was foreshadowed just a little bit over 9 months ago. See, I don't know if people remember this. See, I remember April the 22nd, possession right before the half of the blue and gold game. Charles Jackensaw gets beat by a certain player.
Same way.
When Notre Dame was trying to go and score points right before the half. Isn't it amazing?
Yeah.
Same situation. Oh, yesterday, Georgia trying to score points right before the half. That same player beats a former Notre Dame silent commit. Monroe Freeland was a silent commit or was on the verge of committing on his trip.
Don't say that.
Until he heard some things, and him and his mom got in their feelings, and they left, and he ends up committing to Georgia. The Notre Dame connections were all over.
It was one of them weird. Everything, the stars are aligning. All the questions that need to be asked are answered.
Oh man, what a way to bookend it for RJ.
This was a bigger win than people realize, because this wasn't just a quarterfinals win. This was a deeper ideology. A deeper philosophical, metaphorical, what this means moving forward. This win is something that is the turning point, the catalyst, the difference maker from being the dynasty that we know we can be. We ended one to start one.
Mm-hmm.
This is Kirby Smart's legit biggest loss when it mattered, when the chips on the table in the last 4 years. I'm not counting the regular season losses. Yeah, they're big. They mean something, but none of these losses mean like the one he had last night. Because this ain't Bama. You know, everybody give him the Bama excuse. Oh, you lost to Bama. That's like 1A, 1B beating each other. Whatever. No. This loss right here different. This is a loss right here. You got to go to your recruits and say, wait. Don't ask for more money, but wait. Don't leave. Because what we showed is that Notre Dame is going to win the way Notre Dame wants to win. We've done something that the rest of college football can look at us as the beacon of light. You don't need $20 million. You don't need the fanciest 5 stars. You got to recruit the way you know how to build a program yourself, because you got identity. Think about this. Even if Ohio State wins the championship, guess what? They paid for a $20 million roster that couldn't beat the defending champs from the year before. So what does it all mean? At least we beat what is seen as a de facto top dog in college football the last 3 years on the way to the championship. Not at the championship, on the way. On the way. That's like a pit stop. But it was well earned, and we couldn't avoid the route that we were destined to take. We needed to beat Georgia because we needed to show college football on the road to the championship that, yeah, we can beat what y'all dress up as the best program in the country with the 5 stars and all the resources in the world, all the effort it takes to put in. You the hotbed of college football recruiting. Everything goes your way from a resource standpoint. And what did Notre Dame prove? That it takes a little belief, a dedicated head coach. I mean, they was treating Marcus Freeman like he was a player. I ain't never seen that many players go up to the head coach during the game and just arm around him, joking with him, laughing with him. I told you the 2 teams in the college football playoffs that have the biggest belief factor, Arizona State and us. The 2 biggest teams. The 2 biggest teams that you can say, okay, forget all the stats, the numbers, the analytics. These are the 2 teams that believe the most. The difference between us and Arizona State, we got more talent. So when it comes to Arizona State and Texas, eventually the talent's going to beat them. But we got talent, we got the coaching, and we got the belief that Georgia didn't have. I said last night that we had Georgia, we had Kirby Smart nervous at halftime. We had Kirby Smart playing out of character by halftime. Why are you so desperate to try to get points before half? Because he didn't like what that score looked like. Because I told you, we're going to cut them points in half. So you looked at that scoreboard at halftime and said, there's only 3 points? It's only 3? Oh, we gotta try to close the gap. We got to try to close the gap, get it 6-6, do something. Got flustered early. And then Marcus Freeman was making great coaching decisions just the whole game. I think Kirby realized that when they couldn't go in there and do what they do best, and that's beat you across the head and be more physical than you, the game was over with. He should have been talking like the IU coach. There was nothing he could do. Because it was nothing.
So we said we don't know who's going to jump in today. The invitations went out on yesterday. We welcome our brother DB Devin Butler to the show. D-Buck.
Yo.
Talk your talk.
Talk your talk. Give me 1 second. Let me get set up real quick. Give me like
That's
2 minutes. Yo.
That's right. We gotta talk about this because this is crazy.
I'm gonna take them off the stride. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the show we're giving you today.
It's the show.
We're talking that talk.
This is about y'all.
Talk in the chat. We'll get to your GTB questions like this one right here. Your super chats, put them in. We'll get to them. Hey, we're here for you. We're gonna talk that talk. We're gonna celebrate. We're gonna celebrate today. We'll get to that other team. That Happy Valley team. Yeah,
they happy that they got this far. They happy they got this far. And what Quinn would say, they had a great season.
All right, yeah.
They had some good players.
Spatula coming. Don't worry about it. We're gonna flip you too.
We're not worried about no pit. Man, listen, I'm booking my trip like Patrick Mahomes. I'm looking at Airbnbs in Atlanta right now. Right now.
Does Georgia wish they had that ND speed? What you think, Love?
It ain't about the speed. They were shocked. I'm telling you, they were shocked. They said, there's no way they whooping our ass like we whoop other teams' asses. Because they was like, man, they thought that we was Texas. They thought we was the finesse, make you miss. Oh, look over here. And then we come over here. Oh, we trying to be cute and all. No. And every time Georgia plays Texas, what they do, they say, you know what? All that sounds good till we hit you in the mouth. When Georgia couldn't hit us in the mouth, they said, damn, what are we going to do? What are we going to do?
What is going on? They said, what is going on? They was confused. Man, I love to see Marcus Freeman football right there. I think that was a testament to Marcus Freeman football. Like, that was just a classic Coach Freeman W right there. Like, physical. The offense don't got to do it all. So don't worry.
They don't got to do it all. It was nobody that I was like, wow.
Team effort.
Yeah, like, you saw that defense. The first 2 drives when we over there smacking dudes and putting them behind the sticks and making them fumbling and all type. We was so ready to play. I was
so happy because I had been talking big junk all week. So I was like, yeah, them boys better come out here and do what they do. And they did it, man. They did it, man. I ain't gonna lie.
Get Zach Smith on the live right now. That's right, Brogan. Bring him on. Bring him on, please. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about because we finna whoop Penn State like y'all couldn't do, and that'd be 3 teams now. 3 teams. We done whooped up on Purdue, which y'all couldn't do like we could. We gonna whoop up on Penn State, which y'all struggled with, and we finna whoop up on y'all. And it's coming to it. It's coming to it because we want the $20 million contract in front of us. Is that over the championship? Give it to us. Give it to us.
We need it. We need it.
We already beat the 5-star roster. We already beat the 15, 16 5-stars on your team. We already whooped them. We want the $20 million. Because guess what we do? We had food for less stars. We had food.
I mean, I'll tell you this. I'll tell you this right now. In my opinion, I say right now that game versus Georgia was probably the best game of the college football playoffs. I think that's going to be probably the best game until we play O State in the Natty. Like I think that's that's probably going to be the game. I'm calling it now. Us versus O State in the Natty. I'm calling it.
Oh, of course, us versus O State. We're going to Miami to get some sun.
Oh yeah, no, I'm looking at flights. I'm looking at flights already. I'm gonna see y'all out there.
Yeah. That's just a party. That's just a quick party. That's gonna be over at halftime. Cause where they gonna get points from?
It's gonna be a party. We gonna be in Atlanta, dog. I'm trying to tell you. I need some sun. I just got back from cold DC too. So yeah, I need some Florida sun, man. That's right. That's right. Real. Yeah, man. I appreciate y'all for the invite, man. Letting me come on here and chat with y'all, man, for sure.
Absolutely. Before we let you go, we let you go, you've been part of the program when it was at that point where you guys could compete.
We could have,
but you just couldn't get over the hump. For you, what has been the biggest difference, in your opinion, when you saw what you saw yesterday and what Marcus Freeman has been able to build? What's been the biggest difference?
Man, it's definitely the leadership from top down. Like I'm not gonna sit here and say Coach Kelly wasn't a good leader. Coach Kelly didn't inspire the team and didn't have us, ready to go. But Coach Freeman brings a different kind of energy to his team. Like, and we've seen that from the minute that he took over. No, for real. Like it's almost like having another captain that's like out there that feels what you feeling, but he knows the game on such a deeper level, and he knows the players so well. Like you can tell that he's just able to get the best out of his guys, and that's a talent as a coach, and that's also a talent as a man. To be able to get the best out of another young man, and to be able to inspire that young man to believe in himself. Because I'm sure it's a lot of them guys that might not have had the confidence that they was really going to take care of what they was going to take care of, man. But shit, man, they came out and they did that thing, bro. And
that's that ultimate belief we talking about. Everybody played good. It wasn't like I could be like, oh, this player game without him, we wouldn't have won. You had special teams. You had guys that you haven't heard all crazy. Everybody was putting their
like dudes is making plays and stepping up. And
everybody got an A on the group project. It wasn't like you just got the A and somebody got a D. Everybody got a good grade on that group project, man.
The only thing I say, man, I'm just looking forward to the running game getting back to where it needs to getting our backs more involved. I think Georgia's defense is definitely probably one of the best we're gonna face. So
yeah, they did a good job of doing what we thought they would. But the thing is when we continue to press all game, and then you get sick of watching Riley run for 5 yards, 6 yards, pick up a first down, and you get Jeremiah Love getting in there, then you get JD Price getting someone. So you're like, oh my God, this is ridiculous. And then you get
it's a four-headed beast attack. Like and
then you get the little tit for tats with your Jaden Harrisons and your Jordan Faisons and your Great House catching here and there, and then you're like, oh, this is a lot. This is a lot.
I will say they do need to get some of those self-inflicted wounds cleaned up. It was a lot of illegal formations. But I will say, too, I feel like the playoffs, the officiating hasn't been the best. I don't know about what y'all been seeing, but I feel like it's been some clear calls missed. There's been some questionable calls. And I'm like scratching my head, like, all right. That's
we're going to roll with it. We're going to roll with it.
Like, all right, okay, all right. That makes a little bit of sense, I guess,
That's right,
man. Yeah. Give me 1 second, y'all. I gotta get my brother in the car. I wanna come back on. How long y'all gonna be on for?
Oh, we
We
on
here.
all
We
day.
here. We got a lot of
We're
shit
gonna
to
be on
talk.
for hours, bro.
All right, bet. Say less. I'm gonna come tap back in probably like 20, 30 minutes.
All right.
Thanks, brother.
That's former Notre Dame defensive back Devin Butler right here. He said he's
And we
coming
talk
back.
about defensive backs. Let's
Him,
talk about
Daniel,
Christian
Oscar,
McGray.
McBride.
Stop trying Christian McGray. Stop
No,
trying.
wait. I'm gonna
Stop
need
trying.
CG, man. CG
Stop trying.
He squats on so many
spots.
routes, bro.
He's gonna take them risks. He may give you a penalty or two.
Yeah.
But it's a long day for those receivers mentally.
Yeah.
It's a long day for the quarterback.
Left. Can you tell me another program that can lose a first round pick, All American, and
plug the guy in,
and you don't even feel it?
We had a D tackle, our best one out, and they got 10 points and less than 100-something yards rushing with Riley Mills out. It doesn't matter who we've lost. This is a total difference than 2015. 2015, we lost a lot of people. It clearly decimated and affected.
Yes.
We lose a bunch of people, just as many almost.
Mm-hmm.
Just as many. And it doesn't even change anything. We questionably have gotten better, more consistent. No, the only thing I can say for sure, we got younger. We lost all them people, got younger, and still were able to do what we were supposed to do. That's amazing. That's the difference between 15 and right now. 15, we had everything this team has, except we got the injuries, and it decimated the team.
Yeah.
And we were still good. We were still 4 points away from being in a playoff game. Now we can lose damn near anybody. I'm not gonna say anybody. We've lost all the linemen you can lose to be in fear of your season. We've lost linemen like Ohio State lost linemen, never changed the difference. We've lost D linemen that would impact a defensive production when you're thinking of who we lost.
Yeah.
Abubakar Traore just had a pick 6 in week 2. Jordan Botello, a senior captain, coming back, getting hurt. Howard Cross even got hurt. So it's like all these guys are going down, and you see a guy like Young making plays. See a guy like Urlacher coming down, Jaden Osbury, Drake Bowen, Jalen Sneed all over the field. Young guys, Josh Burnham making plays. Kaiser in there.
In that point, Notre Dame fans need to get Jalen Sneed. You talk about somebody we have watched mature in every way, on the field, off the field, personally, classroom. That is the benefit of being in a place like Notre Dame that's going to challenge you.
In all aspects. We've literally seen this kid.
We need to talk about who he is as a person. Because only what's in you, that's what comes out.
That's
when you're pushed. And everyone that has something negative to say about what they heard, this, that, and other, give him credit. Give the young man flowers.
And stay with it. He didn't run off and leave and transfer.
Look, we're in a celebratory mood. So everybody in the chat that wants to stand on this hill, Malik needs to apologize to what?
Apologize to who?
We had 90 yards passing. Let's relax now.
Wait, apologize to who? You talking about apologize to Riley?
No, left.
I would love to talk about it.
No, because I'm not bringing that. That's why I'm saying relax in the chat, because we're not having that conversation today.
We should, but we don't have to.
We'll say after the season. We're not.
That's fair.
Because see, people are trying to come on, man. Like,
they're hindsight, and they're not gonna give me the credit, because if anything, you should be like, Malik made sense the whole season, and now it makes sense now.
Need a beater. Talk, man. Talk. We appreciate you. Need a beater.
Talk it.
Indy Milton fan. If Ohio State beats Texas, what does that say about how overrated the SEC is? Look, Left, didn't we say the SEC was 2 teams? We've been saying that for 2 years. SEC is 2 teams. What are we talking about?
Everybody else in the SEC outside of shit, even the team we beat look regular. So I'm just saying, I think they're good against each other. Like SEC's great TV ratings and traditional, and when they play each other, it's magical. It brings the feel of college football. But with today's landscape, the perspective is going to change. And it's starting with Notre Dame whooping everybody to get to this championship, starting at a 5th seed no matter what. The fact that we can be able to do all of this in the landscape of who's better, who's this or that. Well, what is Notre Dame then? Because SEC and Big Ten, y'all always go back and forth. Y'all be whooping each other, but now we whooping y'all. So let's not talk about what conference is better. Let's talk about how y'all gonna stop us. Because we should be the center of conversation right now. Not no SEC. SEC's better. We agreed that when the old guard was here and recruiting was the dominant factor, Alabama, Georgia, without a doubt. In 2025 and beyond, you better have some coaching. you better have some money, some coaching, and a program. And a way for kids to go there and have a vision of where they can go in 2 to 3 years after that. Other than that, it's wide open. You can't say this is the dominant conference. How? Because you can lose to anybody at any point and get embarrassed by anybody these days. It is a little concerning that when Michigan be whooping up on Ohio State and Bama, what does that say about Michigan? We didn't be playing Michigan.
See, SEC, and I know Left is not going to like this, but the SEC is tough talking Drake.
Oh, yeah. That's the Atlanta Drake. No, the Houston Drake. Oh,
that's the tough talking Drake. Right? The Drake that talks that talk because the gangsters are around.
That's right. That's right.
But you're not a gangster.
No.
So everybody was talking all the SEC talk and had no affiliation with Alabama and Georgia.
And we beat the biggest gangster over there.
Right.
We just made the biggest gangster in the SEC look like a
LSU was talking and talking. And granted, look, we haven't won since 1988.
That's true.
It is what it is. We own that. We still gonna talk our talk.
We got the jacket.
We know who we are. We still gonna talk that talk regardless. That's fine.
Because when we win it,
last I checked, when we played LSU the last 2 or 3 times, didn't we?
Nothing but highlights. Nothing but highlights.
That's what I thought.
Catches, bowl game MVPs, all type of freaky stuff.
That's what I thought. The last time we faced LSU,
a lot of you got guys drafted. Matter of fact, you done got Miles Boykin drafted. So
last time, you know what? I'm not even gonna mention them dudes because Illinois just scraped them. So I'm not even gonna mention those.
We got an Illinois conversation.
Texas A&M. Didn't we just scrape them?
Wasn't y'all just saying that was an SEC contender for the championship? What happened? Oh man,
yeah, we scraped them.
Oh man, come on, man,
scraped them. Like really, the only 2 teams that the SEC, because Notre Dame can stand up to. Okay, Georgia and Alabama. All right, cool.
Yes, we just smacked one.
Yes, we could not get over the hump of Georgia and Alabama, like the rest of the country.
But nobody else could either. Let's just keep that
like the rest of the country.
We are no different than everybody.
It wasn't a Notre Dame problem. That was a college football problem.
And we had to go beat the bully.
Yes,
that's all it was. Yes. Okay, so they taking over 4 or 5 years in a row.
You know how everybody couldn't beat the bully, right? Ohio State couldn't beat the bully.
Nope. Still have it.
Ohio State couldn't beat the bully.
And they had chances.
So when Notre Dame is, Left, you're gonna love this because nobody else could beat Drake.
No,
they didn't like him. The Atlanta dudes didn't rock with him. The industry didn't rock with him. They didn't like him. They said, "Let's go get that little dude right there. Let's go get that little independent.
Let's get the little dude. Yeah,
let's go get the little independent dude. He can beat him."
Born from Chicago.
Yes, and it took college football, all of college football, all of a sudden, they couldn't stand Notre Dame. All of a sudden, they rallied around Notre Dame and Marcus Freeman. All of a sudden, out of nowhere. It's very reminiscent of Drake and Kendrick this summer. Very reminiscent.
Very reminiscent.
Y'all couldn't do it, so now you want us to take them out.
So now we take them out.
Yeah, because you don't want to see them in the semifinals or in the championship game. You don't want to see
them. Somehow y'all match them up with us. Oh, that's real ironic. That's real ironic because I'm pretty sure they're supposed to be in the bracket above us.
Right.
Like, y'all steered us this way.
Take them out for us.
Yeah, y'all picked up the bat phone and said, "Hey, we need y'all to go handle this because we need a new change in college football. They've been whooping our tails for years. We only know how to call you and Marcus for coach of the year. We had to call the coach of the year. Come down there and handle it. We are doing something that not only is underrated right now. We're just virtue signaling to the rest of the country to say, hey, y'all can do it too. Build your program. It ain't about money. It ain't about all the 5 stars and gathering all the resources for yourself. Build a program. You see what Marcus Freeman doing in just 3 short years. Build a program. It ain't about the best player. It's about what fits your team. And Marcus Freeman has a bunch of fits. Because guess what? You know they fits when you can lose one and throw one right in and you don't miss a beat. That's how you recruit 1A and 1B players. I told you Marcus Freeman is changing recruiting each and every day. He needs guys that are going to play both sides of the football. May not be the most elite, but they're talented. Or we can plug in Emil Wagner on defense and then plug him on offense. We can plug a Xavier Watts, Philly man at receiver, need something at safety, throw him over there, coach him up, make him a number 1 pick. We can do that interchangeably. Where else can you see that in the country? Where else can you see a staff stay together in the tumultuous ups and downs of college football where money's flying around, opportunities are opening up, and we got kids that don't leave and coaches that stay? Where else in the country do you find that? And we don't even got all the money. Like, we ain't Georgia. And shout out to Gummy. He tried. He was coaching his little butt off. But
he definitely was trying to steal the game. He was definitely trying to steal the game.
Look, shame on you, Gummy. You know you can't beat the house money. I know you was trying. You look good and you look black. You look good. You know, you was down there. But you can't beat the house, baby. And shout out to Amir. I don't know if he went to Julio Cuts and went down to the South Ward, got the haircut.
I saw that.
Right. He had the glasses.
Julio, he had the gazelles on. He went back.
He was studying.
Shout out to Amir.
I said, you feel good down there. Okay.
Julio had everybody right.
Fresh.
Julio had everybody fresh.
See, that's Georgia's spending $20 million to get a roster. Ohio State spending $20 million to get a roster. What we do? We put a barber in the facility. That's the difference. We said we gonna take care of your makeup. We're gonna have you leaving the Google fresh. We may not have 20 minutes. We gonna leave you. Gonna leave the Google fresh every time on TV. Fresh. Come on.
Hey man, let's get to more of these super chats. My fault, Indy Milton fan. Hashtag BK probably kicks puppies for no reason. Hashtag CMF is the hoax of CFB. Hashtag Bama less than 5 losses. I like that. Hashtag CMF era now. Super chat from Patrick Duffy. We appreciate you, Patrick. Not enough commentary has been given to Harrison's kick return. It changed the strategy of the second half being up by 17. But left mentioned Harrison in his open. You mentioned Harrison.
The game of the transfers. Riley Leonard must have gathered all them up the night before the game. You know that extra night. He probably had a Bible study with all the transfers and said, hey, we made this Noah's Ark. We have traveled the seas, crossed the deserts, all of that. Now we need to do our part. They have carried us to this point. We need to do our part. And every single one of them said, okay. RJ said, I got 1 sack fumble in me. That's it. Give you 1 sack fumble. What Harrison say? I got 1 special teams touchdown in me. Just bring it. Riley Leonard said, I'm not going to lose the game, but I'll just do just enough. And he did it.
I got 1 Superman in me. 1.
You know he's going to jump. We talked about, you know he's going you know he's going to jump. He had to do that for the photo op. They talk about that's one of the best plays in Notre Dame. No, it's not. That's just what he does. He brought what he could bring. And that's the type of effort that you only get to when the cultivation of the culture is great. That's a great culture to go in there, not know nobody, be a transfer, work your way in, miss a whole spring, still come in and be a good teammate, surrounded by great teammates. You're all on the same page. Only at Notre Dame. Only when you can have a head coach that is accepting like that. Marcus Freeman fought for Riley Leonard more than anybody in the country, even when he shouldn't have at times. And now look at where that's gotten Marcus Freeman from a trust standpoint, from his team, the respect from the people in the building. What can they say now? Marcus Freeman was going through, can't get the coaches he wanted at first. This is just last year. It's just last year. Couldn't get the coaches he wanted. Couldn't get the players he wanted. Couldn't get the money. Ups and downs in his own staff. Ups and downs in what he was trying to do. But to do all of that and take those lessons and turn out to be 2 steps from the championship, I mean, that's amazing. Well, it is what we expected, but it is amazing. We had a feeling we would be at this point, but they had to go and do it. And for them to go and do it is the hardest thing to ever. And to make it look as easy as we said it could be is even harder. It's one thing to win, but we went in it with style all year. And won with style last night. I said it wasn't about the win, it was how we won. The how in which we won yesterday is why I'm so excited. That was a clear beating. That wasn't no, we had to wait on Derek Jeter from about 56 in the left upright. No, it wasn't none of that. It was we are the better team. They are trying, and they can't do nothing about it. Marcus Freeman looked comfortable. I don't think he broke a sweat the whole game. He back there dancing, doing his Conor McGregor. He just having a good old time. He charging up them refs the right way. I love how Biaggi came out. He had to pull Young to the side and say, hey, I know you excited. I know we schemed it up and you could have got there twice.
He blocked that first one if he took the right angle. He was, man, shout out to Bryce. Bryce was amped.
He was amped. I'm like, dude.
His eyes got big like
twice.
Oh, I can get there.
And it's like, man, so I mean, it was so many things that were adjusting on the field that you knew we were coming in with. I think we caught Georgia off guard a little bit. I think for we to do the change all 11 and bring a whole new 11 on and jump them offside, like that's the type of stuff you want to see year 3, Marcus Freeman. And maybe it wasn't him that made the call, but to be involved with that. Because those are the things is what it takes. We got Kirby, a 2-time champion, 30-plus wins, only 4 losses last 4 years. We got him complaining, talking about we cheated. When you ever hear that? When have you ever hear Georgia talking about somebody else cheated them?
Yeah.
That's how you know we put the shillelagh on them.
Not the shillelagh.
The shillelagh. The shillelagh shellacking.
He put shillelagh to...
Put shillelagh to the dog. Tell them go home. Go to your dog house.
Hey,
we got Kirby up there talking about
we do not support abuse to dogs. So relax to all the.
No, we just sent them. We just sent them.
People would take clips. People would take clips, and hey,
they need all the excuses to avoid and deflect from this whooping we just put on them Georgia Bulldogs.
John Massey, thank you for the GTB. Left gonna give Riley his flowers. Now we talk flowers.
He played Left. Good enough for us not to lose.
What have we been saying all season? The culture and the team is good enough to pull a quarterback.
Yes.
And it just showed up in the playoffs.
It just showed up in the game.
For the season. The culture and the depth of this team is good enough.
It's good enough.
They're the only team in the playoff that can win with their quarterback throwing for 90 yards.
Dylan Gabriel threw for 90 and they got blew out 34 in the first half. So Dylan Gabriel not playing even.
Quinn Ewers can't throw for 90.
What? They would have got
Drew Allen can't throw for 90.
Can't do it.
No. He better not throw for 90 against Notre Dame.
He may only be able to throw for 90 because we locking things down. But I'm telling you, 90 anywhere in college football, I bet you Kirby Smart went home and said, we did all this about 13 and he got 90 yards passing and less than 100 yards rushing and we still lost by double digits.
And we shut 4 and 24 down.
And you shut 4. So it's crazy because I go and I tell y'all on the podcast before the game that, listen, they're worried about the wrong thing, talking about hurting Riley. You can hurt him. We don't want him hurt, but you could hurt him and it wouldn't check. It wouldn't change what we're doing in the game. Riley Leonard on the stat sheet had 90 passing yards against a team that is 30-4 over the last whatever games. Think about this. When they lost to Jalen Milroe and Jackson Dart during the season, those guys had unbelievable games. Jalen Milroe didn't play better after the Georgia game. He had like 300 yards against Georgia, and they beat him. It wasn't good after that.
He was getting Heisman hype after the Georgia game.
Jackson Dart threw for 300-something yards and beat y'all. We threw for 90. We didn't need a quarterback. So you worried about hurting Riley and stopping Riley running? I told Virginia that. I told Georgia that. I told IU that. Why are y'all so worried about 13? It's the team. When you think about where points can come from, I'm thinking Bo Collins, Jordan Greathouse, Jordan Faison, Jadarian Price, Jeremiah Love, of course, and even Aeneas Williams, Riley Leonard's in there, Mitchell Evans is in there. Those are all the people that, in my mind, with the potential to score. That's what you worry about. You don't worry about, 13s. If we stop him, we stop the team. It's impossible. Because hell, 13. Well, I would have given Riley his flowers if he went for two, like I said, 230 for 3 touchdowns and like 80 yards rushing. That's where you give the man the flowers.
Mm-hmm.
You don't give a man the flowers for being in the position. He was in the position. He was in the position. If Steve was in there, Steve would have got what? 100 yards passing? It wouldn't have been that much of a difference. Maybe a couple more completions.
Oh, I mean, no, don't take away. Riley got some.
Riley. That's what I'm saying. Riley did
something.
Riley's running impact of those 5 yards here, those 6 yards here, the little first downs here that kept drives going. That was the biggest benefit in the game. Because Georgia, at the end of the day, they couldn't keep us behind the stick because that's how we was getting the short yardage. With a Riley run, power run, or because I was like, man, we keep going to Riley to get closer to the first down, and then we ask him to pass, and it looks stupid. And now we're in 3rd and short. Why don't we use one of our running backs to get close? But using Riley as the runner, when you have the running back be extra blocker, that's just helped us the whole game. And then Riley, being who he is, he's leaning forward. He's going to jump over you. One of those things. That was able to keep that constant pressure on Georgia where Georgia couldn't pin their ears back and just rush after the pass. How can you when you got to, as soon as we rush too hard, he's going to run out the back door. And that's what he did all day. He didn't make anything complicated where he's trying to do all these reads. And he said, shoot, I'm going to run forward. Like we said don't run to the side. That wasn't where he was going to get right. Running forward is what he did most effective. And it made the whole difference in the game. And now that may be not the highlight of the game where I'm like, man, that was the biggest play. No, it was just a constant boom, 5 yards, 6 yards, first down, 5 yards, 6 yards. We capitalized on the turnover. Just throw the open pass. Just throw the nice little open pass to Bo Collins. Great.
Yeah.
So this is why this is a special football team. Because like Arizona State, we have the belief, but we also have the talent where all 3 phases of the game become apparent in every game. You don't know where it's going to come from. None of these teams that are scouting us can vividly say this is how they're going to beat us. Because it comes from everywhere. We have a pick 6 here by a D lineman, a special teams kickoff return, a punt block, Riley go for 3 touchdowns one game, Jeremiah Love runs 60 yards on one play. So the fact that we have so many different ways to beat you. Hell, even defensively, we ended a game this year with 2 back-to-back pick 6s. So the amount of ways we can win and score and play as a unit, you're really seeing a full team. And that's the difference in this and why I think we're so far along. I think we're more talented than Ohio State. Yeah, they get paid more, but we're more talented on the field.
Yeah, see this. Let me get this, dude. You talk my talk because Kirkpatrick. I don't know who you're a fan of, but you jumped. Hey, you jumped in. You jumped in. Indy is slightly better than let me take this, left.
You take this because this is crazy.
Yeah, it's slightly better. And then he went on to say now Notre Dame fans are like amped. When Georgia was a championship team at their peak,
we only lost.
They were 1 possession better than Notre Dame. So that means they've been slightly better than Notre Dame
for a long time.
They were. This was before NIL. They beat Notre Dame barely, twice.
Barely.
So I don't want to hear that. It doesn't matter if you're slightly better. If you're better, you're better. Because Michigan is slightly better than Ohio State, even though they're at the crib. Ohio State can win the championship, and Michigan can say, that's fine. We're slightly better than you because we keep smacking. We keep smacking you every time we face each other. You know who else? Ohio State is slightly better than Penn State. They slightly beat Penn State.
Slightly, by 3.
So all that slightly stuff, what are we even talking about? Doesn't matter if you're slightly better. Michigan was slightly better than a bunch of teams all last year. All last year, they were slightly better. Slightly better than Alabama in the Rose Bowl.
Slightly, literally.
Slightly better than Washington in the championship game. Slightly better. Slightly doesn't mean a darn thing. So you're darn right. I'm going to stick up because I have a championship. I have a Notre Dame championship as a young man. I have success. Pinnacle Notre Dame. This new generation, let them talk their talk. Go mind your business. This is a celebration today. We ain't doing that. Man, bounce out. Bounce out. All of that foolishness doesn't even make any sense. Scoreboard is not based on slightly. It's based on who has more points.
We said if we got double digits with 6 minutes left in the fourth, wrap it up. What did we have with 6 minutes left in the fourth? It was 23-10. Wrap it up. Wrap it up. It don't slightly talk, better.
Dude. Slightly.
You know, slightly better. How you slightly better? We don't do transitive properties around here.
No, dude. Georgia's been slightly better than Notre Dame for years. Ohio State is slightly better than Notre Dame. The last 2 times they played, they were slightly better than Notre Dame. What are we talking about? All that they beat us. That's all that matters. They beat us. So when Notre Dame finally gets over the hump, talk your talk, Notre Dame fans. Talk your talk. Don't let clowns like that guy talk your talk. I don't care how it happened. They better be happy that it wasn't worse because it could have been worse.
Could have been worse.
It was 13. It could have been 20 plus.
Could have been 20 plus. Because y'all wasn't scoring any more points. Because
nothing.
Just like all these teams, they get this good drive where they exhaust all the good plays they've stocked up. And they come away with 3. And then they have nothing to call after that. And now the whole game, they're squirming around, trying to catch up. And then what do? Distance ourselves with points, turnovers, special team plays. And now you look at the scoreboard like, dang, we out of character. We out of character. Where do we go? And that's exactly what happened. We put teams in a position where they can't do anything but get out of character. I think you're on mute.
Let's get to these GTB questions. I apologize. We got more guests coming in. Who knows who might jump in? Get your questions and your super chats in. It's your day, Notre Dame fans. Enjoy. We're here for you. Josh Buffo, the motivational business banker. Is Freeman the best in-game head coach left in the playoffs? I think so. Sark has done nothing big game. James is known for bad coaching, and Ryan Day is terrible. Man, that's a pretty good question.
James Franklin doesn't deserve a comment. Ryan Day is still born on third base, and Sarkisian is just an offensive guy.
That's a really good question, bro. That's really good. Super chat. Jay Lamont, Josh Pate blamed Georgia lost to depth in the portal. It played a part. I mean, that's fair.
Yeah, the portal.
Yeah, but he left. Everybody was pushing back. I said, look, man, I'm a conspiracy theorist. The conversations about expansion in the playoffs started over, if I'm not mistaken, 5 years ago. 5 years ago. In my humble opinion, I believe the powers that be, Jack Swarbrick being in that room and being at that table at the time, the powers that be said, look, if we're going to do this, we cannot allow the top teams to just hoard talent. If we're going to open it up, we have to improve the competitive balance. How do we improve the competitive balance? let's use this NIL rule that's coming, and let's open this transfer portal and change the rules and allow players to go to other schools with the opportunity to immediately play. Because opening the portal is one thing, opportunity. But opening the portal for opportunity and financial gain is an entirely different thing. Because not only are you getting backups to transfer, you're getting starters on good teams to transfer to other teams for different reasons. It totally changed the competitive nature and the competitive balance of college football. Georgia's not walking out a second string defensive tackle that's a future first round pick. They're not walking out a backup left tackle that's a future first round pick like they were doing. They didn't have Lou. They literally had Jalen Carter and had Bear Alexander as a freshman who was third string at the time as a true freshman. That's the depth of that roster from that first national championship. That's bananas, Left. That's absolutely bananas. The portal has changed everything. That's not the reason why Georgia lost, though. Georgia lost because Notre Dame is not the big time portal program. Marcus Freeman says it all the time, Left. We go to the portal to get what we want. Notre Dame's recruiting is the entree. The transfer portal for Notre Dame are the sides. It's the MAC, it's the Yams, it's the Collards. That's what the transfer portal is for Notre Dame. It's not the entree. It's not the meat. It's not the main dish. Georgia lost because Notre Dame just walked in and just bullied them. And no one, absolutely no one, likes anyone doing to them what they do to others. From a basketball standpoint, if you are a full court press team, you do not like other teams for applying full court pressure to you. You don't like it because you're used to taking everyone else out of their comfort zone. But when somebody can do it to you, now that changes the entire thing. And that's what Notre Dame did yesterday. They made Georgia very uncomfortable from the first snap of the game. You go watch that first series by both teams offensively, and it was a clear for both teams what they were not going to be able to do offensively. For both teams on their first offensive series. Jay Lamont, we appreciate you. Johnny S., everyone that transfers did that thing that they were brought here to do, even if they had not done it all year. For such a time as this. Speak that. Speak that, Johnny S. We appreciate you. D-Mont, Mr. Food Lover. Can you talk about your boy hyping up his O-line brothers? That was awesome. Pat Coogan. Let me tell you something. Pat Coogan, as Left says, is very Jameis Winston-like. I would not allow my younger children to listen to Pat Coogan give his speeches, but if you are an adult, you should give a listen to Pat Coogan and the way he fires up his teammates before each game. It's really good stuff. Casa Hodge, SD, and Malik, Junior Tuilamaka was one of the Junior Tuilamaka is a great story, right? They win a late recruiting battle with USC. He comes to Notre Dame, middle linebacker. After they bring in more athletic and longer, because he's a thumper. He was a thumper at middle linebacker. And Notre Dame just went in a different direction at the linebacker position.
Yeah.
They moved this man to Viper. No complaints.
No complaints.
He's behind Botello. He's behind Trey. His time comes, and week to week, he has gotten better and better and better.
That's
and
right.
Shout out to Al Washington and the job that he's done in the midst of injuries and changes and losing Riley Mills after the Indiana game. And They continue to march on. They continue to march on. John Massey, what did you think of the play calling by Denbrock Left? Why don't we use any read option with Rob?
I don't think Riley's a read option quarterback. I truly believe Riley is a quarterback that runs the ball. Like there's no, like, I think when he wants him to run the ball, he's going to run. He's not trying to read anything. I think if you're going to read something, it's the RPO where he threw the touchdown. But Riley's a runner. If he told you back when he got healthy, take the red jersey off right after surgery. I mean, so I think that what he's able to do by not reading and just this is for you, I think it helps him a lot better in his decision making. You don't see a lot of fumbles on the exchange or indecisions where you should have gave it or kept it. They probably said, "Look, you're 6'4", 2+ 100+ pounds.
Mm-hmm.
When we say run the we just run. We don't care about reading because if we want to give it to them, you got 5 guys to turn around and give it to." I think that just makes it a lot more clear of an offensive strategy when you are being decisive about who's carrying the football. When it's Riley's turn, it's Riley's turn. Don't even make it a read for him. When we want Jeremiah Love to do his thing, we just turn him and give him the ball 5 or 6 times and take him out. So I like the way that we've been able to call offense to get the most out of our players and not just make it like the cute Texas stuff. Oh, there's a read here. If he does it, he can throw it out. We have very basic stuff, it looks like. And maybe they make it look basic, but I think we did actually do one RPO or read option when was that 4th down one we did a Superman with maybe that was an RPO?
You talking about when he bounced to the outside? I think that was a counter. That looked like more like a quarterback counter.
That's what I'm saying. Like we're calling straight runs. We're not calling read options for him. It's like we want you to run the ball. So I don't have a problem with it. Obviously, in a perfect world, sure, throw some in there to get guys whatever. But the fact that we can block the box the way we do, not doing read options, that's where you see all the inserts with tight ends and the receivers motioning in the. So we're adding guys in. I mean, the way we run the ball is multiple, which I think it makes it so tough for teams in general because I'm guessing you could think, yeah, well, they call his number a lot, but they kill us with everything else.
Yeah.
It's a hard team to beat.
Indy 559 Louis, thank you for the super chat. How about them Irish Nation? Let's go put some respect behind Notre Dame's name. When ESPN mentions the University of Notre Dame on my mama. Louis, we appreciate you, man. Happy New Year to you, my brother.
We going all the way, man.
Hey, man. Left, you talked about Denbrock, and we can start talking about the offense a little bit. Not their best performance by any stretch of the imagination. But I think the complementary football in the multiple ways. Left, I'm very interested in what you think about this. Because my question to Notre Dame fans, when the rankings came out or the seedings came out and the complaints we heard about, man, why do we have to play Georgia in the quarterfinals? All 4 teams that got byes are at home. Do you still want that bye? Do you still want that bye, Notre Dame fans? Are you still complaining?
I don't know if that's because of the byes, though.
No. This is my point, Left. This is my point. Listen to where I'm about to go. Do you still want that bye? Because it's not the bye and it's not the seed, it's the team, man. I don't care if Notre Dame was seeded 12th. They were gonna spank whoever was in front of them. They were gonna physically maul whoever they were in front of them. See, everybody was worried about the seeding and the path. It don't make a difference. Notre Dame is the more physical team. They've proven it all year. Even after suffering. Left, you said it. Devin said it. Injuries that would have decimated the 2015 team if they happened. Injuries that did decimate and steal the championship hopes of the 2015 team. Not this team.
Not this team. This team get hurt, and it's like they just plug the next guy in. And he's like a vet. Like you, like, you ready too?
Not what Marcus Freeman has built. What he has built is not on. It has been proven. It's not on sinking sand.
No, yeah, it's
Not on
not
sinking sand. It's built on a
faulty.
strong foundation, a very strong foundation. So talks about Heather Dinich said it this morning. There are no changes coming to the current system.
Yeah, no. Yeah, that was always my issue.
It is what it
if
is.
we went our way, it's
build your team.
yeah,
Stop worrying about seedings. Build your team.
Yeah.
And see, this is where Notre Dame being an independent matters. Because other programs have to build a team to win a conference.
Yeah, to win the conference.
They build a team to win a conference.
And damn near to beat your rivals. You don't think Ohio State plays to beat Michigan?
In a tournament, you have to have multiple ways to win games. The March Madness tournament you're going through, if you're a really top tier team that can score, you're going to face multiple teams that slow the ball down, make you defend, make you grind it out. Then you're going to face a talented team. Then you're going to face a team that runs you through a lot of picks and can really shoot, likes to play up tempo, likes to play pick and roll. You have to be able to beat them as well. This is why being an independent in the current state of football helps Notre Dame, because they're prepared to beat Ohio State, a high-flying offense.
Yes.
They played USC with receivers. They could throw the ball all over the field. They played USC. And
we played Georgia Tech.
We played
Georgia Tech. Experienced offensive line that can run the football and do different things with option reads and stuff.
Yes.
We played a Navy and Army where the way they play, you got to train a specific way and be detailed all week. We've seen that.
Notre Dame has an advantage because they play different styles. So for people to like, you need to take Army and Navy off the schedule. No, you don't.
No, you don't.
That is a grinded out style that is needed at some point.
Detailed, even if they're not a good team.
Yes.
They're building a callus that nobody else is going to build.
Yes. Notre Dame knows how to prepare for every situation.
And then let's just be honest. Defensively, we have gotten a juggernaut. And Al Golden and what he's doing with this defense is legitimately one of our most masterful defensive classes we've put together in a long time. I mean, it's to the point where it's like we don't have missteps or a bad day on defense. I haven't seen it all season.
They had a bad day against USC. They had a bad day.
You call that a bad day when we ended the game with 2 pick sixes?
That doesn't make it better. That's a bad day.
But that's also defense that shows you they can make mistakes and then end the game themselves. What defense?
That's a team that doesn't change the fact. Plenty of teams have bad days, and because they're so good, they still find their way to win.
Okay, but you're calling it a bad day, though. But they just found it.
That is a bad day. It is a bad day. You're in business, love. Let me ask you: if you are flipping homes, you're in real estate. You're flipping homes, right? And you flip and sell, and on average, your expectation is, we make $200K off each home.
Okay.
And for whatever reason, your estimates of what it was going to take to put into this home went above, and you only ended up getting 120 out of the house. 120 is good money. but you would say that's a bad day. It's a bad flip.
Bad day. Okay.
You like, it's a bad flip.
It's bad to the standard.
Yes. I'm expecting to get 200 every flip. I got 120. On the outside, I would be like, dude, you got 120.
You got 120.
You see it as 80 out of your pocket. That's the way you see it. You lost 80, right?
You lost 80 out the pocket.
I guarantee you. Notre Dame, Al Golden, that defense and the play, I guarantee you they felt like after that USC game, we lost 80 stats.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we won. We made some money. We made all the money. Yeah, okay.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. That's the way they saw it. But no question. Lucky Lefty podcast. So offensively, what's your post snap read on what we saw offensively?
It looks like offensively we're doing what it takes to win, and we're not playing ourselves out of position where we're putting our defense in compromising. You have to stop them or else situations. It's been more of a compliment. We haven't led from the front offensively. We didn't lead from the front offensively in this game, in my opinion. I think what we did was we did compliment in spots. So we get a turnover, we convert the turnover, right? We get the ball, we kill the time so they don't have enough before half. We score right before half. We score in the spot. So I think from being a compliment to a defensive team, we did a great job. Leading from the front and making an impact where we're just overwhelming other defenses. I don't know if we're overwhelming anybody, but we do add a consistent pressure to a defense that if their offense isn't scoring, we're eventually going to wear a defense down. That's through our physicality in the run game, our commitment to running the football, and then the players that we have just make it tough. You know, you got to tackle a Riley Leonard all game. You got to tackle a Jadarian Price all game. You got to tackle your one-off Jordan Faison plays and your one-off Bo Collin catches and your one-off Great House in between the tackles. So because you have so many things that you have to be consistent on all game, it makes it tough for a defense to go all 4 quarters and shut us down. Eventually, we're going to start rattling off some points, getting close to the end zone, taking time off the clock, which all puts stress on the opposing offense who's having a tough day as it is. When they're looking at defensive film, they're looking at the records, they're looking at the numbers and being like, damn, this team that played before us averaged 30, came out the Notre Dame game with 14. So eventually, the point margin, just like it has all season, increases exponentially where you're like, damn, we really whooped the team. Yeah, because you can't score. And eventually, with enough stabs at it, with enough guys that we have that have enough talent, we just start scoring through time. So not only do you got to stop a team that gets better offensively as the game goes on, but then you got to find a way to score consistently against a defense that's not giving you anything. I think a lot of these teams are just one-sided where they have a really good defense or they have a really good offense. How many teams you say, like, for instance, like Georgia, really good defense, suspect offense. Georgia lost faith because even if they did get us off the field, they looked at their offense like, oh, shoot, can we get there? Can we get close? Can we get a drive consistently? So that psychologically takes a lot from a team. Georgia has some good drives where they stopped us on offense. And then what happened? They get the ball back and they get stopped. And then they're like, damn. And then we just inch closer every time. And then we capitalize on their mistakes. So we play a complete game from the aspect is you're gonna have to beat everybody. It ain't just stopping 13. It ain't just beating Xavier Watts. It ain't just trying to cook Christian Gray on one-on-ones. You have to beat everybody because you got a Don Shula coming downhill. You got Josh Burnham coming off the edge. All our linebackers are still playing like it's their first day out there. Wet behind the ear, just flying around. And then we have old veteran fart guys like Jack Kaiser making plays, helping the young guys out, just being a good constant in a defense that has been forever changing. I mean, we've seen so many changes on the defensive front. That's another notch and another compliment and another underrated wow factor that Al Golden has been able to do this season is that his units have been going through a lot of transition with injuries. How many defensive coordinators in the country can lose your first round corner, replace them, and then not miss a beat? And not only replace your first round corner, have built the guy that you replace him with to be a potential first round corner.
Don't change the way you play. Man to man, pressures.
You still man to man. All the things you do with your first round corner, you're doing with the young guy in the room. Asking him the same expectations. The same stuff they asked the first round corner that's built 3 years on with record-breaking picks, everything you can ask him. We're asking his understudy to do the same thing, and he's damn near a ditto copy. You lose your best D lineman before the biggest game of the season, and you hold their opposing team rushing to under 100 yards. How you do that? These are underrated things you're adjusting to in the weeks of the game. You lose Boubacar Traore, who has been an impact all season for you up until that point. And you lose Jordan on the other side at the same game. And you come back the next week and still blow a team out. Still hold a team under 20-something points. So the amount of detail and the amount that the staff works well together. You got a Mike Mickens in connection with an Al Golden, in connection with a Biaggi, and in connection with an Al Washington. Everybody's working on the same page. You got a young coach within that linebacker group that needed a young coach. That's a perfect fit. You put a young, passionate coach with a lot of young hyenas in there, young lions in there that they all in the same grade damn near. And you're just cultivating that with a max bullet. Not to mention your head coach was a linebacker. Not to mention your defensive coordinator is a linebacker coach. So that's the core of the team right there. And that unit is special. And it's funny because how many teams in the country can replace a third and a fourth round starting linebackers with a bunch of guys that haven't played a full season, and you get further in the year? We went further with guys with less experience who didn't make the league yet, with a new coach, and had more impact the year after. What Max Bullocks tell us in the interview? He said it's a different culture in here. We appreciate the old guys that was in here helping us learn and ride the wave and all of that. But this is a different group in here. We are doing different things in here.
You didn't say that.
We are linebackers on and off the field. We are not. We appreciate the old guy, but this is a new energy. And you've seen it week in to week out. You see a mature Jalen Sneed. You see a veteran, ready-made, experienced Drake Bowen. You see a Jaden Osbury be electric. Total 180 from the year before. Not that the year before was bad. You had two veteran guys with a lot of games, a lot of experience, not to mention the guy that got the most experience that was there last year. So you have legitimately built the perfect structure for development for your guys. You got just fortunately, you have the linebacker that has played the most games in school history in a room where guys that are more talented than him that have less games in Notre Dame history.
Mm-hmm.
That's the perfect ingredient.
Yeah.
You got your base. You know how you cook on the cast iron that's got all that good stuff built up because you don't wash it the same. So you got good old Jack Kaiser, the cast iron. He done had 17,000 meals cooked on him.
Mm-hmm.
All them different greases and stuff that just permeated on the perfect setting for some young Wagyu to get on there. Now that Wagyu just don't taste like Wagyu. It tastes like, oh, you got some different spices and some different meals in it. This is a steak that you can't recreate somewhere. You can't get this steak. The steak you get at the Jack Kaiser's, the cast iron, is not the steak you're going to get somewhere else. Because whatever he was cooking before that steak got on there, all them juices and stuff that accumulated over time, when you put some new raw Wagyu on there, some good Wagyu, not little strip fillets or those New York strips or them $5 steaks at Costco. Not them. You get the Wagyu, you throw it on that cast iron, you gonna get a different flavor you ain't never seen. You said, how can I recreate this? You can't do it. It's unique. He has the most games in school history. How much wealth can you get when you three young guys don't know what to do? You got a lot of energy. You like to tackle. He just dumping all that wealth. Oh, do this. This is what it looks like. This experience. This is how you do this. And then you got a coach that's passionate. We're going to learn this. This is our mindset. We're going to get after him. We're going to beat him up. Then you got a defense coordinator. We're going to do this scheme. We got this scheme. It's too much. What you have is something you can't get anywhere else. That's why people don't want to leave.
Talk your talk. Talk your talk, Cam.
How you gonna lead that? How does any of the running? How did Devin Ford, who played safety, be in there holding the trophy with Dina McCullum? He said, "I don't want to leave my position room." You would have thought he had all the touchdowns. He over there holding the trophy with Dina McCullum like he was in the. I'm like, wait a minute, ain't you a safety? Marcus Freeman got the best two-way depth roster in the country. Come on now. We making something that you can't make anywhere else. That's why it's so different. That's why when the announcers were cheering for Georgia the whole game, they just had to stop. They had to give us credit at the end because they like, we were cheering for Georgia during the game. Openly cheering for Georgia. Oh, Gunnar Stockton, man, he should have been there the whole thing. Oh, he did it. No. Georgia, the moment was too big for Georgia. I even take it that far. How many drops we done seen? Wide open. What was it, Bell 86? Where your hands at? Where your hands at? I'm talking about almost two. You know why? Because he had Agent Zero chasing him. He heard them Agent Zero footsteps and got the getting nervous, crocodile arms. Agent Zero was in there doing his thing. And don't forget the young 8. He made me want to play safety. That brother coming downhill every time. What a compliment. You got a guy that's putting guys on the ground with a guy that's making all the plays in the back end. What a compliment. So Notre Dame is doing something that hasn't been done, I think, from just a team philosophy standpoint. Mm-hmm. Notre Dame, when we were there, it was, okay, who we got running back? All right, we're going to give him 5,000 carries. 5,000 carries in a row. No backups. But you care? Then you're a starter. We're gonna give it to you 50 times a game, no backups, no breaks. We're gonna run you to the ground, and then if that don't work, we'll throw it around, do some other stuff. This team here, shoot. One day we say, "Hey, put on Jeremiah Love back." One day, shoot, Bo Collins, you turn up. Hey, Riley, you hurting here? We can adjust in the game. A quarterback is clearly hurting in one area, and we can make adjustments in the game and still win. What a limited, we underrated what we pulling off.
Cam McDaniel joins us right here, Lucky Lefty Podcast. Cam,
it's awesome.
Your thoughts, man?
Man, I just came in the middle of a sermon by Malik, so he was on fire, cooking Wagyu steaks and
Wagyu steak. I'm telling you, you know how you got your girl at home. Your girl make you food. It just tastes a little, spaghetti. But this spaghetti just different. My wife know how to, because when I go to Fazoli's, I know you've been to Fazoli's.
It's been a while.
That's man. You went back with that Fazoli's. You went back with that one, man.
We got different stuff down here than we do up there, bro. I am familiar with it up there, but we.
So what's the
spaghetti factory? What they call it? Old spaghetti factory? What they got out there? Yeah.
Yo, I don't go out to eat at spaghetti factories, bro.
Olive Garden, it don't matter. You go to Olive Garden, any of these pasta places, it ain't gonna be like your wife's spaghetti because it's something in that pan, it's something in that cabinet, them cupboards, them spices, the way she put it together. It's different.
Love. It's called love.
It's love.
Yes.
Now I love the deals at Olive Garden, all you can eat, but you only get 2 plates deep. That's the trick.
Yeah.
They say, you get all you can eat, but you only get 2 plates deep before you get greedy, because then you're greedy, because ain't no way you eat more than that. But what I'm saying is that Notre Dame is doing something, and Marcus Freeman has spent 3 years doing this.
Yeah.
3 years.
Y'all were essentially talking about how Marcus Freeman outcoached Kirby Smart yesterday.
It was, I couldn't believe it.
It was fun.
He looked like he wasn't even phased. Like he said, I know this is gonna happen right now.
He looked more relaxed yesterday than I think I felt like I saw him all season.
Ever. Like he was not worried about this game. I thought IU, it would be like how he looked last night. IU, he's like, this game, cool as a fan. I don't think the brother broke a sweat.
Cam, I'm interested in how you view this. In the midst of the tragedy that we all know that took place, on New Year's Day that eventually postponed the game. Around mid-afternoon, Marcus Freeman is on a Zoom call with the administrators from Notre Dame and, the powers that be, trying to figure things out. And he asked that his players be given 3 hours to spend time with their parents and their family and loved ones. How pivotal was that in helping this team filter things and then be able to right the ship mentally and refocus, to do what they ended up doing and stay focused on the task at hand. For me, when I heard that he made that decision, I was like, yo, most coaches will kind of like just lock down. Like, yo, we're going to lock things down, make sure our guys are locked in. For him to afford the opportunity and to understand the moment and that his players probably needed that for reassurance. Because I had people down there, I lost a family friend, an extended family friend. And so I can only imagine being a player on lockdown, hearing about it, and then having to wonder, like, yo, if my loved ones don't pick up the phone, like, am I thinking like the worst? I thought it was an incredible decision by Marcus Freeman.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel like that I reposted something by Drake Bowen this last week on the trust that this team has for each other. And I feel like that moment from Marcus Freeman is, you would feel like that's the obvious thing to do. But just even in a moment like this, like, how are you going to take your guys? Like, if you're a college football coach with a bunch of dudes getting paid, like, are you going to trust your guys to be able to go spend time with their family, do what's, necessary to do to recharge your batteries? Do you even have the trust that they're going to take it that seriously? And I just think it goes, I think what we saw, yesterday on the field was a team that like plays with enthusiasm, like real enthusiasm, real passion, and like really has a love like for one another and a trust for one another, in ways that you can tangibly see, especially on the defensive unit, which carries over to the offense's play and the offense's ability to go in and execute. So for me, that was just so fun to watch. I had guys that haven't texted me in years about Notre Dame football, texting me about Notre Dame football yesterday, just talking about the leadership and the character and some of the intangible characteristics that they can see in this team.
Yeah, it's all stuff that's intangibles that you're like, oh, they have something a little different. I was mentioning, Sean said, the two teams in college football that have that intangible, oh, they can win against anybody. I wouldn't just be confident against the opposite team. It's us and Arizona State. The belief factor.
Yeah.
I mean, as much as I knew Texas was way better than Arizona State,
yeah,
nobody could predict the Arizona.
That will to win.
Ain't no, man, come on. I mean, they was doing
the way that they fought against a team
that was clearly better,
clearly outmatched, bro.
It was funny because they would have they're trying to get the first down on 3rd and 2. They're getting crushed at the line of scrimmage. Like, there's no fall forward. It's like you're down, like you're done.
Yeah.
And then they start rattling off crazy plays. You throw a touchdown, he catches a play. It was, and it's crazy because they was
every
running for his life every time. Play. And they got stopped on their own one going into the end zone twice. So they really could have blew them out.
Oh man, so many factors in that game that were this close from those guys pulling it away. And
that's gonna be a special team because they're gonna open up that recruitment. Hopefully, it can become a national recruitment, not just local.
Yeah,
Kenny Dillingham, because he's from Arizona, he's big on local talent, which is a thing. Huge. But I know he's gonna be a lot more guys now because that's a team you want to play for.
Yeah, no, I think that's a good comparison. a good analogy. And as far as just the energetics of like the feel of what these teams kind of represent, man, it's a fun season. There's like, I sometimes get worried about like the injuries and, you know, just the like.
You don't even have to get worried about. Dudes are going down.
Up. Like even like Jeremiah Love like getting like his knee gets tweaked yesterday, and I'm like, oh,
Darian Price rattling off,
and they're like, wait, we have Jadarian Price as our backup, like
he's going crazy.
Like, I mean, and you just see him starting to
turn the heat up. He just heating up. The Aeneas Williams getting there, heats up. You're like, the depth. We said the biggest thing.
Aeneas too. I got to give Aeneas credit, Brent. Like he's got. So I love his will, man. I love his will.
And this is in a room with fantastic other running backs.
Yeah,
this isn't like he's just making a splat. No, he's doing this amongst other guys that are making plays. McCullough
he made a play. He made a play that if he doesn't make it based upon just pure guts and will, it does not set up the opportunity for Marcus Freeman to go ahead and do the fake punt. And of course, he was doing the fake punt. They both. I see. This is what. Let me play this for you guys. I wanted to play Marcus Freeman talking about that moment, and then I want to play Kirby talking about that moment. And you can literally listening to their words. It is a visual chessboard. You can see both of them in that moment, understanding the magnitude and understanding what's trying to be done. Man, it was absolutely amazing to hear because they're really both. Kirby did his best to try and steal that game yesterday. Kirby
did. He definitely did. He took all the chances. He definitely did.
And then Marcus Freeman definitely, stood
because Marcus Freeman wanted Kirby to waste him timeouts, like Kirby said, because he saw Kirby Georgia Tech timeout the hell out of Georgia Tech. Got him nervous. He said, "Let me be on the offense." I mean, Marcus Freeman. I don't know if he read some books, talked to Tressel or something, but he really. I mean, the man really did his thing, and I love this.
This is Marcus Freeman talking about that.
You can hear in Kirby's voice he was nervous. He was like, "Oh shoot."
The entire game was, but that first half it was 3-3. Mitch. First of all, Mitch Jeter did an amazing job today with field goals. His confidence. He had a great week of prep, and then it becomes 6-3 us. And the forced fumble right before half, and then our offense being aggressive and opportunistic and capitalizing off of that as we go into half was huge. And what we didn't want to do, I think it was a 10-point lead at half. I didn't want to survive. And I think that's the natural tendency in a big game. You're up 10 versus a really good team to say, let's survive. No, let's be aggressive. Now, I didn't know we were going to come out of the locker room and score a kickoff return touchdown, but that helped. And again, that middle eight is something we often talk about, and the ability to close the half in that way and to start the half. The second half with a kickoff return touchdown was huge for the outcome of the game.
Man, 17 points in 25 seconds is absolutely insane.
It's crazy. I mean, that like epitomizes this team and what they've done all year long. It's like you don't know where it's coming from exactly. You don't know when it's coming, but somebody's going to make a play at some point, and it could just be. I mean, that kickoff return was random. Like, felt just so.
It was
random. But you're like,
yes, just caught you off guard. Okay,
that's like what this team. That you just feel like this team is gonna have stuff like that happen. It's just gonna go their way because of the energetics and the momentum that they like.
Oh my god, yeah, that's just
all that stuff that I was talking to you about, Luck, when you were making fun of me for like breaking it down in the quantum.
No, it really was.
That was what was happening, man. They got that momentum.
It's like, how did Georgia just give that up? They come out of the locker room after super motivated Kirby. They're probably gassed up, and we do that. And it was I know we caught them off.
To go to that, right? To go to that, Kirby is trying to regain momentum that they gave away, right? Woodring has been kicking the ball out of the back of the end zone all day. And Kirby says, let's try to pin him. Let's try to gain some momentum. And that opportunity gives Harrison an opportunity
to take it out.
Return the ball, and man, who knew that was going to happen? Like all those things had to align.
Yes,
all of those things had to align. But
even the running off the 11 and bring the 11 on, and then to align to get them to jump off. Like, come on, bro. Like that's master class.
Yeah,
everything went our way in that aspect. Like everything we tried and schemed up.
Yeah,
it caught Georgia every time. Every time it caught them off guard. Like, and I know during the week they're like they're going to do a fake punt at some point. I know they had 3 weeks to be like they're going to fake punt, and we still get it off of them.
Yeah,
it's amazing.
We were just we had more penalties than we've had. I feel like the majority of the year last night, or yesterday rather, and yet you could tell that we were still like the more disciplined football team. Like that was really clear. Like just, but what like my hope for like what this game represents, because this is like everybody can kind of feel the magnitude of like what that game represents, because I mean you're not going to face another team that's harder to beat than Georgia, like in this playoff. Like everybody's going to be like at that level in some way, or really like, especially on the defensive front, like you're not going to face anybody like that again. Really,
no,
like unless we get to Texas, but we're talking about a different mentality.
It's a different mentality. They're finesse and cute,
like,
and
what those guys have done throughout the season, like no pun intended, like those are some dogs, man. Like they have been fighting like to win some really like hard fought games.
Yeah, they won some tough games.
They have not given up. Like that was my whole thing throughout the game, was like, man, like we cannot put our foot off the gas, like at all.
I think Georgia gave up though. I think they gave up towards the end of the game. I think with 10 minutes left, they were like, we're packing it in. We don't know what points are going to come from.
I don't think it was at 10 minutes. I think it was like, I actually think it was probably after the Riley leap. Like that was
they're just deflating. Yeah.
That was when it was like, and then and then even though we got that penalty called against us with Jordan on the reverse,
didn't matter. Like, all right, whatever.
Yeah, it was like at that point, I feel like that's when the momentum on their side dropped significantly, and then them not being able to do anything after we pinned them down in the end zone on that punt, or like at the 20, I guess, on that punt. There was not a lot of will left after that.
That's what I'm saying. Like our defense just takes the will out of you because you just sit back and say, we get all these chances. We look up at the scoreboard and all we see is 3 points, 10 points. And then Notre Dame every quarter, they had another touchdown. They had another field goal. So now 7-30 with 10 minutes in the fourth. You're like, oh my God, what happened?
Yeah.
Because teams do well. I mean, they drive, they get some stuff going, but our offense has just been that constant. Okay. Oh, you gave us leverage. Oh, we're gonna take advantage of that. We may not go 80 yards every time, but our defense sets us up right. Oh, we'll take advantage of that. Thank you. Oh, we'll take advantage of that. Thank you. That's how the Navy game got ran away.
Yeah.
We scored 21 in the first 5 minutes, partly due to complimentary football to our defense, but we didn't start far.
How much better also has our schedule? Like, I know that it's like, bowl season and it's not the same and whatever, but how much better has our schedule looked like since bowl season? And terrific. all these guys showing up and like on our schedule that are winning these games. Yeah, man, like this
guys are making their money. I'm telling you that.
Yeah, this energetic reminds me a lot of the 2012 team, like defensive minded, like defensive dominance, with the ability to capitalize on offense. Not a lot of flashiness.
Like, do you think that this team has more defensive stars than the 12 team?
Yeah, that would go back to me saying that I think the 2011 team maybe. I mean, because we had Harrison, like
yes.
we had Harrison and Manti, and like I mean, those are
two big pieces though.
Yeah.
And we're saying that. We're saying that about our
depth
team.
on the D line was insane too in 2011.
Depth I think is bigger in 12 than it is now.
Yeah.
But I think the secondary depth is bigger now.
Not even close. I mean, I was playing corner on 2012. I was,
He was locking up. He was locking up.
Cam, we lost some corner recruits. And Coach Kelly's like, we're gonna move you to corner. You're athletic enough to do it. I was like,
oh shit. Okay.
All right. Like,
Hey,
I was like,
well,
safety. Like, I get that, but like,
hey, you put me on an island early.
Yeah.
Okay. But that's what's crazy about Coach Freeman is that if he asks a player now on his team to do it, they'll be like, yeah, I did it in high school. I was a two-way player in high school. It's not hard for me to flip my brain, which is the way that he's a pioneer in the way he's recruiting right now.
Yeah.
All the restrictions in the world. You're recruiting not 5 stars. You said forget the 5 stars. I want two-way guys. So now I have a double the roster. What we got? We carry 75 now. I got 150. Because at any point somebody go down, he played it in high school and was like All-American or something.
Yeah.
Like that's genius.
It is.
Because at some point we had to figure out how to stop banging our head against the wall and said we're not getting a 5-star everything. We just not gonna get it. But we got to be able to compete. So let's go out there and get every two-way guy in America. They may be 3 stars, but they got a lot of skill because they play both sides. Hell, we got guys that play kickoff, kick return, punter, kicker, field goal holder, defensive end, receiver.
Got a rugby guy playing punter. Could just
we win a national championship in lacrosse. Come over and catch some touchdowns in the biggest game. Like, come on, dude. We get a guy that play quarterback.
Dude, these lacrosse kids, man. Like, I played high school with a bunch of lacrosse kids. Like, all of my studs, like all of like the studs,
they're chill, freaky athletes.
And our like all-American outside linebacker was the #1 defensive lacrosse player in the nation. Like, he was like the best guy on our high school football team. Like, he was talking to like they didn't want him to play 2 ways at Syracuse. I was like, bro, like you. Like, too bad.
Marcus Freeman is leading with that. You can play 2 ways here. Shoot, you can come just as yourself, and we'll just figure it out. We just need your time.
How many guys came to Notre Dame like in our like classes with the promise of being able to like do that and weren't able to do that?
But this gets into the conversation with Travis Hunter. But this gets into the conversation with Travis Hunter.
We can't go past that. Left. We can't go past that.
I like that.
Are you inferring that those type of players existed previously? They just weren't given the opportunity?
That's what I've been saying, Travis Hunter.
They were like told. They were told that they could like come and like do that, and then they were highly discouraged. Essentially,
explain the highly discouraged conversation, because I love that you say highly. That's exactly what it's described as. Highly discouraged. We're not telling you no, but we're saying you're not doing it.
It was a mix of like a lot of that's just like a mindset, like of just like a generational mindset, I would say, more than anything else. So I'm not gonna like call out like specific names of like people that were the discouragers necessarily, but like, for example, George Atkinson wanted to run track. Like and
he's fast.
He loved track. Everybody that watched George play knows this is one of the fastest guys in the country. Like, let this man run track. Let him do what he loves to do. It's only going to complement like his game and his confidence and his expression.
Corey Hunter Jr. His dad literally is an MLB superstar and literally was told he could play both, which it has happened before. But for some reason,
I think Max Redfield was up there. Max Redfield was
Max was supposed to play both basketball and football.
Yeah.
And Coach Kelly hits him with the same conversation every time. He says, I think you should focus this all season on football. I think you should focus on this. And he doesn't tell you no, though. But you'll try to go there and talk to the coach.
People don't realize how much that like of a burnout that is, man. Yeah. Like, especially for guys that are used to being multi-sport athletes and excelling as multi-sport athletes, and then have a promise to be able to continue to do that with dreams and aspirations to do that, and then you get told no, and then you feel like, now you're working against your own will just to be able to like stay locked in with something that, dude, like, as important as spring ball is to the coaches, like, every player knows that spring ball like means nothing. Like, like you can do a lot in spring ball, and then fall camp comes, and it is like it's a completely new dynamic, and you gotta like whatever progress you had like from spring ball, like you got to bring that into fall camp anyway. And so, you know, to see the guys have the ability to play, to do like the multi-sport thing at Notre Dame right now, which I think epitomizes what Notre Dame, like the opportunity that Notre Dame brings anyway, is like being championship level in multiple sports and multiple verticals, like is so cool. I mean, how cool, I was just thinking about this last night. I was like, how cool would it be for Jordan Faison to be able to say, oh yeah, I was a national championship in lacrosse and football at Notre Dame. Like that is epic.
Because the football one is gonna be like, wow. Then they're gonna say lacrosse. Wow. I mean, you lived the best college life at Notre Dame you can get out of it. I mean,
oh my gosh.
To win a championship at Notre Dame is just already crazy. Like to all the odds.
Yeah.
And to be a 2-time in 2 sports, and the time you're there, it's just, and you're one of the biggest players on both teams. It's not like he's like on the football team and he's like, okay, I want it. Like the kid that had the Chinese name on the back of his jersey. Okay, that's a big thing. But if he was scoring all the touchdowns, 2, oh my God, they would have been blowing that up on ESPN. They don't even know his name. He's like 49 scores again, some Chinese.
Oh gosh.
John Massey, thank you for the super chat. BK left to win a championship for a younger, more successful, better-looking guy to take his place. Bobo was down 13. What's the call? Screen. Now, that was probably one of the only things he thought he could get. Because they had just tried to attack Leonard Moore, Christian Gray down the field, and it was like clamps at that point.
Whenever they played the replay where they had the quarterback running around and you looking downfield on the opposite view, there was nobody open. Ain't nobody open. I was like, oh, I see why you running around. Ain't nobody open.
Another super chat. What's good, Cam? Go Irish from John Massey. Look, Tunchi.
John Massey's my boy from Ireland. We hung out in Ireland.
Nice. Justin
Yeah.
Fleming, Sean and Malik. Thanks for several seasons of amazing content. I love listening to LL. I'm elated for Marcus Freeman and his staff and players. Also a bit sad because my dad passed in March and he was a Penn State fan. Oh, Justin. First of all, we apologize for your loss. Prayers and strength and God's peace to you and your family. And your dad, man, he would have loved to be able to watch that matchup with you. That would have been a moment. That would have been a moment.
He's watching with you, bro.
He's still watching
with you.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
It's awesome.
Another super chat from my guy, Justin. Hope both of your families have had beautiful holiday seasons. Prayers to you both. Go Irish. Return to you, return of blessings and favor.
Thanks, Justin.
Thank you for supporting us. Little Tunchi again. I got John Massey blessing us today. Cam, you played a hell of a game versus Texas.
He had to.
Yo.
Was that? Yeah. Because oh man, got hurt like the first series. There was a beautiful.
I got hurt the first play of the game.
I've never seen someone.
No, y'all know what he's talking about, right?
What is he talking about? Am I missing out on this?
He's talking about Cam Scatterboo. That's what he's talking about.
Oh, got you.
We got the old white running back comparisons. You know how like
got you. All right.
Yeah, but legitimately, you could have did that at Notre Dame. That's what makes it so funny. Like when you said you could have did more, you definitely could have did everything Cam did. Throw a touchdown.
Bro, you're definitely more.
Malik knows we were the ones getting the reps.
I know. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm like. It's about the opportunity you're given in school. It's not even like.
And and at Arizona State, how poetic is that?
How poetic! State,
that's like us. We almost like came back and won that game. Like
in Dallas, like bro, there's so many times,
like, dude, that's one of the wildest stories ever, bro. That's one of the wildest stories ever. Like, oh man, I gotta talk to you about that offline a little bit because we've never had the chance to catch up on like all the stuff that was going down.
It's crazy because if you think about it, it was a lot. It was a lot. And one or two things be different, who knows? But it's still like so for everything to look so easy done now, where you're like, damn, Marcus Freeman, just everything's just going great. Like it's just smooth. Guys are having a great time. Nobody talking about leaving. And it's just like even the guy that left, even Jaden Mickey that left is still congratulating the team.
Yeah.
That's right.
Still. Like he's still like he's on the team still. It's like he and everybody gave us
that is what I've been saying this like on this podcast, like I've been talking about this is like you're gonna have to start developing culture. like in a way that's not just about winning. It's about trust. It's about love. It's about enthusiasm. And if it's just about winning, you're gonna become a shell program, just like all these programs that have been about winning and like, we graduate players and we win. Like, no, like it's got to be about something intangible now. It's got to be like what's gonna get these guys that have every opportunity to go wherever they want to go, like make more money, stuff like that. Like what's going to get them to stay now? And what gets them to stay is a culture that is like, why would I go? Why would I go anywhere else other than what this opportunity gives me?
That's the feeling. It's like, what am I going to get back?
And the ethos that I get to share with this group of like men. I mean, that is what we all at our core as competitors desire. Like
that brotherhood.
We play this game for that reason. And obviously like we've come to this revolution in the game to where, we've like, that's been challenged now. We got money like that's talked about like with college athletes, and we got to deal with that now. But because of that, because this is what's so cool about like what I believe NIL has done. First of all, it gives players the ability to like get paid what they deserve, which I believe is a big deal. And then 2, it just changes the game. Like it does make it more like professional football, but now you have to develop programs that are special in order for people not to leave.
Yeah. But that means you got to have a good coach. And that's where coaching is going to be a big thing moving forward. Administrations are going to have to start supporting coaches.
But not even just a good coach. Like you got to have a good person. Like,
yeah, right.
Like there's a lot of good coaches out there. Like that. Like there's a lot of like dudes out there that can coach football, man. Like, I mean, BK was a really good football coach. Like
he was a good football coach. Yeah.
I'll say that all day long. And there were some serious glimpses of BK that like I can look back at and I can be like, man, like I can totally see like where you won all these national championships before.
Yeah, I can see how you're the winningest head coach.
But it's the pressure of like you gotta win, you gotta put a winning program, like all the political
His
stuff.
Political thing was messed up. That's what held him back.
You succumb to and you start to like
he's playing to the optics of things, and he's not.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like the pressure, like getting to you essentially, to where like you now
are listening to the media. You're going back and forth on things. You're not being genuine with the guys on your team, especially if you want to move somebody or you want to get. You're not being honest.
Well, so you're schizophrenic. Like you're essentially schizophrenic, like because you're a coach on the field that is like a drill sergeant and like one way, and then like off the field, like you're a political guy that like everybody loves. And if you're not being coached like by that person, you might think, man, that's like one of the coolest guys I've ever met, or like whatever. And then you get on the field with them and you're like, what?
This dude is crazy.
What is this guy saying? Like that stuff. I mean, that's not going to fly in this day and age. Like with an athlete being able to leave like whenever he wants. And now you got, Gen Z, Gen X, like these different generations now coming up into the ranks that just they won't tolerate that stuff.
They're not taking that. Yeah, they're not taking that earned type of credit through tough criticism. They're not doing that. So
yeah,
Marcus Freeman is just fortunate. It's like right time, right place. You have the right personality, the right makeup to manage the type of stuff these kids are dealing with day in and day out. And it's almost as if the love they showed Marcus Freeman on the field was no different than the love they were showing between players. Like you would have thought Marcus Freeman was a player that was just like Ben Morrison, just on the sideline. I mean, they see no difference in the love they show for both coaches and players. I mean, the fact that even the assistant coaches, Dean McCullough, all the running backs on Dean. Oh, we love you, Dean McCullough. I love Tony Alford, but we didn't even do that with Coach Alford. And he's one of my favorite coaches. So I just know that the love that they got for the coaches, the players, that they want to run through a wall for Marcus Freeman and all the other coaches. Yeah, I know everybody on that defense wants to run through a wall for Al Golden. And you can see it on the field because there's no way in the world that we can have this many guys get hurt in important positions and important players that get hurt. And guys can step in. It's like, I was just waiting on my turn.
We got my boy, our brother, Ryan Roberts from A to Z Sports.
LR.
Man.
What's up,
For those
guys?
who don't know, I used to, we were the recruiting squad over at IB.
That's
For a
right.
long time, did the recruiting show each and every Monday. Now he has left me to go focus on the NFL draft, A to Z Sports. But we're still brothers, and he's a lifelong Notre Dame fan just like us. He had to jump on in the midst of he's taking care of baby girl. Hope she's feeling better. Double R. I know what it's like. I've been there. It was a long time ago, but it's like almost helpless, right? When your little baby, they really can't convey what's wrong, and you're trying to figure out.
It just looking pitiful, and you just trying to help.
Unfortunately, she's like the smartest, almost 4-year-old I've ever seen, man. So she tells me exactly what's bothering her, but she just wants to keep eating. And I'm just like, your stomach's messed up right now. Like, you can't eat. I don't know what to tell you. Like, you need to stop. It's crazy.
Man, let's get your initial thoughts and what you've been in the background listening to Cam and Malik talk about. Just go ahead and share.
Yeah, man. No, I actually, when I got in, it was pretty cool because I know you guys got a super chat about about someone losing a parent and just kind of having a special moments, right? And that's kind of what's sticking with them around the holidays. I mean, obviously, Sean, I lost my mom just a few weeks ago, right? And yesterday, me and my dad had one of those moments, man. And it's not a national championship, and hopefully one comes very soon here, but like that has been a monkey on the back for a long time here, man. First major bowl victory in over 30 years. First time ever beating the University of Georgia. Like, it was a big deal yesterday. And I had one of those moments after the game, man. Me and my dad embraced, right? And it was just kind of like, I'm hoping that this is like a gift from above or something.
Everybody,
you know what I mean?
Totally. First time beating a top 10 Big Ten team. First time beating a top 10 SEC team in a scenario like this. Like,
and I hope we beat
in
Ohio
3
State
decades.
too.
Just like
going
you're saying.
down. You got Ohio State. We got to take down. We haven't took them down yet. We took down Georgia. And I was telling Sean, which I still think is big. I still think it's a big story. Is the recruiting ideologies of that battle that we won. We didn't beat them. We beat the team that everybody's jealous of because they hoard all the 5 stars. They got all the money. They got all the resources. They just reload every year. We, in our recruiting style, which is 180 degrees different, literally the 180 degrees different in how they recruit. We recruit with our guys, with transfers and all, and we showed that you can still win at a high level. We didn't just skate by. We won at a high level against a team that's essentially the face of college football for everybody that's not independent.
You know what's funny too, Sean, I was just going to say, what's funny, kind of circling back to the recruiting conversations we used to have. If you look at like just the 4 teams that are still there, right? Penn State, Notre Dame, and on the other, the other side, obviously, and just kind of parallels to how it's super funny, by the way. I want to say this before I lose my train of thought for a second, but it's so funny that after all the SEC stuff down the stretch before the playoffs, right? All the hooting and hollering about more SEC teams, and the only SEC team that has a chance now was literally in the Big 12 last year. Like, so hilarious to me. So hilarious. But when you compare these 2 teams to Ohio State and to Texas on the other side of the bracket, so much different ideologies of how to build a team roster-wise.
Oh yeah,
like it's not a mirror, right? Like, everyone's talked about Ohio State paying over $20 million for the roster this year. Texas, we know, does it that way.
Paid a good amount. Paid a good amount. Lambos and all.
Notre Dame is much more in the Penn State kind of parallel of like, they'll pay, right? But like, they are still a very high school driven team, and they go to the portal when they want to, not necessarily when they need to ultimately. Right. So it's going to be fascinating to see just how this whole thing shakes out, because there is still, with the transfer portal still so new and NIL so new, there's still like a fight of like what the best ideology of
what the best ideology is. Yes. It's an ideology game. And I really believe if we win the whole thing, it just shakes up college football from recruiting. How do you spend $20 million moving forward on a roster when you don't need to? You don't need to.
And talking about Texas,
it's probably not advantageous. It's not advantageous to.
Yeah, the SEC.
Texas A&M lost a bunch of money doing it.
To your point, Double R, they can't even claim Texas was there last year when they were in the Big 12. It's not like they needed the SEC to get to the moment. They were in the fight. They were in the playoffs last year.
Agree completely. Agree.
So they really can't even claim Texas. Like, Texas was Texas before they came to the SEC.
Yeah.
I always say like the recruiting versus portal conversation is like I want to go to the portal because I want to, not because I need to, right? Like that's the big difference in my opinion. Like Notre Dame wants to go get Malachi Fields because they want another different type of boundary, right? Like that's very different than like we can't survive if we don't go get Malachi Fields. Like that's a different thing. But like
because you'll see the results of that. Look at
really good point.
Duke
really
got destroyed because all the guys that they brought in to win left. Because that's just a transfer type of deal.
Malik, me and Sean were talking about this the other Sean, was that like three or 4 weeks ago, I guess, probably, right? We were talking about Ohio State, and Ohio State sold their soul for a championship this year. And like they might win. Who knows? They might win. But
they did the Rams strategy, and look how bad the Rams are ever since they did that.
Well, Malik, but like I was thinking about like running back, for instance, right? Like running back, you had a couple younger guys in the room, like Dallin Hayden and a couple other guys. That running back room has kind of left behind Travion and Quinshon Judkins because you spent and said we're going all in on 1 year, but like that hurts your next level, right? The next developments of guys moving forward, and like.
Because now you're stuck paying for the next guy and the next guy. And Notre Dame is kind of in that category with quarterback because now you're open to it. I'm not saying they're going to do it, but if a guy comes out, Arch Manning says, I want to leave and come to Notre Dame, I find it hard for Marcus Freeman. If a DJ Lagway says, I want to leave Florida and go to Notre Dame, I find it hard for Marcus Freeman to not entertain the idea because that's just what we've been doing. It's almost like we're in a good negative cycle. So winning with Riley is great. But at the same time, Marcus Freeman was like, well, we did do it with a 1 year. And he threw for 90 yards in one of the biggest games, and we still won by double digits. So maybe it's not a quarterback that we need.
And it's so funny watching that game. I don't know if you guys felt this way, because obviously you two specifically were a lot closer to the fire playing for Notre Dame, right? But that was the first game that I can remember. I'm 33. I've never seen a championship at Notre Dame. Just haven't seen it, right? Like born in 91. But that was the first game that I went into against one of those big dogs, right? Alabama, Georgia, even Clemson during like their heyday, where I was like, Notre Dame's going to win. And like, it felt so nonchalant.
Clear. It was nonchalant, clear.
It's like, I've convinced myself in the past that like, hey, if X, Y, and Z go right, Notre Dame's
if Brock Bowers doesn't show up, if the Sony Michel and that whole group doesn't, then we got a chance.
Yeah, like 2020 against Alabama, you know, if Najee Harris and Devonta Smith don't play, like maybe Notre Dame has a chance, right? But like
Devonta Smith when Heisman doesn't come out, like we're good.
But
yo, I think I would have rather played Carson back there. Like, so the backup quarterback thing to me is not even close to an excuse. Like,
oh no,
that's just you know, not a professional take necessarily, but as far as just competitiveness goes and what, like, I think that was a better like Georgia offense yesterday and more consistent. We just, our defense is just,
our defense is too good. Like Gunnar Stockton had no chance because he didn't have enough experience. It's too big of a stage. You would have had to literally play it out of your mind, bigger than what you ever played before. It's too much. And,
but he finished that half against Texas and like
Texas is not a physical team. They're all finesse and misdirection and cute. And Georgia goes in there every time and says, we can't maybe compete with that, but we're going to hit you with our front four, and it's going to change the whole perspective. What was Quinn Ewers?
Texas is not a physical team, I think is not quite accurate. I mean,
compared to Georgia?
Look at like Gunnar Stockton got rocked.
Oh yeah, he was getting rocked. Oh yeah,
on the 3-yard line, bro. He got rocked. I was like, oh shoot! Like I didn't know
defense
he was
is physical.
Yeah,
defense is physical. Malik, I think I subscribe more to that conversation of like, is the Texas offense physical enough? Right? Like I think
right. Texas offense, their defense is solid. I'm saying their offense, where they're not committed to running the ball enough to beat a Georgia team or to keep Georgia off of them. We are keeping teams off of us because now we're frustrating you with 5 to 6 yard runs by Riley Leonard, falling forward with Jeremiah Love and breaking big ones with Jadarian Price here. And it's a lot. And then you throw in your Jordan Faison slants and stuff that kill teams. So the ways we can win is like Sean talked about. You have to have versatile ways to win in the playoffs. We're the most versatile team out there, defensively and offensively.
Okay, Sean, I know we talked about this in nauseam when we talked recruiting, but like my biggest takeaway yesterday was not that Notre Dame was the more physical team. Like, do I think that they out physical Georgia? Yes, I do. But I think the biggest difference in that game yesterday was this is probably the fastest Notre Dame team I've seen in 20 years. Like the team speed, because all you hear is always SEC speed and Notre Dame lacks team speed. Well, guys, some of the biggest plays of the game yesterday was Riley Leonard using his speed off of scrambles, Jaden Harrison outrunning the entire Georgia special teams. The
Jalen Sneed, sideline to sideline.
Exactly.
Behind the line
Suffocating
of
the
scrimmage.
Georgia offense and making them super one-dimensional. Notre Dame was the faster team than Georgia yesterday. Like they were just faster than they were. They were faster. So the misnomer
had
that
3
like
weeks of rest.
Yeah. And at different points, right? Like even in Marcus, like in like 2020, I think is the example I used, right? On like a video I did, is that Alabama was faster than Notre Dame. Like they just were. Devonta Smith, just running bubble screens and stuff to the perimeter. Like they just had no chance, Malik. But like that game yesterday, what for me was about the gap's gone from a team speed perspective. Like it is erased. It is not a thing. So I'm so tired of the misnomer now. 2024 is not 2020. 2024 is not 2004. What, like it doesn't pick a random year when Notre Dame wasn't fast. Notre Dame is a fast team this year. Drake Bowen, Jaden Osbury, Jalen Sneed, the whole secondary, like the team speed on Notre Dame right now is crazy.
Open field tackling has been corrected on another level. Like that was like the correction. Like it wasn't like we just erased and put we have changed the entire narrative of open field tackling in a year.
And on the offense side of the ball, Jeremiah Love gets banged up, and I know the play got called back, but I watched Jadarian Price erase an angle out the back door. Just erase it. I'm just like, that's team speed, guys. That wasn't well blocked. That's Jadarian Price being faster than all the second and third level guys.
Yep. And do you think that we keep that team speed moving forward in recruiting, or is it more about guys that fit with what the style of play? Because I think our style of play helps. When you get guys that can complement so much, it opens up a lot. And I've always thought we had speed. We just never showed it on the field. I think we're showing it these last couple weeks.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's really fair. I think that you always, like no one's going to say no to speed, right? Like if speed's out there, you're going to be like, yes, please. I just like, how many teams in college football have a Jeremiah Love who might be a first rounder next year? Like that kid's special. And then he goes out and you're just like, here's Jadarian Price who for like 80 plus FBS teams out there. Like it's outrageous, man. And then that's
you can fall from a Jadarian, a Jeremiah. You got Aeneas Williams, a Kedron Young who's still getting activated. You got, the list. And then don't talk about the recruits coming in.
Well, Jaden Harrison can't get a roll in offense, but he takes 198 yards. You know why? Because he's fast. Like
he's fast.
So it's hilarious, man. It's hilarious. And I'm watching that defense. Malik, and Cam, you know this too, right? Like on that first drive into the second drive offensively for Georgia, they were trying to hit the edges because they assumed that they could hit the edge. And what happens?
Don Schuler. Burnham's out there. Jack Kaiser's feeling. We had Georgia looking slow on offense. Yeah, when ETN would try to get outside, we were on him before the line of script. Before he got to us.
Some of the just one-on-one tackles by our secondary yesterday on these Georgia running backs, and even Bell, who's like a former running back, like, dude.
We were hitting our linebackers hit just like our safeties hit just like our linebackers.
I know.
Don Schuler is a box safety. Xavier Watts is a box safety that they're versatile enough to play both pass and run, but they're run first. You saw Don Schuler in the Army game, he would have thought he was a DN. He was beating guys at the line of scrimmage. So we got that going. It's going to be hard for teams to think that they can get outside. And then what are you going to do down the field? We've seen enough of Christian Gray one-on-one enough to know we can trust him in those situations. Yeah, he may give up a penalty, but we haven't changed who we are defensively. We still leave him out there one-on-one. That's ultimate trust.
As you talk about the magnitude of that win yesterday, I want you to go back, because I know I've done this, go back to when we both connected. And that was that class of 23. Like that was the first class where we both connected. We both built great relationships with the players and their parents. I spent time with Drake Bowen's dad and his, I remember watching his little brother Dylan, you know, we're sitting in the stands at Drake's baseball game, and Dylan's walking around watching his sisters. And this kid
playing
now is like a MLB prospect that might get drafted out of high school.
I was gonna say he's going to Oklahoma State for baseball. It's like,
yeah, did he commit? Like, yeah, it's like it's crazy.
Yeah.
But
I met with Drake Bowen when he was a kid, like when I was at Notre Dame, because my dad knows Jason Bowen and
great family.
I remember meeting him, and he was like, "Yeah, I want to go to Notre Dame." And I was like, "Epic, man!" And then started seeing him like excel in high school, and was like, "This kid's gonna go to Notre Dame." And I've been texting him throughout the season, just like, "Man, dude, this has been so special to watch. Like, so grateful for you guys, and just the way that y'all are showing up to play is just epic. Just keep going, keep having fun." And it's been super fun to watch, man. It's been super fun to watch that team just like come alive in the way that they're coming alive. It is a special group, as we keep emphasizing.
Yeah. So double R, that 23 class, like what resonates with me, I wonder if it resonates with you. They, as Notre Dame fans, right? I've seen a national championship. You just expressed like for how big the moment was for you because you haven't had this experience.
Yeah.
And it was like they would constantly tell us ad nauseum, we're going to win a national championship. I mean, they're in high school, but they're like, we're going to be the class that turns it around. And I'm like, really? I'm like, you got, because we kept hearing it, right? And they lost 2 of the top 5 players in the class, and it didn't change their perspective. Peyton Bowen goes to Oklahoma late. Keon Keeley leaves to go to Alabama. 2 top 50 players, and they're still like, yeah, that's okay. Hasn't changed. I mean, their confidence, whatever Marcus Freeman was telling them, they bought in before they got to Notre Dame and put a helmet on, and it has continued to grow.
Well, Sean, in the NFL draft scouting space, we always talk about hit rates, right? Like how much you get right versus how many times you miss, right? And the recruiting space is the same way. Like there's a certain percentage because nobody's ever going to turn out perfect, right? Like there's going to be some misses, but like from a recruiting perspective, you want to have a certain percentage of hits in a recruiting class that helps you to build a roster. That 2023 class is like a ridiculously high hit rate right now, dude. I mean, because like think about what is that? Christian Gray, Adon Schuler, Drake Bowen, Jaden Osbury, Jeremiah Love. Like that is a crazy class, man. Like it's almost unbelievable how good that class is. I remember talking about it as far as like, not only did you hit, the talent perspective that you wanted in a class, but also you hit numbers, but like they just hit numbers to hit numbers. They hit good numbers. Like that was my biggest, like, I guess back and forth about like the Brian Kelly years, like later was that like, it felt like you just took a guy to hit a number when you didn't take a guy that you believed in. You know what I mean? Like it's a very different conversation there, but I mean, I feel like every week it's like down the stretch of the season,
guys we believe in. I think that's how Marcus Freeman recruit. We taking guys we believe in. We ain't relationships, and that's the biggest difference. Showing though, these relationships that they actually like Marcus Freeman are showing.
Yeah,
from a production standpoint, even back when Isaiah Foskey made that statement, I'm coming back because I want to play for Marcus Freeman, when he could have went to the league the year before and already was a sack leader. So it's like, for us not to have transfers jumping out the window because they haven't played in today's climate, and I think that's the most impressive thing Marcus Freeman's brought to Notre Dame.
Left, that you mentioned that Isaiah Foskey situation. For him to get to that point, that was
talking about we're gonna win a championship. Like, dude,
double R knows what I'm talking about. That relationship was not like that when Marcus first got to Notre Dame.
Okay.
But he's so authentic and real that the relationship that developed from that and led to Isaiah Foskey saying, I want to come back and play for Marcus Freeman, just shows you, that speaks volumes to who Marcus Freeman is.
Yeah.
Right? Because a lot of times when you have, I don't want to call it a clash, but I mean, when someone new comes in and you're used to doing something a certain way, and there's a
Oh, they
shift,
try to break you out of it. You feel away. Yeah.
the transition is going to be a little bit difficult. I'll give you a perfect example. There was a certain player on that same defensive line that did not take the transition. They just blocked everything off. They weren't, I don't care. Attitude was horrible. Isaiah Foskey at least was open.
He was open. Yeah.
He was open. And he gave it an opportunity. And eventually he bought in. Right. So that just goes to show you, like, you had two really good players and two productive players on the defensive line. Right. One decided to go one way with it, and Isaiah Foskey decided to go the other way, And so that's for me. This is watching Adon Shula, like you said, watching him, watching Jalen Sneed on the sideline with his mother. Double R, you know the journey of Jalen Sneed. The tribulations, like, it's been very easy for a coaching staff to pretty much just be like,
Was it worse or better than Prince Colley's experience? Because I tie them together, Prince Colley and Jalen Sneed.
Well, it was different. I think Prince Colley is different. Prince, and can we Double R? I don't know, because we both love Prince Colley.
I like Prince Colley too.
But I think athletically, but I just think when you really look ahead,
he wasn't fitting in that group though.
Yeah, it was going to be tough for Prince to fit in that group athletically. And it was going to be tough.
That's what
Kingston's not even playing.
He's not even playing like that.
He's not even playing. Kingston is playing like in spot snaps, right?
13 snaps yesterday.
Yeah, if Kingston was fully healthy, that defense would be. Can you imagine? I said this before. I said, can you imagine this defense if they were going into the playoffs with Benjamin Morrison still playing, Trey Orey still playing, Botello still playing? I don't even know what Georgia scores yesterday. Flat out. Like, the depth
all the guys we had missing, ain't no way.
So that's what I like, going back to what Ryan said on the speed component. I want to touch on that for a second, just because, like, I think when it comes to just athletes, like, these days in general, and like sports specific training, and like everybody's getting like speed training these days. They're like, I mean, these are all these guys are fast athletes, like when you make it to this level. But to see that speed transition on the field in a group setting, that's where it's different. And that happens through playing with enthusiasm. Like, it happens by guys.
Yeah, when you got that adrenaline, you got the joy.
Like Malik said, we always had that speed, bro. Like, we had.
Yes, it's not like we've never been a slow team.
Will Fuller, George Atkinson.
We got burned.
Sierra Wood
was fast,
blazing. Like, I mean, we had guys that had speed always, but the difference is the ability to translate that in a group setting. And like, when we just, like, getting back to all the kind of nervous system talk, like, your nervous system will operate at a higher capacity, like at a higher efficiency level, whenever you're playing with enthusiasm. Like, it will respond quicker. Like, your ability to translate your skill set onto the field is always going to be higher when your enthusiasm is there. And that's what we're seeing. That's what we're seeing with this team. We're seeing, it's not even that, like, we're faster than we've ever been. It is that we have guys that you're able to see that speed on display because of the enthusiasm that the whole team plays with and the way that they rally.
Yeah. Well, and I have to run in a second because baby girl just came down and she's a little grumpy, but I'll leave it. I want to say one last thing, and because I agree 100% with you, Cam. Two things for me, and it's particularly on the defensive side of the football. One, clearly this team knows the expectation and they know what's expected of them. They know their role. Like, as you mentioned it, Sean, Kingston's role is kind of as a compartmentalized weapon on the defense side of the ball. Third down pass rush reps, even though he's an off-ball linebacker, and there's different roles for every of these players. But number two, and it's the biggest thing, is why I think that they've had this turnaround. They've won 12 straight games after losing to a 7-5 MAC team on their home field, is that they believe in it, man. Like, they believe in everything Coach Freeman is preaching. They believe in his character. They believe in his personality. They believe in the expectation. Like, they believe, man. And when you believe and you buy in, you play fast, right? They play fast.
That's Clemson 2015, 16, 17. How they felt about Dabo. Dabo was the ultimate players coach. Everybody had a lot of success. He couldn't do no wrong. Man, Dabo was the effect Dabo had through them years with Trevor Lawrence and Deshaun Watson is what Marcus Freeman has now.
Yeah.
Where it just comes out. I mean, we're playing like there is no other team out there that's comparable. And I think, like everybody said, you got to believe. Arizona State believed, and they played way beyond their ability.
Yeah, Double R, before we let you go, is this the win? Because we would share this conversation. Like, we just need one win. Like Marcus Freeman, what he's doing on a recruiting trail, he just needs that one. He just needs that one. Is this that one win from a recruiting standpoint that really grabs the eyes and attention of the top 100 to 150 kids?
I think so. Yeah, I think it is. But I think that you are able to put a exclamation point on it if you win the last two games, right?
Win the last two.
Then it's like, yeah. I mean, that statement was made, and everyone I think is going to hear that loud and clear that they went against the SEC champs and they beat their butt, right? But like, if they go out and they win a national championship, they had that statement now with an exclamation point next to it, which is, I think,
because we won the SEC championship, and then eventually we'll win the whole thing. So it's like we don't have an asterisk like Ohio State. If Ohio State wins the whole thing, we'll just be like, well, you didn't beat the defending champs last year.
Mm-hmm.
They actually embarrassed you. You might give it to them. And the way they, so I think we've done all the steps. So what you cannot say, this is some bubble championship, this is some ulterior thing. We won the first college football playoff ever. Don't let us do it.
Oh, that
we won't. We will not.
We're going to talk trash on this show until kickoff of the next season. Oh, it's going to be a celebration. Oh, we're talking.
You can't tell us nothing.
Oh,
the first one ever.
I'm jumping on other teams' podcasts and their YouTube. I'm trolling. I'm doing everything.
Yeah, I'm calling Ohio State's podcast.
Please don't let that happen. Don't let that happen.
Don't let us get the first one. Not the one with the transfer portal with no rules and all this wild recruit. Not that way.
And this would be a real first one, not that fake first one internment like your boy celebrated last year. Oh my God. Yeah.
How you go? That's a banner. They hang banners for that.
Come on.
Come on. It's an in-season tournament banner. Really? That's the championship.
Really? That's what we're doing. We're celebrating.
We had a ceremony. It was official. So what?
It's a different type of win for sure, which is awesome. I mean, like, think about how many coaches would want to be in Marcus Freeman's position right now. Like,
when he writes his own check, they lucky they paid him before the season, because if they knew if he wins this one, beats Ohio State, win championship, they really would have had to give him some bread.
The negotiations would have been totally different.
They didn't act like Dak Prescott and Jerry Jones where they waited. No, they said they saw the future. They said we might win this thing. Let's go ahead, bring him in, pay him his little money, because they can't afford a Georgia and Ohio State victory in a championship on top of that. That's an extra $10 million. I mean, what is that? Like, he gonna have to put the statue in the clause. I gotta get a statue. I gotta get an extra $5 million for the Georgia, extra $5 for the Ohio State game, extra $2 because it was a championship. That man, let me be his agent.
I remember we had a debate. We had a debate about 3 weeks ago, Left. You went out and said, yo, if they make this run and win, this is the greatest season in Notre Dame history.
It is.
And I pushed back because I'm like, yo, you don't understand who the 88 team beat. They beat like the top, dude. 3 of the top 4 programs in college football at that time were on the schedule. And they beat them. Did
they blow them out?
Now you talking like the guy in the chat.
That's what we got to talk.
Wait a minute. This is my point. There was no one on the schedule regular season that could stack up to Michigan and Miami in the regular season. Bro, you know who Michigan and Miami were?
No, that was nice.
That's nothing on Notre Dame's regular season schedule that could compare to that. Miami was that Miami program at that time to beat them. That was a big deal. Dude, they got ESPN 30 for 30 on the game, bro. Like, come on, man. Let's stop playing. And all three of those teams played each other because Miami and Michigan played each other.
Miami and Michigan played each other, yeah.
Desmond Howard on that 88 team?
No, he was a freshman the next year.
Okay. Gotcha.
No. He might. I think you're right. I think he was a freshman on that team.
I knew
he was a redshirt freshman.
I can't remember if it was. So I know Barry Sanders won the Heisman in '89.
And Ty Detmer. Was that when he? No, not Ty Detmer. Who did he beat when Barry Sanders?
Troy Aikman.
Yes, from UCLA. Yes, and Rodney Peete. It was Rodney Peete, Troy Aikman, and Barry Sanders. Yes.
I'm trying to remember who it was in '88. Was that Deion's year?
Who won the '88? I don't even care, man. Notre Dame won the championship. I don't even care who won.
No, well, actually, shoot, was it?
It was Barry Sanders. No, and Barry Sanders won in '88.
No, yes, you're maybe right.
Yeah, I just looked it up. That was the year. It was Aikman, Sanders, and Rodney Peete.
Okay.
It's going into that the last game of the year. Number 1, Notre Dame against number 2 USC. Rodney Peete. That was the game where he was supposed to substantiate his chances of winning the Heisman, and we picked him off twice.
Nice.
Yeah.
I mean, it'll be a special team regardless. I mean, within the format that it's being done, because this playoff,
the road has never been traveled. That's why it's the best season.
And just the way, like, even like losing NIU, I think almost makes it even more poetic in a way. Like it's kind of like just the perfect movie format of, you got this team that faces this adversity early in the season and everybody's kind of given up on them. And then they build that momentum back throughout the season. And then they go and start like winning these big games on their way to a national championship. Like that's epic. That's poetic. That's fun. That's a fun way to live your movie out, and that's what
that's a fun way to
do.
Man. This is why it leads to a statue in front of the stadium.
Oh, if he wins one, that's automatic. Like
automatic. Come on, man. And then the only thing is like you have nowhere to go bigger than that, though. Like, where are you gonna go that's bigger than the situation that you started your career at? Which is it's funny because usually you start your career to go somewhere bigger. You started at the biggest place and you won a championship when so many coach before you was the winningest coach of all school history. I mean, you can't write a better movie script than that.
Yeah.
Super chat from my guy Bronx ND fan. What's up, Bronx? Hope everything is well up there in the NY for you. Considering Malik's arm and running talent, it must drive him crazy watching Riley Leonard play quarterback. See, they trying to reel you in today, Left. This is a celebration. We're not going. How would Malik coach Riley Leonard to get him to the next level? I wish he had one more year of eligibility.
That's how I would hope that he has another year. The game at the next level is totally different than where he's at now, and his skill set is totally different than where he needs to be at the next level. So I think that, for where he is right now, if he's not coming back, I mean, to be honest, if we're just speaking from being a quarterback trying to play in the league, just try to stay in the league. Who cares about playing at this point? Because considering you're not the top 3 quarterback this year, if you're coming out, dude, just try to stay on a team.
Yeah.
That's the game.
Or be open to like an alternate league.
I mean, there's so many leagues,
so many opportunities to play. Like even from when me and you, Luck, like had the ability. To
literally right after we got done, all these leagues start opening up. Oh, great! Yeah,
I was about to be in one and it folded, and like
AFL.
What was it?
AFL or the AAF?
I think it was. I'm
One
trying to remember the exact name of it, but we had dudes. We had former NFL coaches, and we had a draft, and we had.
No, it was legit. Yeah, it was legit.
It was awesome. I was meeting up with TCU's quarterback here, Pascal. Like his last name was Pascal.
Oh yeah, I
What's
want to
his
say Aaron.
Yeah,
but
he
it's
was gonna
not-
be my quarterback like down in San Antonio. I got like
Yep.
it was him. Like you had to pick a QB and then you drafted everybody else. And I got drafted like first round with him and like the rest of like the San Antonio group. And we had a nice squad that we were gonna put together. Like remember talking to the coach, like it was awesome. And then they just didn't get the funding that they needed to go through with it.
And it was during y'all practicing. Y'all was like about to,
Yeah.
you know. So,
But
it's
even
crazy.
going up to the CFL, like that was fun. Like it's fun if like you want to play and you want to continue to play. There's chances for you to, you know, develop as a player and either have a career there for as long as you feel like you want to, or you know, get to the league, which is usually everybody's ultimate goal. But at the end of the day, like I think, you know, when you got guys like Justin Tuck, you know, coming in with Super Bowl rings and talking to you and being like, look, I would trade every Super Bowl ring I have for the opportunity to win a national championship here at Notre Dame. Like, that's what we're talking about here. So, like, as cool as, you know, getting to the league is and, you know, developing as a QB, like, Riley's got one of the most special opportunities that any quarterback in Notre Dame in the last 30 years has had the ability to.
Oh yeah, I mean,
you know the irony of that. Riley is literally left. He's literally the 2000. Stay with me. He's literally the 2024 version of Tony Rice. Dude, just leaders, just win games. Not the greatest in the pass the game.
You're not trying to criticize how you just win games.
But they can take over games. And
he's big in games too, but it's just not statistically.
Like said, he goes out to the Coliseum, number 1 versus number 2. Rodney Peete is the Heisman guy. Tony Rice steals the show with his arm. Nobody saw it coming. Him and Rodney connect on the long pass. He steals it, passing the ball. And the next thing you know, they're champions, and he is a legend to this day.
To this day, and Tony Rice, from a talent standpoint, is not even in the top 5 most talented quarterbacks to ever come.
Oh, you can't tell Notre Dame fans that. Oh, he's making that list.
Oh, he's making top 5 list? Oh, because because he won. Yes, not because he's like standalone, individually greater than. No, he's like, but he's top 5 because he won. Absolutely, absolutely. Stetson Bennett is the number 1 quarterback in Georgia history with 2 championships. Is he better than Matthew Stafford? No, absolutely not.
You're right.
Yeah. I think winning is always a stat to consider with QBs. Like you just like even all the like talk about like Joe Burrow right now, like in the MVP conversation. Like, like he's one of the best quarterbacks in the league, hands down, talent-wise.
Hard to give it to a guy that doesn't win, bro.
Dude, like you gotta like get your team to win. I don't get like don't use your defense as an excuse or whatever. Like
that's what made me surprised Travis won the Heisman or so many awards.
You don't see Tom Brady blaming his defense for not like being at the caliber of like what his offenses were at like the time. Like, dude, that's not happening. So I don't want to speak outside of, you know, my realm of expertise here, but just from like somebody that has always been a fan of like the winner and the gamer. And, you know, we're talking about Arizona State and like the guys that were on that, like no, you know, quote, big names. Obviously, like people are talking about Cam Scatterbo because of like his
Cam wouldn't even start at Texas. Cam wouldn't start at Notre Dame.
No. No, like he wouldn't, but like that's the thing is like I think what he showed everybody is like that he could. Like with the right person that like believes in him.
Believes in him. That's it.
Yeah.
It wasn't even about a skill thing. He was just believing.
Yeah. He reminds me like so much of Toby Gerhart. Like,
oh my God, yeah.
Like so much of Toby Gerhart. But his like he's got a swagger and like confidence in himself.
And that just makes him play better. Like he's not more talented than anybody else. He just believes more, and his quarterback believes more too. That's why it's like, dang.
It goes back to that speed conversation we were having with Ryan. I'm just like, Cam's not like the guy that has like blazing speed or anything like that, but you see him busting these runs and doing all these things because he's in the flow state, bro. Like
that's all it was. He's in the flow
he,
state.
He is in the flow. He's the guy like in NCAA, 2012 that's got the ring around him pulsing like
there's nothing he can't do. Yeah, he's just kicking everything, kicking everybody's butt.
Yeah, and, man, his performance the other day, I was just
you can't.
You had everybody hating on him on the first half too.
I was hating on him. Oh, no, that was me. That was me. I was like, man,
people hating on him, love.
Because they doing the broadcast, they're like playing his like excerpts all game. Oh, he said ain't nobody gonna stop him. Texas can't do this. I'm like, Texas putting on your head right now.
Yeah.
And then that second half, he came out and was.
He was looking like Red Hulk for real.
Oh my God,
man! He was like he's looking like Harrison Ford in that upcoming Avengers movie, bro. Like,
I haven't seen a single hand performance like that in a while.
Yeah,
well, you just like, you said you're taking the game over. I believe you.
Honestly, that's the type of stuff that we used to watch. No,
that's a hard thing to do.
We used to watch, dude. When the Bears were awful, I'll kid you not. Walter Payton used to have to do that just about every game. He would throw a touchdown pass. He would like, dude, that dude.
Oh, Walter Payton just like, okay, I'll win it for you.
I'm telling you, he left. He would do literally everything.
Yo, Sean, did you see those highlights of like the college all-stars playing the
NFL?
Yeah, and him like just putting it on that Steelers
on the NFL players. Yes.
Oh, he was kicking
Ronnie Lott,
the Super Bowl champion would play the college all-stars.
Taking it to Jack.
Walter Payton himself was out there cooking.
Walter Payton was with the college all-stars cooking the Pittsburgh Steelers. The Super
Bowl
champions.
The Pittsburgh Steelers.
Cooking them. Cooking them.
And that
fresh out of school. Cooking them.
Yeah, he was special. He'll always be. I mean, that's him elite.
That's actually crazy. I didn't know that.
That's crazy, right?
No, man. You got to go check out those highlights. It's crazy.
Just one ND gal. Thank you for the super chat. Hi, Cam. Love seeing you on here. Note $14 million payout for making the Orange Bowl, and ND keeps it all. Basically paid the extra years for Marcus in one shot. Yeah, teams that have to. Man, Ohio State has to cut Rutgers a check out of that $14 million. Texas has to cut Vanderbilt a piece. Break them off a piece out of it. I mean, go ahead and share with your conference. You can hate.
That's what I'm saying. Don't let us win because we're taking all the money too.
Taking all the kids. Taking all the kids. Taking it all. Taking it all, ladies and gents. That's the lesson of independence.
Y'all talked about the.
Let me play this clip. Let me play this clip for you guys before.
Okay.
And then we can get into. I think I know where you get ready to go, Cam. But this is the clip I was talking about. Check out Riley Leonard comes in at the end.
About Marcus Freeman. Yeah.
But this is Marcus Freeman and Riley Leonard. Hold on. I had it clipped. Oh, here we go.
And that's the aggressiveness in terms of our preparation that I want our program to have, and again, out there when it matters the most. And so that's got to be one of our edges, right? Is that we are going to be an aggressive group and not fear making mistakes, not fear, hey, it didn't go your way. We went for it on 4th and 1. We didn't execute. Okay, here we go, defense, and they got to stop. And so that's how I want this group to attack our preparation and attack performance when we have the opportunity.
Real quick, he's being humble. That was completely his play, and we were going to do it a different way like 2 days ago. And then he flipped it, and we executed it that way, and it worked.
It's our
so
play.
He's being humble all throughout the year. All right, yeah, you know this guy, but I'll say it for him. Great call, great execution.
That's with a whole character. When your quarterback is like, yo,
but get all that.
How fun is that?
That's cool, right, Cam?
How fun is that, bro? How fun is that? Like, be up there on the set with your head coach, like at that level, and just be able to like just riff with him on.
Yeah. Marcus Freeman is trying to hold character so bad, like, okay, let facts. It was.
He's like, no,
he
that's
tried to give you
ours.
credit.
That's ours.
Yeah, he just hear him in the back. It's ours. It's
Right.
ours. No, Marcus Freeman, you made the play.
Rob is like, he's being humble. He came
Yeah, he's
in.
like, I can't even give you no credit. You over here trying to cut me off, talk about his hard play. It's you. It's you.
Hey, but that's what
Yeah.
that's what a good coach does, man. Like they know that, like, hey, like I can put the chessboard together, but if they don't execute, like
Marcus Freeman trying to answer so seriously. He's like, well, you know, we try to break it down. And he's like, man, you called it. We flipped it. Like you said, we worked. Like, come on, that was dope. He's like, it was dope for all of us.
that just goes to like who he is, though. He's a team guy. He's gonna give the team credit as he should. Like, and yes, did he outcoach Kirby Smart yesterday? Yes, 1000% he outcoached that dude. But
just happens.
But he got he's got his guys on a belief level that give him the ability to do that, because you can't really outcoach a Georgia team without
do it. No, you gotta believe.
Without the belief factor there.
There's like tangible things you gotta have when you're playing in Georgia, and it's like we brought it all. Shit, I mean, master performance for sure.
Yeah, and then Kirby Smart, this was his response, because Marcus Freeman was talking about that fake punt call that eventually, allowed Notre Dame to pick up the first down on the offsides penalty and continue that drive to melt the clock away, ultimately close out Georgia. This is what Kirby Smart had to say about that situation.
That's what they wanted. They wanted us to burn a time out there and try to do it, and then we subbed. So it's really unfortunate, because I've been told by our head of officials in the SEC that you can't do that. You can't run 11 on 11 off. We did it in 2017 against Tennessee. We've carried that. We practiced that and rep that because teams try to do it, and we were told by officials you could not do that. And so we were trying to say you couldn't do it. We got our defense out there. We were fine. I mean, I would have gone for it if I was them. So I don't think they were planning on going for it. They were going to hard count us, and we prepare for that. We do it every week, and we jumped off sides, But we also were told you couldn't do that in our league.
And see, that's the beauty of the situation. Even as a Notre Dame fan, guys,
I'm glad he said
the beauty of that situation is Marcus Freeman, Riley Leonard, he came up with that. His call, he shaped it. We had it. He flipped it, shaped it. We executed. And here's Kirby Smart on the other side of the field, like, yo,
he cheated.
I anticipate.
What is he even talking about?
No, he's saying that you can't. I
know. I'm just saying, like, what rule is?
Oh, the rule is you can't
actually
run. It's a real rule. You can't run. This is the nuance of it. You can't run and punt. You can't run 11 people off the field once you declare punt. Unless the snapper cannot touch the ball. And if you watch the play, the snapper stood straight up and never touched the ball. But once you touch the ball and declare that it's a punt, you can't have all 11 run off the field.
Yeah.
So because he never touched it, they just basically.
He was saying they have tried that before, and the SEC officials, like he was just saying, in the SEC, they deterred them from doing
trying it. Yeah,
I guess because of their interpretation of the rule. Marcus Freeman knew the rule, used the rule to the letter of the law. His guys executed it, but I love the fact that Kirby. This is just two great coaches. Kirby said, I knew they were trying to get me to waste
all sides. Yeah.
And so wait a minute, how many times do you see defensive players run off the field and immediately go sit on the bench?
All the time.
Immediately go sit on the bench. His guys were right there.
No, it was so funny because they was on point. It was on point. Yeah, they were
prepared teams.
That's what threw me off, because they ran the whole 11 like it was nothing. Like
that was what was so dope about it. It was like, this is Marcus Freeman.
We didn't catch them off guard. They just jumped off sides.
Making a great move, and this is Kirby being prepared for it. Like, all right, cool. My guys are right back out there. We're set up. And Kirby's like, yo, I would have gone for it. He was like, I didn't think they were going to go for it, but I would have gone for it.
Yeah, he's over there trying to say, I would have coached a little bit more due to it. Like,
yeah, but that's the difference between what we were just talking about with Marcus Freeman and and his response of my guys did this, they executed it, versus Kirby being prepared, as you guys are talking about, gets all of his defensive guys out on the field. They were ready to go. But as far as execution goes, they didn't execute.
They didn't execute it. Yep.
And so it really was like we executed better than they did when it came down to it. We were more disciplined than they were when it came down to it. We rolled the dice, like, quote unquote, rolled the dice on that and made it happen. And that's the difference there is you're right. Like, if I was kind of confused by what Kirby was saying, but now I understand like the nuances of kind of the rule there and the interpretation, that's always the funny part about these things is like when it comes down to the letter of the law, it's always interpretation and the way you communicate things and stuff like that. So, yeah, man, super interesting dynamic actually. Now that we're I didn't see those two interviews, so that's really cool to kind of see how that all went down.
But it just goes to left. What did we say? We said leading up to this game that Notre Dame would have to match Georgia's physicality. This is that test. They're going to have to pass this test. They have been physical against everybody else, but Georgia is a different beast. It is ingrained in them. It is the foundation of their program. It's a different test. And then we said Marcus Freeman is going to have to step it up.
Yes, he's going to have to bring something to the table.
Bring something to the table and out-coach Kirby, and to just see that matchup with them in that very moment. Like Marcus Freeman throwing down the big joke, throwing down his spade, and he's waiting to see if Kirby can come and take it. And like Cam said, it came down to player execution, which goes to, like Cam said earlier, man, there was lots of really good coaches. It's great coaches littered throughout college football, but you have to be, Cam, I want to make sure you can give the exact quote, but I think you were talking about character, and you just have to be it's going to be paramount that you be a good person as well, just as good as a head coach. Like, it's going to matter even more now with the transfer portal and how everything is to be able to maintain rosters, keep kids in your program. Those things are going to matter.
Respect, baby.
And Drake just dropped the Notre Dame freestyle. Holla at your boy. It's called Fighting Irish. That's what I'm talking about. He doesn't even got influenced by the game.
What?
You like that? You like that?
He's
Drake
such
just
a clout chaser.
And he dissed Bron. It sucks that he dissed Bron, but he got a song.
He's a clout chaser.
Clout chaser.
You know, Drake has been in Georgia's locker room. He's been in Alabama's locker room.
You forgot about Hannah Hidalgo? You forgot about OVO Hidalgo? Yeah.
So once again, he's a clout chaser. He's also been with Juju Watkins at USC. What are you talking about? He is literally a clout chaser, left.
Man, don't hate on Drake right now, man. It's the Fighting Irish freestyle.
If he's chasing the clout, then he's come to the right place, right?
He's come to the right place. That's all. He just came to the right spot. Man. Go ahead, man. With your past self.
He's like, I'm from Toronto. Like, we're close. Like, we're like 5 hours away, 6 hours away. Cam played for the Toronto Argonauts.
That's true.
Won a Grey Cup there.
There you go.
That's right. There it is.
Hey, man. Look, that was one of JP's. Jared Payton loved his time with the Argonauts, bro.
Dude, it's a fun league, man.
That's the Boris team.
JP was there. Yeah, it is.
Yeah, they just won the championship. Yeah,
again, that's like the Boris is third. Is that his third?
Third, yeah. I mean, he killing it in Canada. He a legend.
I know Mark Trestman was Jared Payton's coach when he was there.
Yeah, Mark was my coach.
He was your coach too?
Mm-hmm. Okay. Mark's one of the best coaches I've ever had. He's unbelievable.
Until he got to Chicago. I don't know what happened.
I think that was a personnel and GM. Like, that's one of the things that I feel where Mark has struggled is because his philosophy is like he would have done excellent at like a place like ND. Like he was like a Notre Dame guy. He was a philosophy guy, big on like intangibles, built his whole coaching program around the concept of love, and like gave you a like 12-page dissertation at the beginning of the season of why we do that.
Oh, like he really okay. He's an all-encompassing kind of guy. Like you.
Yeah.
You're like, I like you beyond coaching. Like, this is you a good dude.
Exactly.
That's how I feel about Marty Biaggi. I think Biaggi is exactly like that. Like, I even texted him yesterday, man. I didn't even talk about the game. I was like, man, I'm just happy to see literally you go from intern to making special teams. I mean, it's crazy, man. Shout out to Marty Biaggi. His dad is I think his wife's in the hospital. His dad just died. Just had his 2 kids. Like,
all this after the Indiana game. Yeah, all of this after the Indiana game. Yeah,
so it's just amazing to see him.
Just one Indy gal, another super chat. Thank you so much, Biaggi. Again, absolutely bet you he knew the rule. Did you guys hear about the World 1 week? Just here, Twins, 12-19, 12-20 game, father. Matter of fact, he's a Notre Dame grad.
Yeah.
Class of 73. He died on 21st, and then wife in the hospital currently. He just kept working. Ross Dellinger was the first to put that out.
Big fan, man. Shout out to Marty Biaggi, man.
You know what, Left? You gave Coach Biaggi.
All the love, I'm telling you.
You told us how good of a coach he was.
Wasn't even a football thing. I'm like, he's just a
good dude.
Because he just, man, I just never forget his interaction. You know, some people you just don't forget the interaction with them where you like, damn, you just a super genuine guy or a super genuine person where I know we doing football here, but I'm like, shoot, if we didn't have football clothes on, we could just be just a good relationship. Like, man, he's just so involved. It's crazy.
I haven't met Marty before. So it's interesting that you bring this up, but that's one of
because he was an intern. He was just like GAing around the building, like you know, he had guys around him.
He's special teams coach, right? Yeah. So like having a guy like that, like coaching special teams, dude, that's so huge, man. You like how many guys like put, you know, some dude, like some assistant coordinator, like on special teams that it's almost like it's the job that nobody else wants or whatever. And you got some dude that is.
You saw how we treated Booker on special teams. Now, shout out to Booker because he's in Buffalo killing it. But Booker went through it as a special teams guy.
Well, it wasn't even like that wasn't even Book's fault. That was just the like kind of the fear-based like component of our program because everybody
the fear-based component.
Oh, that's real.
Yo, okay, you tell me, like, honestly now, do you think that there was some fear there around getting, like, chewed out in front of everybody?
Oh, man, we did not treat Booker like how he should have been treated for his efforts. Now, he always was, it's funny because he'll go into a special team meeting, we all laugh and stuff. He's like, all right, they're going to do this fake, and this we need to do, and we're going to be ready. They hit us with the fake. He come back. And it's funny because we all be bragging on Booker, but he be like, man, I told y'all about this fake. We got to clean it up. But he's like trying to like genuinely clean it up. And we all like, damn, bro, he did tell us that. And then really come down and just get on his head. And he's
I'm telling you, like, it's like it was the energetics of like the fear-based stuff versus like you can't be like having that. You can't have the fear-based kind of mentality or the fear-based approach on special teams because like that's when you got to take risk like at special teams. And dude, did we take risk? Like think about our punt returners, bro. Think about our punt returners. Like I was always begging to go on punt return because I'm like, yo, like please put something in this. I'm not just gonna fair catch the ball like every time. Like we're literally putting people back there just
to catch it.
Just to catch it. And like, and everybody's scared that they're gonna.
What happened? Because early on, you had. I'm sorry, Chris. What was the kid that was an actor? He was in Ray.
You had Chris. I'm sorry. You had C.J. Saunders.
Sanders was really good.
You had.
So CJ was like an exception.
The last one.
Okay.
Yeah,
CJ is an exception to this.
They put Amir back there one time.
Yeah, but again, Amir's an amazing punt returner.
Yes.
Dude,
Amir catching shit.
Amir was scared. Like in practice, bro, I was scared. I was scared about like just. I mean, we
doing anything wrong.
Go back there to practice punts. That's the like most nerve-wracking part of practice. And you're just like kind of warming up before practice, but you get like, you know, the coaches coming over. And
it's silly because it's like as relaxed and as like non-paying attention you would think that is. You just warming up, catch a punch. It's like you may drop one and never be on it again. That was the fear part. Never again. You wouldn't have they wouldn't tell you nothing. That you'll drop it and be like, oh, okay, you're like, whatever, just catch the next one, whatever. You'll never show up on. I told you the mirror story. We put a mirror in the game when we're backed up on our own 5, and we took George Atkinson out, put a mirror in, and run 43 power with the biggest Purdue defensive line they've ever been. This is like this 6'6" across the board. We run 43 power with a mirror on our backed up 5. He fumbles and never played running back after that. Never played running back after that. He moved the slot. It was the craziest thing I've ever seen.
Yo, that was sad because that was me, George, and Amir. And like we had a backfield, man. Like it was awesome, but it just was the components of like
you just never knew, dude. They wouldn't tell you anything. You would just think you're going about your day.
We didn't know. I mean, I was the 3rd string running back. I was the leading rusher that
year.
You
come in, look at the fucking
George. They take Amir out, they take George out, and then it would be like, all right, we're gonna just give the ball to Cam and like hope that he, does something.
It's crazy. It's crazy how they had it set up, and I feel like it's not like that now with Marcus Freeman, because I think Marcus Freeman just
Bryce Young would have sat the bench.
Oh, he would have sat the bench and not knew why, not knew anything. They just be like, "Well, just come back next year." You're like, "Wait, what?"
He makes those.
That's legitimately it. Come back next year. Maybe you'll switch positions, or we'll do something different with you. We'll see, and we'll evaluate you in spring ball and see, like, oh man, yeah, but
we have graduated from fair catch you because Hurlman, he's a walk on. He might not get a lot, but he's catching the ball and he's getting upfield.
Yeah,
he'll get you 5 yards.
Yeah, he's a good athlete for sure.
Yeah,
I'd like to see Faison back there. I'd like to see Faison back there.
See, I think you know what the thing is now, which is why I think they went to the portal to get Harrison. You remember Jadarian and Love both started on kickoff.
Yeah,
as freshmen during Love's freshman year.
Yeah,
and so I think that's because they had Aldrick and Logan Diggs, and so they didn't have to depend upon them to tote the rock. But now, if they're the main guys in the running back room, they don't want to, I guess, take the chance of them getting hurt in special teams.
Yeah.
But Jeremiah Love is a gunner on punt coverage. It's just crazy.
Well, that's where I'm like, these are just the like small little things, like the small little things that as somebody that's just watching and doesn't understand like all the nuances of what's going on in the rooms and all of that. Mm-hmm. Like obviously right now it's different with Jadarian Price, but I would have had him back returning kicks just based off of what he's done in the past and the fact that he's really our number 2 guy. So like give that guy more opportunities to get the ball in his hands, like on punt return or on kickoff return. But like these are just split. Now we're just splitting hairs and I'm speculating and making assumptions off of things that I don't understand all the personnel stuff because we don't know all of the different injury statuses and everything like that, which by the way, like, dude, I really
break it down, Cam. You've been watching.
I want to reach out to Love so bad because I'm just like, bro, like we can help you, man. Like got the tools to help you, and love Rob Hunt, love Mike Bean, love what they've been able to do for this program for a really long time. But like this guy, like he needs direct. There's so many guys on our team right now that need direct pulse current, bro, because you need fast recoveries, like that are highly effective in a small time window, and that's exactly what this is, and it is phenomenal. I mean, I believe Jeremiah Love's dealing with an MCL. That's what it looks like to me. Sprained MCL. Like we could have that, like we could get him back to that like 90-95% range, like by the time game time comes, and that's all he needs. That's all he needs for a 98-yard touchdown run to open the game. Like so I yeah.
You know what's crazy? Notre Dame fans have been begging for Jadarian and Jeremiah to be on the field at the same time. In the one snap, they're in 21 personnel with those two in the backfield. And he is a blocker. I'm like, this is how he gets hurt.
Yeah.
It's just kind of like, man,
yeah, it was kind of wild. You couldn't even see it on film, really. Like, you couldn't even see where it really happened. Like, didn't look like
someone fell on his knee when he tripped into the pile, fell into the pile, and I guess someone came down on his knee.
Yeah,
he was laying across the pile, and
but like he was on top of the pile the whole time. That's where I was like, all right, like you got fell on a little bit, but that happens. I mean,
all the time.
Right?
Yeah.
So, I wonder if he was feeling. Yeah, I wonder if he was feeling something before that or whatever.
And then I'm like, if they kept running A gap with him. I'm like, dude, if you know, why are you pounding? He's dealing with injury. You just keep pounding him A gap, A gap, A gap. And I'm like, bro, can we get an outside run? Allow him to use his athletic ability. That was really the only issue I had with Denbrock's approach. I personally think Denbrock realized early, these dudes are not about to score on us. So I'm not about to put the ball in harm's way. I'm going to go to things that are safe, try our best to move the ball down the field. If we get an opportunity on a short field, we'll take a shot, which they did immediately after the fumble. They got the kickoff return, and once they got up 20-3, it was kind of like, okay.
Up 2 scores with 6 minutes left, there's no coming back. Because at the end of the day, just like Penn State's going to have a problem with, just like Georgia had a problem with, who's going to score the points? Now, I do think Penn State is more built like how we are.
Hold on now. They got some dudes. We got running backs. They got some dudes at running backs.
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying that. I actually really like Penn State's running backs. I don't think they're as deep as we are. I think they got 2 guys that I really like. Very similar to Jeremiah and Jadarian, actually. I think they're 2 more. It's like their 2 is more like 2 Jadarians, where I think we get a little more versatility with Jeremiah Love, but they're still good backs. I think they have a good defensive line, not a great one. I think they have
early word is, because Abdul Carter got injured.
Yep.
Boise State.
Number 15, right?
No, number 11.
Number 11.
11 at Penn State means you're a dude.
Right, right. Yep.
Because we said this. I already knew Anthony Knapp was going to struggle.
Yes. We already knew.
I saw the DNs from Georgia give Kelvin Banks, who's supposed to be the number 1 tackle in the draft.
Oh, at Texas?
I saw that they worked him.
Problems.
Worked him. So, Anthony Knapp was fighting for his life. And kudos, he fought, he competed.
But Pat Coogan's Pat Coogan believing in them boys. Got them boys ready to play.
He sounded real Jameis-like, though.
Listen,
some of the stuff doesn't quite connect.
I think it's his first time. He was just emotional. He tried to get him going.
Fired up. But I'm like, how'd you get from there to the chat? John Mask, another one says, Drake, stay away from Hannah and Neil. Yes.
No, wait.
You got energy. No, man.
Neil needs to be treated how she deserves to. Best coach, she need to be talked about like Don. I'm telling you.
Is she the best coach on? No, wait a minute. Is she because we asked this question last year? Is she the best coach on campus right now?
She has the most now, right? She has the most that she can say. This is my resume. This is what I've done for Notre Dame specifically. I don't think nobody can compare that right now.
I'm not talking. Of course, she's won a national championship. I'm just curious.
No, I'm saying from development of players. Recruiting. She's hard to beat. How you get in the backcourt every year, and all the.
Now, she struggled to recruit the paint. She struggled to recruit the bigs.
Skylar, Jackie Young, Kayla McBride, Jewel Lloyd. These girls have shoe contracts, and it's a girl, Enrique Ungungawable or whatever.
The fact that you said that name smoothly, kudos. Extra 50 points for left. And
then you get Olivia,
it was
Hannah.
Cool the night that all of them showed up. I think it was for that Texas game.
Yep. And on top of
all
that,
of the guards showed up.
She even trained John Morant before he took off when she was over at Memphis dealing with guards for the first year he was there. On top of that, her son is an NBA baller.
Man,
Just hit a couple game winners.
Prayers to Jaden on, that broken fibula the other night. They had to carry him off the court. So we hope he's doing well. He was having the best season of his career.
Best season of his career. Hitting game winners, and Kate Cunningham's a beast. Bro,
and Cole Anthony was Magic's Cole Anthony. Greg Anthony's son was in tears. He was the one that collided with him. He was in tears just watching him being wheeled off. And I'm sure
she played in the.
You need to call Cam. Call him up. Get him right, Cam.
Yeah, we need some of that sonic waves.
We deal well with the broken fibulas. So
get him right, Cam.
Yeah,
I'm gonna start holding you responsible that you had all of this information, Cam, and you're not helping out.
You've been working with strength and conditioning. He ain't been telling us though, because they've been lasting a long time. He done got faster and he looked fast. I think Cam been talking to him.
I was able to get with SMU staff, able to get with TCU staff.
Yeah,
I've tried to reach out to
Notre Dame's tough.
They just got that locked up, man.
Notre Dame's tough. They want to do sports science, but they don't want to do sports science. It's a weird.
Dude, I built a whole sports science program over there. It'd be epic. It would be so fun.
You honestly need to keep trying.
I might get a chance to. I probably will get a chance to someday. So it'll be fun. Notre Dame's a great.
Yeah, when you win, everybody gets a chance. They gonna start answering the phone for everybody. We win this championship.
Yeah,
I'm calling for the GM spot as soon as we win.
Left with like this. Drake describes Notre Dame football this year: do right and kill everything.
That's right.
Yada yada.
That's right. Yeah, Royal Fingers, you know what's up, man. We on every team. That's what we was on.
Michael,
I don't think that was his best game. I think Golden's best game was Navy.
Really?
I think his best coaching game was Navy, just because for what the challenge was asked for, and for us to get him out of there so fast.
I would counter with Louisville, and I'll tell you why. To lose Benjamin Morrison the day before the game. You're preparing for Louisville, who has 3 wide receivers.
They got 3 wide receivers.
And Shuck's
playing solid. He played good.
You lose Trey Orr. You already lost Botello.
And Trey Orr in
the midst of the game.
Yeah.
And what he was able to do that game, in my opinion, that was Al Golden's, that because of everything to contextualize it. Now, just flat out looking at the scoreboard,
the Georgia game was masterful, but also we knew that Georgia didn't have enough either, considering what we come to the game with every week, where we cut your points in half and everything you do good is going to be a struggle. We knew Georgia didn't have enough to even fight with. It's like, what are you going to fight with? The receivers that was dropping the ball, or the running backs that couldn't get past the line of scrimmage? Like, what were you giving us? You had a quarterback that just, in my opinion, it's not the quarterback's fault. This is the highest level.
Let me tell you, man, they might have Stetson Bennett part 2.
But for last night, it was no chance. It's just no chance last night, because it's like, dude, you haven't had enough reps. It's no different than Riley playing against the first 5 games of the season. You just don't have enough, and then we're extra good. So it's like, dude, you had to even play perfect, where you had 350 yards, where everything was just on point.
Mm-hmm.
But other than that, it's like, dude, what are you going to go to battle with? Everybody knew that. That's why they even said before the game started, they said both of these teams wouldn't mind if it was 10-13 at the end.
Right.
Because they like, who's going to score?
Yeah.
Penn State, it may be 10-13. Man. I mean, these are low-scoring games. The only scoring game is a championship where we got to put on points.
I haven't watched Penn State enough, I guess, to really have an educated.
I can give you. You want a quick synopsis? I can give you a very quick synopsis.
Yeah, give me one.
Coached by James Franklin.
I wish that. I'm going to move that to the side. James Franklin just has it. I'm going to be honest. James Franklin just has a Michigan-Ohio State problem. That's all he has. He can't. That's his hurdle. He hasn't been able to get over that hurdle. You look at his record versus everyone else outside of Michigan or Ohio State. He's taking care of business, but he should. He has better talent.
Yeah.
How bad did Oregon beat them again?
Oh, it was Oregon pulled away. They put up, I think it was, let me pull up the
Like
score. I don't
40
want to.
something, right?
Yeah, they both were scoring in that game. But Oregon at that point in time, Cam, they were leaking oil, if I could say it that way. They weren't the same team they were when they beat. It was 45 to 37. 45 to 37. So they couldn't stop Oregon at all. They couldn't stop the run. They couldn't stop the pass. And Oregon's defense, as you saw against Ohio State, that was the side that was starting to leak oil for Oregon. And you saw that against Ohio State. They were not the same defense.
Not the
that
same.
They were early in
Not
the
the same
early in
team,
the season.
sure.
So to me, Penn State is a very talented team that has a quarterback that is inconsistent. They've had offensive lines that were dominant. This is not a dominant offensive line. However, Tyler Warren, they're just like former Notre Dame teams that had Michael Mayer. Matchup problem. And Tyler Warren is probably more athletic than Michael Mayer was. The kid, he's a matchup problem. They're going to have to just take him away. 44? Oh, he's a matchup problem. Bro, you're not single covering him. Now, look.
Who's not?
Notre Dame's not single cover. With who?
ZAIRE.
He's too big, Left.
He is big. He is big, yes.
He's big.
But I'm taking the one-on-one.
Do that all night long.
But I'm taking the one-on-one, though.
You bracket him. No. You bracket him and take him away. Take the first look away. That's all, because you're going to be blitzing and pressuring. You just want to take
Drew along. Yeah, I mean,
you want to make Drew go to the next progression.
Drew will be fine.
Who's our dude? Our ASU transfer #1, Clark.
Jordan Clark. Yep,
bro.
His dad roasted Cam today.
He is a dog.
He is a dog. For sure.
He is a dog. Like, that guy has been just
scrappy,
holding it down at that nickel position, bro. Just like
scrappy. Man. He may not win everyone, but he's there and he's aggressive. He's physical.
Like,
and he's
if he's not, like, if they make the catch, like, he's there doing something, like helping
trying
punch
to
the
break
ball
it up,
out,
clean
it. Like, that's the type of guy that I'd like to see, get a chance with, like, Warren in this game. Also, Xavier Watts.
He is legitly everywhere. Any big play, Xavier Watts is around the football or chasing down somebody, like that big catch they had early. Xavier Watts was making that play. Like,
so if they go 12, Cam, let's say they go 12 personnel.
They will go big on
They're 12 personnel, but he's flexed out to the field. Or he's the motion guy. That is the way they use him, along with his athleticism.
Yeah, and they put him at quarterback. They put him at short yard. They treat him like
he's a new offensive coordinator. He's done
like how we used to
job.
Tyler Eifert.
Yes,
that's what we used to do with Tyler Eifert.
Good call. They definitely use him the same way you guys used to use Tyler Eifert, and that's how they impact the defense. So Al Golden, once again, I think their offense is very limited because their wide
receivers. It is very limited.
Their wide receivers can't get. Their wide receivers are not going to get a lot of separation.
The run game is important. I think that's
something. The offensive line, if you watch them against Boise State, the offensive line struggled.
Gave up.
But the thing, like with our guys, with our corners right now, Leonard Moore, Christian Gray.
Not worried.
Dude, I'm not worried either. Like, because of how they're built, and this is coming from a guy that, like, spent, like, numerous reps defending a guy like Tyler Eifert, like, in one-on-one matchups.
At quarter.
And, like, well, I used to play safety, so, like, I knew, like, I was actually really good against Tyler because I understood, like, and
how to get under you.
This is practice and, like, stuff but like, still just knowing how to time it, the competitiveness of just, like, look, like, I'm a dude. I know you're a dude, but, like, I'm going to come and I'm going to bring it. And, like, our corners, like, know they're dudes. Like, they know.
Our corners know they're dudes.
They're long. They're lanky. They, like, have the ability. Like, their frame is unreal. Like, that's what I feel like. Like, when I'm watching guys make catches, nobody's, like, mossing our dudes. Nobody's going over the top of any of our guys. Like, we've had some of that in the past. Like, nobody is doing that. It's like maybe a back shoulder, like, guy falls off last second or whatever. Like, or somebody gets physical, like Bell got physical on that. I think it was it with Leonard Moore or was it with Gray?
With Leonard Moore on that quick, yeah.
And like him getting up and even like I mean, that's the type of plays you got to make against our corners. It's like timing's got to be perfect. You've got to like get a back shoulder. Like you're not going up against our guys and like ball hawking them. Like they will be the ball hawks and like come down with the football. So it'll be interesting. It would be an interesting matchup. I'm kind of anticipating that part, like that dynamic of the game. I was talking like more on defense. Like, do you being somebody that's a Big Ten guy watching this team, do you feel like their defense compares to this Georgia defense that we displayed?
Oh, heck no. They have one
No,
guy.
no. They had generational.
Abdul Carter is the one guy you have to watch. They have a defensive tackle that is he's like probably going to be a day 2 NFL player.
They're all very solid. They're good,
but their depth at linebacker is not Penn State linebackers that we're used to. They don't have that same
neck rolls and all the grit.
Yeah, they do. But if Abdul Carter is injured and not effective, that
he's
Notre Dame. The pressure. I mean, can we be honest? You guys are football players, man. You know when you're going up against, when you're a running back, Cam, and you're like, I'm just gonna have to take the 2 to 3 yards a day. This front seven is
gonna be tough.
Yeah, bro. This is not Indiana. I'm probably not breaking a 98-yarder today. Like you know that. You know that. And that's not being scared.
No,
it's actually respecting it. Like, okay,
the boys is on it.
Right?
The boys is on it.
I wanted to see them run out more outside with Jeremiah Love yesterday, but the truth of the matter was, like,
there wasn't nothing out there.
No,
sure.
And if you were going to get to the outside, it was probably going to be with Riley Leonard, because Georgia was pitching everything outside in to stop the run, and they were doing it all day.
We do tip so much on run pass.
We do.
Talk about it. Talk about it.
We've been doing that since
forever. Damn, like explain that. What do you mean by that?
Dude, I mean, like when Aeneas Williams is in, like, that
it's pass majority of the time.
It's
he's catching the screen or he's doing some in between like nifty stuff.
It is 95% like he's a pass blocker. And then when Jordan Love's in the game, it's way less balanced on like the run side. Like we're strategically using him.
It's the Derrick Henry problem. When Derrick Henry's in the game, Derrick Henry's getting the ball. What are we talking about? It's just the difference is Derrick Henry's got almost 2,000 yards because they don't care. It's like, we're going to go left, stop us. Think about it. When it was us, it was Ronnie, Q, Nick Martin, and we were saying we're going to put a tight end over there with Koyak or somebody, and we're going to run left.
Yeah.
In a basic formation, we're not going to hide nothing, and we're getting 5. That's what everybody knows we're going left.
Yeah.
So we never changed that. We've just had superstar players making it happen, which I love that we do tip off. Like they had the video yesterday of Jalen Milroe. Every time he ran, his feet were together. Every time he passed, his feet were separated. But I think what Denbrock has gotten comfortable with is we're not fooling nobody the rest of the year.
Yeah, I agree. I just like see some of our guys, like for example, Jaden Greathouse, where like I just think that's a guy that's like we have not brought him out, and a lot of that I feel like has to do with the fact that we're tipping off, like when we're gonna throw the ball, and I feel like there's this way. Anyway, this is kind of again me talking above my head. Like I have so much respect for Coach Denbrock and like the way that he's running this offense and the creativity. I think that's where, like I was saying earlier, like it's just random almost, like who's going to score and how they're going to score.
It is random. Yeah.
And that's like,
it's random.
that's where I'm like, man, I almost feel like there should be more consistency from Bo Collins as like a guy that we're like not just thinking, oh, that's random that you catch a slam for a touchdown, or like a guy like Jaden Greathouse.
Because we are a role-based team. It's always been like this. We are a role-based team that, as good as you are, your moment, you don't know when it's coming. But when you get moments, you have to make it count, because it's hard to just function as a high-volume ball carrier or a high-volume targeted guy at Notre Dame. You almost got to fit a role where it's like, when certain things come up, that's my time to shine. And I think a guy like Bo Collins is a great role player for that. He popped in certain times through the game where it was like, okay, there's a one-on-one opportunity, or you got the one-on-one slant in the back of the end zone for RPO. And that may be his only impact.
Yeah.
We had to get Chris Mitchell, a guy that caught the most passes in college football, 70-plus passes. We had to convince him that on a championship team, we might just need 40. And he hasn't left. He hasn't transferred. He's probably like, I could get a little bit more, but I'm happy where I'm at. So if you can be a role-based player, because not everybody can do that, bro.
Yeah. No, you're right.
I think it's impressive for Jeremiah Love to be a role-based player on this team. But when you get a great offensive line, you can get 7 touches, you get 100 yards and a 60-yard touchdown run. It ain't the days of Kyron Williams.
When everybody's eating, like, it's hard to complain. So
Cam, for me, we talk about the play that Jeremiah Love got injured on. Like, we've been begging for him and Jadarian to be in the backfield, and when they get in the backfield, they're decoys and blockers for Riley Leonard. It's like, it's like, come on, man. And this is not. This team has had to shape itself around what Riley Leonard can do.
Mm-hmm.
That's what they've had to do.
Yeah.
Next year, I think the usage for the running backs are going to be totally different next year with the different quarterback, right?
Oh my God, yeah.
And that's great because of the team aspect, everything we've spoken about today. It's not a negative. It is what it is. It is what it is. And Jeremiah Love multiple times this year has talked about how he has embraced being the lead blocker for Riley Leonard. Aeneas Williams threw a wonderful block. Now, Greg McElroy pointed this out in the broadcast, and he was like, yo, I don't know what Notre Dame's doing right now, but whatever shifting they're doing, I don't know if it's Riley Leonard making the call at the line of scrimmage, but do you not want to leave a defensive tackle unblocked for a night Aeneas Williams to pick up? And they did it multiple times. Like, all right.
No, they did that with Jeremiah like once on what's his name?
Stackhouse, I think.
The number 11.
Jalen Walker.
Jalen Walker.
Yeah. They had. I mean, Jordan. He stepped up in there, bro. But like,
big difference than last year. Remember, we used to complain about some Aldrich estimate blocking and pass blocking, but now
that's because Aldrich's big self was just whoop.
Big old self.
He would just
get whooped, pushed out the way. Like, dang, dude, you have no excuse. You being that big, no excuse. Now we got
shout out to Audric this year with the Broncos, by the way, just doing his thing.
He's killing it.
I've got to jump. I've got some family stuff I got to start to get to, but I appreciate you guys. Love y'all. And
hey, as always, we appreciate you, Cam, jumping on, man. Go Irish. You already know.
Go Irish, baby.
Go Irish.
So that's Cam. Let me tell you something, man. GTB super chats. I think we have a couple more, but if somebody texted me and said you lucky that they had to go into the office today. Oh, yeah, KG's coming for you, bro.
Come on now, come on.
He sent me a message. He said, "Wait a minute, is Riley Leonard in the Final Four?"
Wait, Notre Dame's in the Final Four, right? Leonard got a ticket on the plane to get there. Absolutely, Notre Dame's in the Final Four. Hey, say 90 yards you don't get a front seat. He's on the plane. He ain't sitting in the front though.
You can't get a front seat, bro.
No, hell no.
The Superman run. But he had the Superman run left. He can't get a front seat.
You're not getting the first class seats. You in the middle. You in the middle between two linemen. How about that? You gotta hang with your boys.
Come on, man. He's supposed to have a seat right next to Coach Freeman.
Hell no. Hell no. 90 yards? Coach Freeman gonna be like, man, I don't know if I can sit next to you right now. You got me kind of tight. You got me asking what's going on. But I think man, King Gibbs, man, we about to do it.
I was a little worried. Let me tell you the moment I was worried. I was worried a little bit, I have to be honest. It was momentary. When that man threw 2 passes, I said, right, come on, man. What we doing? You throw a pass against that. No. You don't blame him what?
I only don't blame him because we do what we always do to Riley. We'll make him run, and then we will, all right, let's drop back and throw some shit. And he's tired.
No. My point is, this is the first drive.
Oh, yeah.
The ball gets batted back to him. He catches it, and it runs out to the right and throws nothing. I said, Rob, come on, man. That's what we on today?
That was when I got nervous. I said, okay, let him work through it because he's gonna. I've just accepted that Mr. G. Willikers is gonna have some moments like that. All right, let him shake it out.
You know what though?
Let him shake it out.
His personality gives him the ability to kind of shrug things off like that.
Yeah,
he can shrug things off like that. Yeah, but this is Riley Leonard on R.J. Oben along with Marcus Freeman. Great.
So he finally showed up.
Man.
RJ a little bit. A lot of people don't understand how good of a person he is and how smart he is and how much of a hard worker he is because he's a mellow guy. He's not going to say much. But if you're ever in the facility, like 5 hours post-practice, he's going to be somewhere doing something to get better. I mean, the consistency amongst this guy is insane, and I've been seeing it for 4 years now in my college career, and I'm grateful that he was able to, come with me to this place. But this is a very mature guy we're talking about, and somebody who's not going to say a word whether things are going good or bad. He's going to put his head down and work, and that's kind of the MO of our season. I heard a quote last week. Henry Ford. Whether you think you can or you can't do something, you're right. And RJ believed in himself all season, and it's finally starting to come pay off for him.
Yeah, Riley said it perfectly. These guys don't always control the amount of plays they get. Right, those are determined by your coaching staff in terms of what they need out of your role for this game. And RJ's a guy that no matter what the role is that's determined for him, he puts everything into it. And, when you have that mindset and you have that work ethic, good things like what happened today happen to you, and if you're sitting here and complaining about why you're not playing more than the next guy, then you know what, you're not putting everything into making the most out of your opportunity. R.J. Oben is a guy that makes the most out of every opportunity he gets.
Hey, man, you have to give that young man credit. That was crazy for R.J. Oben. Like I said, the bookends of that right before halftime in the blue and gold game, he hits Kenny Minchie, strip sack, fumble, and then right before halftime yesterday, his Gunnar Stockton strip sack.
But I just hate the fact that they're saying that we didn't do nothing to them. I'm like, what are we talking about? Like,
I will give Dogs Nation. I'll give a little. I went on Dogs Nation because their show was actually phenomenal. Hey, my suggestion would be for Notre Dame fans, if you really want a balanced and honest perspective on the game, go to Dog Nation. They're on the field live show. It was really dope because I guess the host was on the field, and one of Davin Bellamy, former defensive lineman from Georgia, was in studio or at home. And so he was the co-host. And it was a fantastic show. They had call-ins from Georgia fans as well. But Davin Bellamy was talking about, he's like, yo, it's just different now. And he was being honest. He was like, yo, Notre Dame, he's like, Jeremiah Love is 6'2", 200 pounds, running a 10.3. He was like, bruh, we didn't see that from Notre Dame when we played them. He was like, we didn't see that. And he was like, yo, the trenches and the way they played, he was like, we didn't see that from Notre Dame when we played them. So that's a former Georgia player, right, that knows the differences and saw the differences and was honest to go ahead and express that. So I just really think, Left, that you know, when it comes to this game and the way things played out, RJ Oben, who wrecked Notre Dame, he gave Joe Alt issues. This was like the disappointment for the fan base. We watched him against Joe Alt, and we were like, and Blake Fisher, and we were like, okay, that's what we're getting. And it just didn't translate.
Oh, it translated. That one play was worth all.
That was worth everything.
It was worth everything. Like, I was like, man, you're good with me. I don't even care about the rest of the season, because at the end of the day, that's what it was about. I've always said it. These transfers need to play in moments. Riley need to play in moments. We don't need you all game.
Yeah,
we don't need you all game, but we don't need you to single-handedly impact everything that we got going on. Like, let it be what it is. And when his number was called, he did exactly what we brought him for. Like, he gave that extra presence that we lost through injury and we didn't have even before the season. So it's like, if I was Marcus Freeman, I would have been like, man, that was the best thing you could have did for us.
Facts.
Right.
Facts.
So he lived up to the transfer, even though, you know, you can have a hard time highlighting other moments. That was the moment. And Riley, you know, has moments throughout the season. I don't think it's not a dominance thing where he just was the clear-cut dominant player that made the needle move. I think he's just a part of the production, you know, which is a big piece, but it just goes to the this is a team type of victory.
Yeah.
Like, this has always been throughout the year. This is a Notre Dame team winning, not, oh, we have a great defense and we're doing everything because we got Jeremiah Love. No, this is offense playing great, defense playing great, and you got to worry about special teams. And for Marcus Freeman to activate all three of those, what you're dealing with something special, man. And I'm really excited to see how does it evolve? Does it evolve with better players? Were we getting the 5 stars? Were we getting more resources? Or is this a style of way to recruit that Marcus Freeman's figured out?
It's definitely different at Notre Dame. I think he's definitely figured something out. Super sticker, Pilney 35. Thank you for the super sticker, Pilney 35 with the super chat. We appreciate you. BK's vision insisted on Coach Marcus Freeman as DC. Captain Jack's vision hired Coach Marcus Freeman as head coach. New AD locked Coach Marcus Freeman in with a good deal. Team effort on all parts.
Notre Dame just got lucky that they paid him before where he's at now, because the price today is not the price yesterday.
No, it's definitely today's price. Yesterday's price is not today's price.
Not the way he shoot. And then if he boosted up another 5 by winning, and man, so love what I'm seeing, man.
Yo, it is absolutely crazy. What we saw yesterday, once again, we didn't get to the defense yet. Who was your offensive player of the game? I'm sorry, Left. You gave
me. I don't know. Offensively, I mean, everybody chipped in. I like Faison. I think I remember the most from Faison.
Riley made some plays.
Yeah. I would say Faison just because I just think his consistent but not number one receiver personality has been exactly what we've needed. Just Jordan Faison describes our offense. No, he's not a number one player. No, he may not start at these other top 5 programs. But when his numbers call, when we ask him to make some plays for us, he just happens to be there all the time. And he's not the biggest. He's not the number one recruit in the nation. He is a constant that when we need to get the offense rolling or we need some plays, we're calling his number.
Yeah.
And his background just speaks to all the things that make up a Notre Dame football player. You play different sports. You're interested in this. You're doing this. You're a team guy. So Jordan Faison will be my player of the game for encapsulating everything that I felt like the offense did together.
Look, man, when it comes to these game balls or offensive players of the game, if there's no clear-cut winner, which I don't think there was a clear-cut winner for Notre Dame, I would definitely say that Jordan Faison could be a choice.
Yeah.
Riley Leonard could be a choice.
That was 90 yards.
Right. Jordan Faison had a big run brought back by a penalty. It could have been Jadarian. He had a big run brought back.
2 big
Who
runs.
knows? Yes, who knows if those runs aren't brought back? So, but you know, at the end of the day, Riley, he makes the big third down run. His legs were definitely, whether it was running on a pass play,
Just
taking
efficient.
off, getting yards, being efficient, or a run.
Because it wasn't like impressive stuff all day. It was just like good 5-yard run, good way to put your shoulder down, get the first down, good not taking a sack and getting 3,
Yeah.
and keeping it short, third and short. I mean, he was doing all things to help us advance, you know, and I think that's the greatest thing that he's probably had to learn throughout the season is play with you guys, not play off of you guys.
Yeah. Oh, this is what Riley talked about, the Superman leap and that third down conversion.
Keeps telling me stop doing that, and then I did it, and it worked out today. So like, and plus we're in the playoffs, so it's like, all right, you know, put your body on the line. But pretty much like that's my mindset going in every game. Like everybody else gonna put their body on the line, I'm gonna do it right there with them. It was gonna be a physical matchup. Our number one key to victory was to win the line of scrimmage on both sides of the ball, and that's exactly what we did. We knew if we could, you know, establish ourselves up front, we were gonna have a chance at this thing. And you know, they're a very physical group. They brought a lot of pressure today, but I think we handled it pretty well. And you know, stay behind the chains early in the game, then you know, kind of figured it out a little bit. You know, I was struggling in the passing game, but shoot, that opens up the run game, and we were able to utilize our abilities and execute when it mattered.
And you got to, because the reason why I'm not apologizing for how I felt about Riley before, because if you looked at even the last game, the misses were just crazy. Like you overthrowing Bo Collins out of bounds or overthrowing by like 6 yards ahead of him, and the misses were bad, dude. Like it wasn't like, I mean, you threw a couple short ones. But what he said was right. If everybody's putting their body on the line, so am I. And I 100,000% believe. Because that's where he feels the strength of his game is. It had been a point this whole season where Riley was like, man, my passing was really on. I feel I can lean on that today.
You know, Michael Jordan pretty much, I think his career scoring average is like 31 and a half, if I'm not mistaken. And he averaged like 37 points with trash teammates. And even though that was impressive, they didn't have any other options, bro.
Yeah.
So when he got Scottie Pippen and B.J. Armstrong and Horace Grant and these other offensive options, and he was still averaging like 32, 33 a game.
That's how you knew he was real.
It was like, okay, this dude is real. And so people need to relax, man. As Fighting Irish fans, we can't enjoy like giving flowers to multiple people. Like if you choose anybody besides Riley Leonard, it's like, oh my God, it's like calm down. Jordan Faison
Calm
had
down.
a fantastic game.
Yeah, everybody played good.
If you feel like Riley deserves it, then fine.
Okay, but there's other options.
He wasn't out there by himself.
He wasn't Scatterbo.
He wasn't his legs. Right, dude. Riley wasn't out there.
Scatterbo was a real player of the game on both teams, regardless of win or loss. That's what player. Riley did good enough, man. We won the game, and y'all making it seem like if we didn't have him, it wouldn't have been like that. That's all I'm saying. It was a total offensive effort. Everybody had moments. You had Jordan Faison.
Some of the same people that are saying that, yeah, I would Mitch Jeter. I would put Mitch Jeter up there for players.
Jeter, yeah, just being clutch. I mean, he hit the 48 down the middle like he wasn't hurt. I said, okay, he came to play today. It wasn't like the Texas kicker who how you hit the right upright. How do you hit that? And then how do you curve it the way you did the kick before that? So man, Jeter right down the middle.
I have never seen a fan base. And I'm not about to do this because I said I wasn't going to do this. So I'm not going to go too far down this rabbit hole. I've never seen a fan base, dude, move the goalposts as much as they have moved it for this player. Never.
For who?
The goalposts have been moved, bruh. This fan base told you and I that this dude was polished in the passing game.
Oh yeah.
He's
yeah.
polished in the passing
Oh
game.
man.
Even when you broke the film down, he's polished in the passing game. Yeah, I think he's gonna do this. He's gonna do that. Right? Then when you say, yo, there's a reason why he wants the red jersey taken off.
He told you about
himself. You don't know what you're talking about, Malik. You don't know what you're talking about. In the Texas A&M game, he's just warming up. He's just warming up. It's the offensive line. Then the offensive lines get stronger. And you start to see, and now that's all he has to do. What are we talking about? Now you've gone from he's polished when he's
doing what he has to do.
And now he's doing what he has to do.
The 90 yards is good enough.
The one person that's played the position at Notre Dame that said at the very beginning, all he has to do is what he has to do.
All he has to do.
Because he's not that polished quarterback. And everybody pushed against you. They pushed against you.
I'm a hater.
And they called you a hater.
Jealous.
But now
he's way better than me.
Now he's a player of the game because he did all what
we asked him to do. He did his job.
And you said that's all we need him to do when he came here.
It's
amazing how the posts have been moved. They have been moved incredibly.
All up and down the field.
Oh man!
Like, come on, dog.
Carry to a sorority row, fraternity row,
thrown in the river, brought back, thrown in the river again. It's like, come on,
it's
y'all.
Wow, man. It's wild.
Because it seems like at the end of the day, I'm the only one that's been consistent.
Everybody's changed their mind. For 2 consecutive games, the most consistent 2 consecutive games, Jordan Faison has been the playmaker you need.
Every time.
When have you seen that in Notre Dame at wide receiver? When?
He's came through every time.
And he had big plays called back yesterday.
That could have made it worse.
That could have made it worse.
They could have legitimately scored 35 on Georgia.
And if somebody says, well, I'm going to take Jordan Faison, it's not. No one committed a crime against Riley Leonard. No one's trying to take away from what he did, the plays he made. No one's doing that. We got to do better as a fan base, man. And make the love all-inclusive for everything that took place yesterday. There were contributors all over the place.
That's what I'm saying. This
was out there by himself, man. And if you feel like he was a player of the game, man,
nobody's going to kill you for it.
I'm not pushing against that at all.
But there's other options too. Come on.
Come on. But this
was Arizona State. There's only one option, and that was Cam Scatterbo. With our win, you can point many different directions, which is a good thing. Which is why we still in the playoffs, because we have many reasons why we win the game. But if it's okay, we're not giving him the MVP of every single win that we have. That's good because it shows that we have a team. Come on, guys.
And stop. See, this is what I'm talking about. Stop misrepresenting what Malik said. He never said start Steve Angeli. He said Riley's going to struggle. Until he gets right, you might as well start Steve Angeli early in the season. And you said platoon them. You didn't say start him.
I said make Riley a package guy.
Make him a package guy until he's ready. Thank you. This is how people misrepresent. This is why they call you a hater. Because they hear what they want to hear. And they want to hear because they don't like what you hear. They don't like it. No, I don't like that. But
they don't like the objectiveness.
The same fans at the NIU in Miami were like, oh, we need to change the quarterback. Oh, so now we need to change the quarterback? Left told you he was going to struggle. He told you how important it was for him to be there in the spring and missing time was going to impact him. He told you splitting snaps and having the red jersey on was not going to allow him to grow and get off to a good start. And when it happened and he said we need to have Steve in passing situations and bring Riley in and start
Package
like that
him up, let him
until
get
Riley. And what did they have to do? They had to break things down in the middle of the season and rebuild it around Riley, which you said they needed to do in packages to start.
And before the season, I said that if we needed to take his playbook, we need to put his plays in so he doesn't struggle like this in the beginning. Because it's just too hard to be, even at the greatest, most polished that you can be. You learning a whole new system in a short amount of time, and to be comfortable, to get enough reps, to get enough of chemistry with the guys around you, because these are all the things that matter. You don't have enough time. That's just a time.
You know who else had a great game? Shout out to Cole Kublik. Go check out Cole Kublik, who has film breakdown on Pat Coogan. Pat Coogan had a good game yesterday against two behemoths in the middle of that Georgia.
Number 93 and
just 78.
Yep,
great
78.
game.
Yeah,
that dude probably wasn't out there doing it by himself.
Nope. And we still had guys that could have made impacts. Mitchell Evans could have been a bigger impact.
Mitchell Evans had a big conversion on third down.
Yeah,
finding the soft spot of the zone. Big conversion.
Everybody played it, and that's the thing. If you play your part, what we built, it's really exactly what we expected.
It's not a tape. You can disagree. It's not a tape. Y'all keep trying to. We needed Riley Leonard's legs. Yes, that was only came into play when your starting left tackle got injured, and you had two freshmen. Injuries made his legs more valuable. When we were making these statements, they had a full intact offensive line. So don't act like y'all were just all. No one knew Charles Jagasaw was going to be injured. No one knew Ashton Craig was going to get injured.
And Jeremiah Love won the game.
No one knew that. No one knew that. When these statements were made, this was with the full offensive line being intact. Stroud, Craig, no freshmen. Jagasaw, Emil Wagner, who has acquitted himself very well. That was the offensive line that was going to be protecting whatever quarterback was going to be back there for Notre Dame. Riley Leonard stepped into a situation, unfortunately, that further magnified his issues. It didn't help him at all, which is why I say a first-year transfer quarterback at Notre Dame is highly unfair. It's just highly unfair. On the field, off the field, everything that goes with it is unfair. And I tip my cap to the young man and how his character has allowed him to do the things that he's doing and being the winner and the competitor that he is. In the same breath, I can say, you're great, you're a winner, you're a competitor, but you're also this over here. We needed that from you yesterday, but gosh darn it, Jordan Faison, what he did was just as important. Having him on the field was just as important offensively yesterday. And there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. So because of injuries, got magnified and his legs became even more important, like everybody can see with the offensive line that he had, even with the offensive line he has now, his legs are important because the pass pro on the left side has not gotten better, especially against really good defensive ends. It's just going to be a struggle. Indiana had a really good defensive end. It was going to be a struggle. Jalen Walker and that crew, it was going to be a struggle. That wasn't a surprise. If you didn't know that going into that game, then guess what? I don't know what to tell you. If Abdul Carter is healthy, it's going to be a struggle against Penn State on that left side. It's going to be a struggle.
Guess what? We can do a lot.
Oh, wait, what do we say? I don't want to hear that, though. I don't want to hear that. Patrick Mahomes and Joe Burrow go into every game knowing that left side is a struggle.
There's a struggle.
as a quarterback, which is Riley is a competitor, and he finds a way to make plays. That's all you ask from your quarterback, bro. That's all you ask from your quarterback. And in the midst of him doing that, you can still say you're not good enough right there. You're not good enough right there. And that's not hating. That's being objective about what you see. That's all it is. You're just being objective. And it's objective for someone to say, yo, Jordan Faison, that dude showed up 2 straight weeks, 2 straight games. He's pretty good yesterday. So if we go back big picture, it's not a take. It was literally what we just saw yesterday. The whole point of saying, number one, let us be thankful that the talent in the quarterback room is night and day from what it was 2 years ago. Night and day. That's number one. Number two, because of that, and because of what has been built as a team, and collective in depth, every quarterback in that room has the ability to win 10-plus games in this season against this schedule.
Every single one of them.
And you're fooling yourself if you think Riley Leonard was the only quarterback against this schedule that could have won 10 games.
Fooling yourself.
You're fooling yourself. And if yesterday's game didn't show you that Notre Dame can beat Georgia with a quarterback doing the minimum. This season was about the team. It was going to show whether or not Marcus Freeman has truly built a program.
That's what this season was about.
It had nothing to do with the quarterback. Absolutely nothing to do with the quarterback.
We're
celebrating today. We're not celebrating Jordan Faison. We're not celebrating Riley Leonard. We're celebrating the fact that Marcus Freeman has built a championship quality program or championship program or a program that has the capabilities, the real capabilities of winning a national championship. That's the celebration. That's what we're celebrating. And you're missing the boat. You're missing the boat if you're just going to focus on, this dude, because of this dude, yes, because of the way things happen with injuries, he became more valuable in certain ways. Marcus Freeman is the star of this, not Riley Leonard. Marcus Freeman, he built this. He built this. This is his vision, his plan. He took the arrows after Marshall. He took the arrows after Clemson. He took the arrows after the missteps with the administration. He stood out there and took the arrows and didn't flinch. And he could tell his players not to flinch because he hasn't flinched.
Not once.
He hasn't flinched once. That's the celebration, Left. That's why the Georgia win means so much, because what we're watching under Marcus Freeman is real. It's real. And it's going to be real when Riley Leonard leaves. It's not going to stop because 13 leaves. It's here because of that dude that's in charge. Period. So stop trying to twist our words. Stop trying to call it a take. It wasn't a take. You saw the proof yesterday. The program beat Georgia. Riley was part of the program. He's part of the program. He wasn't the reason they won. He was a contributor.
To them
no
different than what a receiver contributed or a running back contributed.
Deshaun Watson was the reason. Clemson beat Alabama. He was the reason.
He had almost 1,000 yards in 2 games. He had 450 the first one and like 460.
He had 850 throwing.
Yeah, 850.
Against his legs, he had 850 throwing against Nick Saban in Alabama. He was the reason.
In 2 games, that's the reason.
That's the reason.
That is a reason, absolutely.
Because they have no shot if he doesn't do that.
For 800
no shot.
Yeah, none.
That's not the case with what we saw yesterday.
Deshaun Watson couldn't have had 90 yards versus Alabama and Nick Saban and been anywhere close to winning.
No.
Just 90?
No. So stop making this like some type of nuanced conversation, dude. We know what we see.
Yeah, we know we see.
We know
Y'all
the
trying to convince me
importance
that
of
what I'm
Riley
seeing is not
Leonard
right.
and what he brings to the offense based upon the current condition of the offensive line. What you're missing is we said before he even got here and before he took a snap that the season would not be about him. It would not be about him.
That was our biggest point.
This
We
is
said
about
forget
the
the transfer.
totality. This is
Year
about
3.
everybody. What was the bigger factor yesterday, Riley Leonard or that defense?
The defense.
Okay, thank you.
The defense, like it's been all year. Let's not just act like it was today. It was all year.
That's being petty.
Oh, yeah.
Because it was a team win.
Yeah.
A team win. And that's what this season was all about. The team. The team. And if you can't be happy, this is what kicks me off, Left. Notre Dame fans can't be happy. You had Drew Pine and Tyler Buckner 2 years ago. And you are so blinded by a limited guy that you can't even have pride in the team collective that has your quarterback room in space that it can literally win 10 games with at least 2 or 3 guys in that room. That's not saying that this guy isn't the best guy to win the national championship. What we're saying is look at where you have come from. This is the celebration of the totality of the program. And to protect one guy, and what you thought about the one guy which you have shifted, you've gone from he's polished, he's totally polished. He's going to come in, throwing for 3,500 yards to now, that's all he has to do for us to win. That's what Malik told you. Malik told you that almost a year ago. That was going to be the case. And now we just can't even celebrate the fact that this program has come so far in its totality, man.
Like Ryan Roberts said, Double R said, I wasn't hurt.
We are protecting. People are really getting upset by the fact that you like, Jordan Faison. Jordan Faison
was a big player in the game. He was.
Oh my God, Jordan Faison. And then you're standing on a hill for 90 yards passing. It's like, come on, man. You're missing the point. You're really missing what should be celebrated. Thank you, Michael Parks. Notre Dame beat Georgia and won the Super Bowl as a team. I don't care who the quarterback was. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. The program is bigger than every player. The program is what's going to endure. Is what's going to move on. Because guess what happened, Notre Dame fans? Let's be honest as we celebrate, Left. Guess what happened? We got over the hump. We're celebrating get over the hump. First big win in over 30 years. We're over the hump. Guess what happened yesterday? That Notre Dame fans won't admit to quite yet. Your expectations went up. No. Your expectations went up. When they take the field next year, you're not accepting anything less than the semifinals. Let's keep it a buck. Expectations went up yesterday, too. Notre Dame can't come back next year and lose in the first round. They can't. Those days are gone. Expectations went up.
We're a 3-win deep team right now.
And they're going to have a first-time starter at quarterback. The expectations are the expectations. Next year, the quarterback is going to have to win 2 games in the playoffs.
At least.
At minimum.
We're not going to let you get away with riding off in the sunset like the other quarterbacks have.
Wait a minute. We're not losing Riley and fretting over Tyler Buckner taking over. We're losing Riley and arguing about, I think Mitchie's going to be the guy. I think C.J. Carr is going to be the guy. We are
capable guys. We're arguing over capable
competition
guys.
In the spring. Ladies and gentlemen, we have come so far as a program. Celebrate it. Celebrate all of it in its entirety. All of it. I don't care how it looks. Celebrate it. Celebrate it. Enjoy it. Don't cheat yourself. Treat yourself. Don't cheat yourself and get locked up and this guy and that. No, treat yourself. Enjoy everything. Because the expectations have gone to the next level.
This is what it is, yeah.
It is what it is. It is what it is.
Like we were comfortable with expectations winning 10 games every year.
Absolutely.
Bumped up to 2 more games and then bumped up another game. So it's
absolutely.
We win the first ever college football playoffs. What's the expectations for Notre Dame fans? Unrealistic standards at this point.
So look, IGK, thank you for your comments. I just wanted to use that. And I don't want you thinking I was coming at you personally. I want to encourage the Notre Dame fan base to really embrace the fullness of what you saw. Embrace everything, man.
Everything.
Embrace everything. What it really meant. What it really means. Don't operate in minimalism. Not with this moment.
Yeah, no.
Because we were told as a fan base that this could not happen.
Right.
We could not build a team that could open up a 5 to 6 year window to win a championship in college football. We could not build a team to raise the expectations. We cannot build a team that can win two playoff games year to year. That's what we were told. Embrace it. It's okay. It's really okay. It's okay. But embrace it. That's why I said, man, I'm not cool. You want to talk about Steve Angeli as a player is one thing, or any other player on Notre Dame. It's one thing. But people that get into like the personal attacks of Steve, thank you. Or Riley for that, even Riley for that matter. Like, I'm not rocking with that.
Right.
I'm not rocking with that, man. Now we talk about on the field analysis. That's fine. I'm all fine with that. But I want you guys to really recognize what is taking place and what you're experiencing. There's a lot of you that are experiencing this for the first time that weren't around for 88 or were too young to really get the full grasp of 88 and 89, 90, and 92 and 93. That Florida State win in 93. Like, dude, I'm at college watching that game, talking trash in a room full of Florida State fans. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, room full of fans. Them were the days.
Bro, yesterday was so monumental.
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, it was so much. Man, look, man. And I love seeing you guys. There was so many. Did you see Jeremiah?
What on Instagram?
Talking to his brother after the game? Because his brother committed to Michigan.
Oh, okay.
He tweeted him after the game, and tagged him like, you see? You see?
Is his brother nice? Okay. I didn't know his brother was nice.
His brother's a 5-star linebacker.
Oh, Owusu. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. We should have. Yeah, absolutely.
His brother's tweeting at him like, see all that stuff you did? No.
All that you
we can do it.
You don't know.
If you had doubts,
come home.
Now you see. We can do it.
Come home. We trended.
Yeah, those are the chains that were broken yesterday.
Yep.
Those are the chains that had this program down.
That
nobody can being broken yesterday in so many different areas all over this country. Heck, with the Notre Dame brand all over the world. All over the world. And I appreciate the contributions because they were needed the way things played out. I appreciate the contributions of Riley Leonard.
Yep.
Thank you.
Contributions. Not
forget what you weren't
capable on your back and carry us by yourself. Thank you for your service for being on our team.
Yes. Thank
We
you.
appreciate you.
Let's say it again so everybody can hear it, Left. Thank you.
Thank you for
We are not focused on what you cannot do because we already knew what you could not do.
And you didn't do it. You still didn't do it. Like, you did exactly what we knew you couldn't do. We appreciate you for taking on the challenge because it's not an easy thing to step into.
Being a real leader, being tough as nails, being a gamer, a competitor, being clutch, all of that. But it's not
I'm not saying thank you for carrying the team through the finish line. No, I'm not saying that.
And in the same breath of saying thank you, I can still have thoughts of grandeur of my quarterback every week coming out throwing for 250 to 300. I can still want that.
We can still be very solid
want and desire that.
Still want that. You're absolutely right.
There's nothing wrong with
wanting that. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with. What's wrong with wanting to get better?
They make it sound like we're trying to cheat on Riley Leonard.
Come on.
You don't want those things, man.
Because at the end of the day, if we wasn't as good as we are as a team, there is nobody in this chat, nobody in Notre Dame fandom would ever say 90 yards was good enough. If we lost that game and Riley Leonard had the same stat line, y'all would say this was the worst decision by Marcus Freeman in his coaching career, bringing a guy to do that. But because we won the game, that same 90 yards, y'all saying that's exactly what we needed. What are you talking about? What are you talking? If he had 90 yards and we lost that same game.
Oh, no. Left, you already know. I got this. If the same stats had happened and they lost that game yesterday,
talking straight numbers,
he still wouldn't have got no heat. It would have been the offensive line. Oh, go ahead and front. No, would have been ready to fight at the offensive line all day yesterday and today and the rest of the all season. Didn't I say that last week, Love? Didn't I say they were setting up to blame the offensive line? But what did I say? I said you're not going to get the chance this year.
I don't get the chance this year.
The team is better.
Team too good. Yeah,
the team is better, and they don't need the offensive line to be elite in a big game to beat a good team. I told you. Yeah. I told you. Things are different. So you can't use that offensive line excuse anymore. The team is better. The program is better.
Yeah.
You can do it without the quarterback and without the offensive line playing a football. They don't need the offensive line to go out there and dominate. Offensive line played probably one of their worst games yesterday. And Notre Dame won by 13 points.
And that's what I'm saying. Think about what we're saying. We're saying that it don't take outside of our body to still win the games that we're supposed to or not supposed to win. We didn't have to do anything. We didn't even have Jeremiah Love break a 50, 60-yard touchdown, and we still won by 13. We didn't have Riley Leonard throw for 100 yards, and we won by 13. We didn't have a bunch of great drives on offense, and we still won by 13. Our defense playing their asses off. Our coaching situations being on point. Guys making plays when asked to that we didn't know Jaden Harrison was going to do anything like that. And he makes great catches during the game, has a kickoff return. That's the stuff you fall in love with as a fan because he's like, oh my gosh, I didn't even know. I couldn't even have guessed. That's how good we are. You couldn't put your finger on who was going to be the turning point.
Teams do.
Definitely couldn't put your finger on RJ Oben doing anything. That's what we celebrated. It was wow.
Left, this is going to even strengthen. Man, Notre Dame fans, you should be even more excited.
Even more excited.
And ecstatic. This should be like that power pellet from Miss Pac-Man. You about to eat the power pellet. Watch this. Let me just point this out. This is what good programs do. Georgia literally went to Texas and smacked them around. They had to do the same thing to Texas a different way. With a backup.
The second half.
Wait a minute. Because they played from out front the first time. This time they had to come from behind with the backup. You know why they're capable of doing that? Because it's not built around one player. It's built around the team. That's why Stetson Bennett will be the greatest quarterback in Georgia history
of all time.
Because he was woven into a great team.
And he cap. I mean,
That's
just
all. That's all.
Oh man,
Riley Leonard was coming in to be part of a quilt of a great team. We knew that. We believed that.
he walked into an advantageous situation.
Oh, dude, the situation. Oh, he walked into a much better situation.
Wasn't even like
Sam
last
Hartman
year.
did.
Last year, Sam Hartman, it was good, but it had a
situation.
lot more on that bone to chew. You had a lot more meat on the bone. You had to take down. With this was cleaner than last year. We don't even need. It wasn't a 3-game contract with Riley. We had specific guidelines for Sam. There's 3 games we don't know we can win, and bringing you, we think we can win it, but you got to win it. We didn't tell Riley that. We said, Riley, listen. We're in year 3 of a program that is on the tipping point of taking off.
Man.
So much so, we don't even need you to be the superstar you was at Duke. So much so, we don't even need you for the spring. We just need you to be healthy. So much so that you can struggle the first 5 weeks. We reinvent our offense. We reinvent our game plan. We find out what you're good at. We can do all of this during the season.
Yo, this comment is funny. You know how people say things? Yo, Coach Hump said, you two, thank you, Coach Hump, first of all, for locking in with us. We appreciate you. Are too myopic with this fixation on 90 yards. First of all, we didn't bring up the 90 yards. Someone in the chat said he passed for 90 yards and ran for 7. We didn't bring that up. We were responding to them. Riley Leonard passed for 158 with 63 rushing yards versus Texas A&M, and ND finishes with 23 points, same as yesterday. Thank you for proving our point. It doesn't matter what he does. It doesn't matter what he does. The same output against good teams is 23 points. Thank you. Thank you. You just proved our point. It's not about him.
Not about
what he does. It's about the team. Thank you for proving our point. Thank you. You just proved our point. The outputting point didn't change. Even when he had a better statistical game, nothing changed.
We still had the same results.
And
even in that game, he didn't win it. It was Jeremiah Love that ran it and won it.
So, it's amazing to me, man. It is amazing to me. It is amazing. People refuse to just embrace the fullness of this team and how he fits into the team. Even he has said, they have embraced me and allowed me to be who I am. At this point, I just think people just want to argue, bro.
Yeah.
They just can't even enjoy.
They don't want us to be right. They don't want us to be right about nothing.
But it's not about right. It's not about right.
Like,
we all see what's in front of us, dude. I don't have to protect Riley Leonard.
We're winning. He don't have to defend himself.
He is the most honest and transparent player about himself.
He literally told you I threw for 90 and it wasn't like, so what? Like, it wasn't that. I don't, that wasn't
on
why
the field after the game. He literally said, "Yo, we just found
a way to win.
We couldn't do anything."
He's more of a team guy than y'all fans are treating him.
He said we struggled and we just searched and found some things and got some things going with my legs.
That's what I'm saying. It's like he talks to you honestly. He's like, dude, I was trying to figure it out. He was like, I was trying to figure that shit.
Thank you. He's literally saying, yo.
I tried to find a way to win. I wasn't on. I wasn't having my best game. I was trying to find a way to win, and I rallied around with my guys, and we all did it. He didn't say one time, man, I had to make a play. No, he said, shit, I was struggling. I had a couple passes I missed, but shit, Marcus Freeman made a couple calls, and the defense played good. And RJ Oben, you don't even know what kind of guy it took for him to get here. And all my guys, my receivers played great. Like, he's complimentary of being a teammate because he realizes all I got to do is be a good teammate, and I have success too. I don't have to lead like Duke.
Win, lose, or draw.
Duke. And
can we raise the expectations as a fan base? This is my request to Notre Dame fans. Okay? The expectations have been raised. Marcus Freeman has changed the narrative. Stop blaming positional groups. That's that BK stuff. Stop blaming the DBs. Stop blaming the O-line. We win as a team. We lose as a team. We win as a program. We lose as a program. That's just it. To analyze the play of individual players in position groups is one thing. To place blame is losing focus of what exists now. We have a championship caliber program that has been built by Marcus Freeman. Shout out to Jack Swarbert and the bricks that he laid before he stepped away. Shout out to Pete Bavacqua and how he's leading this program and this athletic department into the future. And shout out to the school and the administration that has bought in. We never thought that we would see the day. Some of us never thought that some of us that watched the administration fight Lou Holtz tooth and nail, and Lou Holtz was still able to build an elite football program when he had to fight the school and the administration to do it. I can speak and say to the younger generation of Notre Dame fans, you don't know how good you have it today. You don't know how good you have it because you didn't experience losing everything because the school didn't want the football team to be bigger than the school or to be first. And to see everything in alignment right now, I promise you, Notre Dame fans, younger Notre Dame fans, appreciate every piece of it. Every bit of it, appreciate it. Things are different. Things are different. Not just football, I'm talking about in the entire athletic department. Things are different. Enjoy it as a Notre Dame fan. We win as a program, we lose as a program, we win as a program. Period, man. That's the place that we're at. That's just the place that we're at. Just enjoy it, man. This is dope. This is absolutely incredible. This is a euphoria in a sense, man. It is. Enjoy it. Enjoy it. That's all I got to say to that, Left, man.
All we got to say, enjoy this, man. We've done something that we've been dying for a long time.
Enjoy it. I'm almost scared to ask you who your defensive player of the game is, Love. I'm almost scared, bro.
Yeah, because I don't know if I can get the right answer. Clearly, it's the right answer to this. Man, but I do think that Xavier Watts, man, I think just him winning the defensive player of the game for me is not even so much about everything he did in the game, it's everything he stands for this team to win the game. His consistency and his ability to make the guys around him better, make the guys prepare for the moment, and still be able to play to the occasion and rise to the occasion while bringing guys with him. His impact in the game, he was always around the football, made it tough for Georgia, and his leadership. Come on, man. That's an easy one for me. And that's just encompassing everything that he was able to do. I think him not being in the game is more of a emotional and metaphysical impact on the defense than Riley missing the game on offense, right? So I think that when you can look around and see guys like that on the field and then them playing well as well, it just makes everybody better. And I think he's the catalyst. He starts the dominance factor and the intimidation factor for our defense. And I think Al Golden leans on him heavy in terms of what he asks him to do within a game so that it can function the defense. So the defense can function well. He's going through Xavier Watts and depends on his leadership and all things included. It affects everybody else. And you got to see the results of having him on the field. And
ladies and gentlemen, hey, man, it's about to get – you thought we were winding down. We're not winding down. We told you this is a celebration today.
Celebration.
It's a celebration today, baby. We got more guests coming home. They're getting off from work. Man, we got guests coming up. Stay with us, Notre Dame fans. Yo, we're still growing. People coming in. Yo, love.
I think Kaiser, obviously, I think Kaiser's has an impact just the same as Xavier was. I think Xavier
But isn't that
made
amazing? Yesterday, when's the last time we had a game in a big game or a quality opponent where it wasn't about the star?
Right. It wasn't about the guy on the poster.
It was Junior. It was Oben. It was Drake making a play.
Yep.
It was
Harrison.
Rod Hurd coming in.
Rod Hurd was in there. Oh, Rod was in there. Clark was in there. And it's funny because usually we complained all last year about who's going to be the poster when they say this is the matchup. Who's the X factor?
Yes.
We got so many X factors just on one side of the ball. A Don Schuler, who has been consistent all season for a guy that just started. The impact of an RJ Oben in a situation like this is just like, it just encompasses why people love playing for this team. Because at some point, you're going to have your moment to shine on a big stage. It may not be every game, but shoot, it might be the big game. And your one play is remembered all season. That's what you're getting at Notre Dame. Even Tua Lamaka was making the plays, getting the fumble recoveries, making tackles behind the line of scrimmage. So, I mean, that's what you want to see when it comes to player of the game, is that you got options. Hell, Al Golden could be player of the game for putting guys in position, giving the Georgia offense and making them so one-dimensional.
Hold on. Let me read this. So you remember the kid, Parker Jones, that got flagged for the 15-yard penalty, the walk-on for Florida, for Georgia? This dude posted, I didn't even see this. Somebody just sent this to me. He actually posted a message on social media. For what, dude?
Oh, he's salty. They did the classic, I'm still a human being. I'm a player, and they're trying to harass me.
Wait, I want to begin by acknowledging that the past 24 hours have been some of the most difficult of my life. As many of you know, during yesterday's game, I made a mistake that I deeply regret. I let my emotions get the best of me, and in a moment of frustration, I interfered with the effect. Why are you apologizing? Man, what is this world coming to, man? Like, you want to tip? I guess, man. I don't know if maybe he.
I don't know. Yeah, I
don't know. I'm not plugged in. Maybe if the Georgia fan base were verbally assaulting this kid, then that fan base is scummier. It's scummy. It's scummy. It's scummy, bro. Are you kidding me? The kid got excited, bro, on the sideline. Okay, man, they called a penalty. He still had 1st and 10 in Notre Dame, deep in Notre Dame territory. You didn't get the job done. What are we talking about? Are you going to, does Monroe Freeland need to issue an apology? Does Dylan Bell need to issue an apology for that drop pass on the deep ball? Does ATN need to drop an apology for the fumble in the red zone? Come on.
Yeah, matter of fact, yeah, they should. They should apologize.
Dude, man. Look,
they should.
I almost want to retweet it and tell him, man, pull this down, man.
Yeah, you're okay,
a two-page apology. But what?
You
didn't play.
Nobody reading that, bro. They still gonna send you all them tweets. But that's just how people are these days, man. Everybody's super emotional because now
this dude is apologizing and has chosen to leave the program.
Oh, you're lying. They had harassed him to the transfer portal?
Yes, dog.
Man, turn your phone.
I am leaving.
Turn your phone off.
With a heap of understanding of the lessons I've learned here. I will continue to work on myself, both as a player and as an individual, and I will carry those lessons with me so I continue my journey. Thank you again to everyone who has been a part of my time in Georgia. I wish nothing but success for the team moving forward, and I will forever be a dog at heart. God bless you and go Dogs. Young man. Look, man. Oh, my Lord. Left. Sheesh. Mm, mm, mm.
I mean, you know,
I'll dig some more into it, man, to really get context. But that's I'm gonna bring our boy in because he's been waiting for you, boy. Our boy Ken Gibbs. KG, oh, look at that smile, boy.
How are you, Malik? You okay? I just want to make sure you're all right.
Everything that I predicted has came true. We're having a great Notre Dame season. We told you we was going to be at this crossroads. We are a 2-win playoff team before the season started. We said it. This game, Riley had to earn his money. Fortunately for him, he's got a great team around him and all the transfers.
Oh, here we go again. Here we go again. Oh, here we go again.
I'm not going to excuse his stat line. I think his stat line encompasses what I've been saying about him as a player individually, standalone this whole season. But because he's a great leader, he has some intangibles. The team believes in him. He had to earn it a little bit.
Now, I will say this. Let me, because I know you guys about to get into it. KG, I want to give you the rules today.
Okay,
we're not going down any rabbit holes. This is a celebration today.
This is a celebration.
This is a celebration.
This is a great team win. I just want to say it's a team win, not an individual win.
Counterpoints can be made, but we're going to keep it celebratory. That's all. We're celebrating the day.
Hey, listen. If I'm Notre Dame, I'm excited too. You know, I'm excited that I didn't let the big anti-Leonard lobby stop me. I'm excited. I'm excited that I rolled with my guy. And, you know, some people that said, oh, you're being stubborn. Oh, you're going with the wrong guy. I remember. And again, we're not digging into no rabbit hole, so we're going to keep it celebratory. I picked Notre Dame to win this game when the playoffs first started. Whether or not Georgia's QB would be there, I said Notre Dame's going to win this game. They're probably going to end up in the national championship. Lo and behold, all you got to do is take care of business against old James Franklin, who, you know, when big games come up with him, break the rubber sheets up.
Give me 2 cups of James Franklin. I want all of it.
James Franklin needs some Depends whenever it's a big game because he finna wet the bed.
Oh, yeah, he ain't never been this far. You know how you go so far when you drive and you get so far, you start getting nervous. You start looking around and be like, should I just turn here? He's gotten too far where he don't know where he's at. He was just complaining to his fans. His fans talking, you went 3 drives and got 3 points, and he's over here trying to over-explain to a fan. Now he's in the semifinals. He's not ready.
Let me tell you something. I messed around and drove from Raleigh to Detroit. If y'all ever hear me say I'm taking that drive again, shoot me. It's a double snatch. It's a body snatcher. It's not me. It's a doppelganger. But let me tell you, when I was in West Virginia, that's exactly how I felt driving through them hills. Did I go too far? What is it? Is this what Bugs Bunny meant when he said I should have took that left at Albuquerque? Because I feel like I took 2 lefts at Albuquerque. But I do want to say this was a hell of a win by Notre Dame. This was a hell of a win. And I'm going to tell you this. After the Northern Illinois loss, a lot of people were not only out on Riley Leonard, a lot of people were also out on Coach Freeman. And a lot of the reactions to things that Coach Freeman did, oh, you're calling this coach that beat you and all that. And I was the first one to say, give him some time, give him some grace.
But he's known for giving you some performances like that. That's just.
But you know what? But you know what though? But you know what though? And here's the deal. I told everybody that there were 2 teams that were going to benefit from this 12-team playoff like nobody else: Penn State and Notre Dame. I knew that these 2 teams that we're about to watch in the semifinals are going to benefit because you are right. Coach Freeman will give you a performance like that here and there. However, with the expanded playoff, what you then had the opportunity to do is not like it was when the BCS, when there was nobody. Yeah. It's like, hey, you got to run the table. And when you run the table, you make it a shot. Now it's I can have that performance, but that doesn't define my team. That doesn't define the season. Yeah, it didn't define the season. So, you know, these guys have truly circled the wagons. And I'm going to tell you what, man, I can't even imagine what this defense would be like if y'all were fully loaded. I mean, boy, they had them receivers in Alcatraz. This got to be against the Geneva Convention. Get the receivers room to breathe. Don't you? Even if they're on Pelican Bay, you got to give them an hour to play ball. What is this?
Like I was telling Sean, when you saw the instant replay yesterday from the other view, like the Madden view, there was nobody open downfield. He was running for us. I was like, why is he running so much? There wasn't nobody open.
No.
I was like, I get it, you know.
Golden did a hell of a job, and I'm surprised. I'm very surprised that Golden is not a hotter button name in the coaching carousel this year. I'm very surprised.
NFL or college? When you say that,
both, literally both. I'm surprised that he's not being mentioned everywhere. Like, hey, we gotta go get him, because how many guys could you say in college football in general? Hey, by the way, you're gonna have a great defense, but we're gonna take away 1 first rounder at minimum from you,
at minimum,
and keep it pushing. We're really gonna get 2, but we're gonna start off.
You lose 3 veteran D linemen that are all potential draft hopefuls, and you lost them early, and then you lose 1 before the biggest game of the season, and it don't break a sweat. They still got 10 points.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. Golden needs to be one of those names that, you know, I'm surprised that he's not. But hey, congratulations to y'all. You know what I mean? Because that is
hell. USC lost Barry Alexander and became trash on the defensive line. They lost 1 guy.
They were trash before he got there.
Man.
And they were trash when he was there. I'm just saying.
Don't talk to me about a player that committed to Georgia, played at USC with a Georgia tattoo on his arm, not as committed to Penn State. Don't talk to me about no guy like that, man. Don't talk to me about no guy like that.
KG, I'm interested in can you, as a former D lineman, because we're getting ready to talk about the defense and give out our defensive game balls. You talk about the loss of Riley Leonard. Schematically, because I think the broadcast said the average difference in weight was like 50, 60 pounds. And people were talking about Georgia's going to weigh on them and, you know, eventually take over late in the game. Is there anything Notre Dame or Al Golden did specifically that you felt like truly impacted the Georgia offense?
I will say this. A lot of people talk about, hey, RJ Open, welcome to the party. But there were multiple players who were not known as y'all's big name guys up front that a lot of people think like, oh, you've got to make this the TFL. You've got to make the sack. You've got to make the actual play in order to make the play per se. That's not true. What Notre Dame did at a very high level, which I had not seen from them all year, and correct me if I'm wrong here, there was a deeper rotation in this game in terms of defensive linemen that were doing their job. You don't have to be great. Everybody doesn't have to be a star. You've just got to star in your role. You know, the defense did a lot of what Malik keeps saying Riley Leonard was doing, because they did a lot of those guys just showed up and said, this is my A gap. I am my perimeter. My perimeter is me. And that's what multiple guys in this game did. And that is what depleted Georgia over time. Of course, the weight difference does add up eventually, but there were 2 big areas. The number one, the rotations, because if you've seen teams who have beaten and competed with Georgia, that's how they did it. They kept rotations, except Bama. Bama was the only team where it was like, hey, we got
that was a mono game.
Yeah, but that was
against each other. Like that's like they're recruiting against to beat each other. So
and even with that situation, you saw Bama's defensive line got wore down because again, there's only so long a defensive lineman can sustain because you got
Ohio State's built the same way. That's the difference. Ohio State is built the same way defensively as Georgia and Alabama.
Yeah,
you keep rotating, their guys are going to get gassed. The reason Ohio State lost against Oregon the first time, their D-line had 70-something snaps.
Yeah, and that's way too many. That's way too many. To me, if a D lineman is playing over about 40, like 40 is where you in the danger zone, really. 30 is the sweet spot. 30, that's how many Pierce from Tennessee plays about a game. 35 to 40 maybe. That's like his upper limit. But 30 is that sweet spot. And Notre Dame kept guys. Hey, we're going to keep throwing bodies. We're going to keep throwing bodies at this thing. And Georgia's offensive line ultimately wasn't able to lean on guys.
Not all game.
Here's the second thing that a lot of people aren't paying attention to. The defensive line coach deserves a ton of credit here because one thing that comes with a lack of size normally is a lack of height. And one thing that lack of height brings, leverage. Notre Dame guys were jacking up those Georgia offensive linemen just because
the line of scrimmage.
And again,
line of scrimmage.
And it wasn't like they're saying, hey, what we're going to do is we're going to be so much more physical, so much better. It was literally technique and discipline. It was literally my first step into the ground. My forehead is striking your pet, and I'm locking out. And again, that's all you need to do sometimes. Every play is not your play. If I am backside contained, that pitch to the other side, not my play. But if I'm staying home, my hand is on that tackle's hip, I'm here for the reverse.
Washing down, you go for the reverse,
Exactly. And that's what ultimately won this game for Notre Dame because, again, you look at that situation, and by the way, I warned everybody that ETN was going to get a little wore down and tired. I warned everybody, hey, he's carrying too much of a load. He can't keep it up. So, Notre Dame didn't do anything that I look at and I say, this schematically was extremely special. However, they did do things that I look at from a coaching standpoint. I say it's extremely special to come up with that idea. It's extremely special to come up with the idea that we're going to make our rotation deeper in the later parts of the season, because traditional thinking is at the end of the season, I'm shortening my rotation. Right. I need all of my best guys to be
to play the most snaps.
Hey, best guys are going to be playing 60, 70 snaps, like Malik was saying. But, Al Golden went the opposite way and said, we're going to spread these snaps out.
We're going to spread them. We're going to spread it very evenly thin.
Yeah.
And you hitting guys with 10 in a game?
Yeah.
10 guys rotating in the game? It's like,
they had
get a 5-star.
1, 2, 3, because you have to count, because guys like Jalen Sneed also played snaps on the defensive line, so you have to count him. And some of the Kingston, he had 13 snaps. Jalen Sneed had 29. Cross was the only one over 45, like you said. He had 47. He got injured.
Sure. And that's what I'm saying. That 40, 45, that's your sweet spot. That's your danger zone where you're like, all right, we don't want to get too much more than that.
To Lamaka, Heinisch, Rubio, 35. Oben, 29. Young, 25. Burnham, 23. Logan Thomas, 1. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 guys played on the D line yesterday.
That's what I said. Rotating 10 guys, you just have a higher success of being fresh for longer.
Exactly. When people look
that's
at
when you get a RJ Oben making the only play I care about of his whole career at Notre Dame. Because he's fresh. He probably I didn't even see him get in. That's how you know he's rotated. Then he gets in, he coming off the edge like he was like Michael Strahan.
But that's how Tennessee gets it done. Like, they know that they don't win those recruiting battles against Georgia and Alabama for the most part. But their defensive line, they change lines like hockey ships. It's literally like, all right, bring in the running line. All right, bring in the pass rush line. All right, bring in the
third down group.
Exactly. So, it's again, Notre Dame, what they did in this job, or what they did in this game, was a job that was well done, well executed. And by the way, Riley Leonard giving shouts out to Freeman in the press conference, man. What a guy, what a quarterback. He
better because Coach Freeman been sticking up for him all season. So
here we go. Here we go. Now see, I was talking this is celebratory. I'm trying to keep it celebratory.
He got that. Left. Come on, we keep
this ain't got to be personal. This is a friendly thing. We can keep it that way. Nah, we just keep it that way. No, but
it's true. He owed him an apology now. He owed him some
listen, I don't disagree with you at all. And again, this team is really and truly built the right way. This team
built the right way, yes.
In a way that, they're built for success in this time. Because we all know, even if Notre Dame had to play on the road, what travels? Run game and defense. Don't matter what the weather is, don't matter what's going on outside, run game and defense are always going to travel. And Notre Dame is built in a way that both of those things are at an extremely high level. And again, this game, I think, people talked about it sounded like some pads were popping. It sounded like, I know it's too soon. I know it's a sensitive topic, but people said it sounded like it was some car crashes in New Orleans. I'm telling you something. This game against Penn State, oh boy, this one here is going to be won and lost within 3 yards of the line of scrimmage. This game here, I highly doubt the quarterbacks are difference makers. I highly doubt that the quarterbacks.
Easy to say. Our quarterback's not a difference maker until.
And Drew Allen is.
I know Drew Allen's not. Oh, not against us. Oh no,
so that's what I'm saying.
Running game, and I think that we have more chances in the passing game than Penn State does. But I don't like Penn State secondary.
But that's why I'm saying this game is going to be won within 3 yards of the line of scrimmage. I think that is going to be the decider of this game, because in terms of the passing game, you're absolutely right. But one of those things, as well as I do, Malik, when you get that running game going, what start happening with those linebackers when you do that play fake? What start happening? They don't know how to robot. These are college linebackers now. They don't know how to, they don't know how to take that 1-2 step downhill and instantly find that crosser coming behind them. Most college linebackers can't do that. If you can, congratulations, you're going to make a lot of money on Sundays. But the reality is, I look at this game and I say to myself, whichever team can run the ball most effectively is going to win this game.
Man, so I'm very interested since you brought it up, right?
Mm-hmm.
Abdul Carter got injured
Yes.
versus Boise State. James Franklin, and now the short turnaround, especially for
Yeah.
Notre Dame, right? Next Wednesday is the game.
Right.
We'll see if he can go. I expect him to go. I don't know how close to 100% he'll be, which actually helps Notre Dame. But the truth of the matter, each and every week, we know as fans that left tackle situation is an issue. And we have faced 3 consecutive really good pass rushers with Kamara from Indiana, heck, Mikael Williams, Jalen, 11. His name escaped Walker, Jalen Walker, and Abdul Carter. So that's going to be a problem. Which we said, look, we know the issue of left tackle, which highlights the escapability and the attributes that Riley Leonard brings to the table. Like, we know how valuable they are in the construct of what exists now, not the construct in what was supposed to be prior to all the injuries, but in the construct of how everything is now.
Yeah,
he's even more valuable because of what he can do with his legs, extended plays,
yeah,
the run game, adding that extra person that you can account for. I'm with you. I struggle to find Penn State scoring over 17 to 20. I struggle to find that. For me, it is always Notre Dame's offense needs to get to 24.
yeah.
If Notre Dame's offense can get to 24, I feel comfortable. And I have so much respect for the Warren kid that he's not somebody that you shut down. He's going to get his plays.
You contain him. You contain him.
And you just contain him and force you. First of all, the wide receivers on the outside, they don't lock.
Right.
So now we can funnel everything inside. Everything inside. My biggest struggle looking at this game, and Georgia and NIU took advantage of it. Penn State will use their running backs out of the backfield in the passing game.
Mm-hmm.
That, for me, I'm not really concerned about shutting down the run game. I'm concerned about our linebackers being so focused on the run game that their running backs slip out the backfield.
Right.
That's
and it puts you in a very interesting situation, because when you have a guy like Warren, when you think about what do you do to stop the best tight ends, right? You think about going with a lot of cover 1 or cover 3 match, where you can create natural brackets for the inside guys if need be. The only problem with that is when you go to that type of situation, now you're really weak against the backs,
right,
which we've seen teams exploit. Because when you go into that match situation, it's always, okay, whoever's left, pick up the back. You're not sure where the guy who's left, where he's going to be per se. And some defenses come up with like built-in ways to stop this, in terms of like, oh, well, this linebacker, what we're going to do is we're not going to blitz you, but what we're going to do is put you on what's called a pitch peel assignment. So basically, if you see a running back take a route that's going towards the flat or something like that, as a linebacker, you're not blitzing, you're just kind of matching him. Wherever he goes, you're supposed to go with him. It creates a problem. It creates a problem that we've seen be exploited a few times against Notre Dame. So that is a legitimate problem and concern there. My only thought that I have in kind of those matchups is, do you potentially drop one of your corners down, one of your best corners down on them? Do you potentially say, hey, I think that they're not good enough on the outside. I think that our slot guy or our third guy could take somebody on the outside, and we need one of our heavy hitters for him. Hey, Watts, we need you following him everywhere. Everywhere he goes, you go with him type of situation. I don't know what that looks like. I don't know how Golden's going to play it, but you do need to account for one. You know, if you do not account for him, I promise you, Tyler Warren is going to get Drew Aller paid, okay? Drew Aller's agent needs to call up Tyler Warren and his family and say, hey, by the way, we're going to send you about 30% of these first couple checks.
I'm seeing news stuff on social media talking about he might be the #1 overall quarterback taken in the draft. And I'm like, wait a minute. I'm like, say what? And I was so happy to see Cade Klubnik go back to Clemson. I'm like, oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Oh,
well, I mean, listen.
Look, at the quarterback play next year.
Where was he going to go? To put the Browns in the bag? What?
You don't think anybody would have given him NIL money?
Let me tell you something. Somebody would have gave him some NIL money, whatever the case may be, but they could have. That's a waste of that money. You might as well put a parlay on the Lions winning the Super Bowl, the Pistons winning the NBA championship, and the Red Wings winning the NHL championship all this year. You might as well put that parlay in since you just throwing away money. Matter of fact, give me the money. Give me the money you was going to give him for NIL since you like giving away money. At least I'll do something good with it. At least I'll enjoy myself with it. But yeah, unless that young man was trying to hear me say, please put everything from here down on my burrito, no guac though. He belonged at Clemson. That's where it should be.
Man, that is absolutely amazing. Once again, Ken Gibbs, Locked On College Football, Locked On Wolfpack, Locked On ACC.
I had to go get the jacket so you can see it one time. That's all. I was trying to get the jacket. That's all I was going.
Hey, listen, we all in a good mood. We all celebrate, I'm gonna tell you. I was literally one missed targeting call away from going 4-0 in these semifinals. One missed targeting call away. Yeah. All of my games picked right. Each and every one of them picked right.
How you picking these last 3? Yeah, these last 3.
Man, I'll tell you what.
I need you to be smart now.
This tough. Listen. Y'all know me. Even though I'm on Lucky Lefty podcast, even though it's a Notre Dame show, if I think Notre Dame gonna win, I'm gonna tell you, I'm gonna pick against Notre Dame.
We played better than Ohio State. How they looked.
But hear me out. I think that Notre Dame takes care of business against Penn State. I think that James Franklin makes that one or two crucial mistakes as a coach.
He always does.
I don't even think it's going to come down to Aller making a mistake or Riley Leonard making a mistake. I think Freeman is the superior coach. Kobe, I love you. Kobe King is a Cass Tech guy. It's always hard for
He's
you to
nice.
Guy.
I like
He's
Kobe
a great linebacker. I love the guy. But the problem is
season.
He did. Him and Reed over there. But the problem is they banged up front. And even if Abdul Carter is healthy, even with Walker, the one thing that you can say about y'all left tackle problems, it's been bad in the passing game at times.
In the pass pro, not
but in the run.
Oh, listen, he's a beast run blocking.
Man, Abdul Carter is what, 250? Walker was what, 245? And they look like it. He said, Walker, come on out the club. So.
Come over here. Yeah, come on over here. Yeah,
you wearing the tall tee and the hat in the club, brother. This ain't the franchise, boys. Go ahead and listen. That club that got all the rules to keep us out, but they don't officially say it.
There's no Jordans, no hats,
no Gypsum. That's how he treat these. That's how he treat these defensive ends right now. He said none of that in my club, none of it. So I think that's not going to be a problem. But I think Ohio State and Texas ain't got nothing for Ohio State.
No.
Texas ain't got
wait. Say it again.
No. That's you. Now you keep it. That I'll say this. No. Let me. I got into an argument with an Ohio State fan. That wasn't an argument, really a discussion. They got offended because I said what Ohio State has done is that they showed in the Michigan game that they had no faith in Will Howard. None.
Right.
They had no faith. That's the only reason they didn't throw the ball. They were like, we don't trust you.
Right.
Cool. Right?
Yeah.
Understandable. So all they did is they went to the film room and they said, Will, look here. Soon as you get the ball, you look at 4, and if he's open, throw it.
That's what they told him last game.
If he's even, throw it. And immediately go to number 2. And if they're not open, take off or you get into the running back. It's real simple. The stuff they're doing right now is real simple. 5-4, and I'm not mad at it. Right? In whatever sport, get your ball, especially in big games, get your ball to the best player early and often. And that's what they're doing. And if they simplified it for him, he's done a great job. At some point, this is like you said, let's take Al Golden. Somebody is going to say, like Michigan did. This is all Michigan did. Michigan said, you're not throwing the 4. You have to beat us with Carnell Taylor and the running backs. And Will Howard couldn't adjust to that. He couldn't.
And hear me out. The problem is what Michigan did is simple, but it's hard to replicate, right?
Because first of all, you don't have them 2 big dudes on the inside.
Hello, and so when I think about this, right, it's like saying, hey, Ken, you could go ahead and pull Meg Thee Stallion. All you got to do is come up with $2 million and access to her. Well, Yes.
But you can pull it though.
By the way,
I think you can do it.
If you had million, man, shoot.
Hey, listen, man. I don't got no millions, but how your people reach out to my people, ain't nobody gonna treat you better. That's neither here nor there. That's not important. That's not important. We gotta get back to stuff that matters. What does matter is this. When people look at the Michigan game, everybody keeps saying Michigan gave you the recipe. The recipe is have 2 first-round defensive tackles, go too high the entire game. Put one of the best cornerbacks in all of college football. Will Johnson's going to be a first-round pick, and he wasn't the highest.
Game.
No, hear me out. This is what I was about to say. Will Johnson is going to be a first-round pick next year, and he was not the highest-graded corner on that team this year.
Facts.
So think about that for a second. That's the recipe. Sure. If everybody can do that, congratulations.
Everybody can do that. You probably
win. Ohio State.
You probably win,
Yeah. Hey, by the way, it's not hard to become a billionaire. Just pick the winning lottery numbers. That's all.
Right. Just pick it with the money's already out there. You just got to go get it. Yeah.
6 little numbers. I mean, come on. Who can't get 6? Give me 6 numbers right now. 45, 47. You got it, baby. That's it. It's right. Simple. It's simple on paper, but it's very difficult. And with that being said, Texas defense is phenomenal. Their defense is phenomenal. I want to make no bones about that.
Is it cool?
Now, see, this is the trick bag. See, this is the trick bag. I don't know what Dan Lannon, I don't know what he was thinking. First of all, Jeremiah was killing y'all in the first game.
Yeah.
I have no clue how you can have the game playing in the second game. But see, Pete Kukowski, this is going to be a challenge. He knows he has an elite secondary, KG.
Yeah.
He knows it. But does he fall for the trick bag of saying, I'm going to just let my guys line up and go
one-on-one?
Don't you do that. Don't you do that. Not with that dude. He's one-on-one. Don't you do that.
And here's the thing.
He won't be that won't be enough to beat him, though.
And here's the thing. You have to go too high. Because if you decide to bracket, Ohio State will do what they've done all year. Okay, bet. We're going to put a Gluka in the slot, and then we're going to let him work against.
Let him work.
We're going to let him work against your second-best corner. He's going to cook. And if it's not that, Tate's going to cook. It's the premise.
I'll let them cook because at least I'm forcing you to work the ball down the field.
Right.
I'm trying to frustrate you. I can't let this beast I can't let him out the paddock.
But that's the thing. I think that what Ohio State has done is they've understood and been true to themselves. Everybody who didn't watch that Michigan game is talking a lot of talk about, they just tried to run it up the middle against Michigan, and that's how they lost. Ohio State had their second most passing attempts of the season against Michigan. It was not that they just were being stubborn and trying to run.
Quality looks, though. It wasn't the same quality looks.
There you go. It was not the same quality because Michigan kept an extra body in coverage. Mm-hmm. They kept an extra body in coverage. So the question for Texas, and this is what Malik was getting at, saying Texas is not physical. That is going to be the determining factor for me. That's why I say they have nothing for Ohio State, because Ohio State's offensive line is, to me, very wrongfully maligned because of a poor performance against Michigan. Michigan got 2 guys that they're going to be waiting in the green room 1 minute for every strand of hair I have on top of my head. That's how long those guys are going to be waiting in the green room to hear their names called.
Okay, so those guys are walking on the stage, shaking hands, and
listen, them and Rods are going to be good friends. They're going to be great friends. Mason Graham is a hell of a defensive back. He's one of the best I've ever seen. And I mean that very genuinely.
And then the 2 backups that played in the bowl game against Bama.
Listen, I don't know what Harbaugh did.
I didn't see the Bama game.
I don't know what Harbaugh did, but before he left, he must have went around the country saying, hey, listen, we're going to get us some D tackles. You understand? Because we need a quarterback.
He came to the Chicago area. He came to
that's what he did.
That's what it was.
Okay. Now listen.
He came to Chicago area. That's what he did.
I know Mason out there from Anaheim now, but the rest of them, from
Chicagoland area. Trey Pierce, Brother Wright, Chicagoland area.
Okay,
that's what I keep trying to get Notre Dame to do. Like, we produce them.
Yeah,
big dudes.
Listen, all I'm saying is this: when I look at that game, I don't think that Texas has anything meaningful for them because I've seen Texas against physical teams, and we saw when Texas played a team that was overly physical. Who was the most physical team they played on?
Georgia, twice.
Yeah, Georgia. And then Georgia lost to a quarterback with one arm. And by the way, it wasn't the non-passing arm that was hurt. Y'all knew that they couldn't do nothing but run the damn ball, and y'all still were like, we're not sure.
We knew they couldn't do nothing but run the ball. That's what's funny.
So that's why I say, and Henderson's playing his best ball right now. And so I look at that and I say, Ohio State is looking like a buzzsaw that's going to roll all over Texas. Now, for the national championship, when we talk about Ohio State, Notre Dame, that game, to me, is going to be one of the best of this entire playoff. That game, to me, is going to be one of those where this is a true chess game. This is going to be the winner of this game will be determined by one matchup, and it's not going to be by the guys in pads. It's going to be Chip
It's
Kelly.
Ryan Day. Yeah, that's why.
I think Chip Kelly, Algo.
I agree.
Is going to be the one. I think that's
I agree.
The matchup because you talk about Jeremiah Smith and how good he is, but we've seen him be negated this season. As much as everybody is living in recency bias,
not
like
negated through coaching, negated through the quarterback.
But that's what I mean. But to me, it is partly coaching. If you
so disrespectful to Will,
he hates him for Will Howard.
That Will Howard game and felt good that he could lead a team when it matters.
I don't trust. I would not.
I just said come out of the Michigan game. It was clear that they didn't trust him.
I don't think that Will Howard can hit NFL throws. No. But I think that if you can simplify it for him, if you can make it a little simple, that's where he thrives. The problem is
not giving you nothing.
And I was about to say, that's the problem. That's the problem. Al Golden is, to me, there are three guys. I like to call them the MODs of college football. They're the masters of disguise. You got Manny Diaz at Duke. He's one of those masters of disguise. You could never know from a pre-snap look what's going on there. You got Tony Gibson. I love him. He was one of those guys that 3-3-5, you never knew who was coming from where. And the last one, I mean, come on now. It's not too hard to figure out. The Masters
is specific for your defense. That's the
that's the thing. Al Golden is a master of Scott, and Brent Venables is a head coach. That's the only reason he don't get included in that, because he's another one of those guys. But those guys are the masters of disguise where you never know what's going on. And that's what I say can be Notre Dame saving grace in this game. With that being said, I think that there's a little bit too much attrition on the Notre Dame side to overcome. And I think this game is going to be very, very close. I think it's going to be very, very close. I think both quarterbacks.
I got us beating them worse than Georgia, honestly.
No way. Listen. I could be.
Ohio State?
I could, yeah.
I'm gonna take you off and let you take you off the screen right quick. I'm sorry. I apologize, Casey. I love my brother, but he needed a reboot.
I think Ohio State wins a close one. I think Ohio State wins a close one. However, with that being said, that national championship is a game that I think is going to be so tight. I wouldn't be surprised either way. How many
points is Ohio State scoring on Notre Dame after watching Notre Dame's defense this whole year?
I say 27.
How many points is it going to take for Ohio State to score to beat Notre Dame?
So explain to me, contextualize it for me, Lef. Are you saying this because you don't believe in the quarterback? Is that your point?
Don't believe that Will Howard.
I know you're not saying it because of the skill positions.
I 1,000,000% will stand on this, and even when we play him in the championship, Will Howard cannot score 28 points on Notre Dame against Al Golden's defense.
Hey, listen, I said 27. I said they're going to score exactly 27.
Oh, okay. So we both agree. Will Howard cannot score 28 points on this defense.
But here's the thing. Ever since Michigan planted that flag, Jack Sawyer been playing like a man possessed.
Oh, he's been playing good. Jack Sawyer.
He's been playing like that man was crying on that field, and he said, "Don't worry about it. All these tears finna turn into ice on my arm." And he's
he ain't Aiden Hutchinson. He ain't Joey Bosa, Nick Bosa. He ain't.
I agree. I 1,000%.
I want it.
I'm telling you this. I think that game is a game that, again, if somebody said, "Ken, would you be surprised if this game was won by Notre Dame?" No. Would I be surprised if it was won by Ohio State? No. I'm picking Ohio State in a close one. I think the final score is going to be about 27-24. I think that's the final score that I would go with, Ohio State. The only thing that would surprise me in this one is a blowout by Notre Dame. That's the only thing that would surprise me. If Riley Leonard gets in his head early and starts playing uncharacteristically, if that is the case, I think we could see this thing get ugly for Ohio State. But I don't even think Freeman would put him in that position.
Ohio State, because think about it, Ohio State lives on pass rush. That's where they build momentum.
I agree.
Oh, they pass rushing with 90 yards. They better get the hunkering down and try to stop the run.
So the deal is this. If Notre Dame can run the ball, they can absolutely win this football game. I don't think it'll be a blowout even if Notre Dame runs it effectively. If Notre Dame cannot run the ball and is forced, but hey, Ohio State, you have to keep up with Ohio State in terms of track meet. I don't think that bodes well.
Ohio State can't stop the run consistently. We commit to the run. Texas is
I'm
not
not
going to commit
disagreeing
to
with
the
you.
run. Texas is not
you.
going to commit to the run in their game, and they're going to fool people because Ohio State's D-line is going to get on Quinn, who is tough.
Mm-hmm.
And everybody's going to be like, oh, Ohio State's D-line, We know Jim knows.
Let me tell you
we
something.
know he's structurally not built to stop this run all game.
Let me tell you something. Your listeners are on it, and this is why I love Lucky Left Nation. The easiest way, the easiest path for Notre Dame to win this game, just start saying Ohio State ain't tough. Just start saying they ain't physical. Just make them feel like they got to get into.
No, I give it to them. They got some.
This is why I say that. This is why I say that. Ryan Day has shown he has shown that if you get into his head and you tell him he's not tough, now he got something to prove. Right. Now he got something to prove. And it's like that one back. You ever played with a guy that's like, he's great at one thing. Like, oh, man, when he gets around that edge or when he gets a spin move off on you, he's like, hey, you can't block him. But
like my reason, he's a one trick.
Yeah. But you start saying, well, he's only good because of that spin move and that get off. He can't bull rush nobody. And all of a sudden, he's like, oh, now I got a bull rush. Sir, you are 220 pounds soaking wet. That will never work for you. That will never work. Be who you are and you'll be okay. The problem is Ryan Day is that guy that can be convinced that I have to be somebody else. I have to be this tough guy. The fact that he was talking about, so tell Lou Holtz we're not soft. Ryan, that man is like.
Because when you're born on third base, you don't know your identity when challenged. What is his foundation going to be based on when he hasn't been put through the process or the fire? He's always
And that's why if you want to beat them, if I want to beat them, if I'm Notre Dame and I'm Freeman and company and I'm Golden, I'm gonna put up all the clipboard material I can, all the bulletin board material I can. Say, you know what, Jeremiah Smith's great, but they're not tough. They can't run the ball on us at all. They won't be able to run the ball, and so we're gonna plan to stop Will Howard because they can't run the ball. Make them, get in their head and make them think, oh, we got to rush for 100 now. We got to rush for 120 because they fool enough to keep running into a brick wall. We've seen it. We've seen it before. That would be my thing if I wanted to beat Ohio State.
Yeah, I don't look. Was I surprised by how badly they beat Oregon? Yes. Was I surprised? Yes. I picked Ohio State to win that game because I felt like Ohio State. Will Howard lost that game against Oregon. Just his lack of awareness. Right. And then the offensive pass interference on Jeremiah Smith on that last drive, just everything went against them, and they still had a shot, And I just felt like in this matchup with adjustments made, I knew they would play better defensively against Oregon. I don't really trust Dylan Gabriel in big time situations. And I think what you saw is them. This is something that's interesting, KG, when people talk about seedings and everything. Mm-hmm. I said in more ways than one, a lot of people look at it from an urgency standpoint. Oh, the Michigan loss really propelled Ohio State. I said it helped them schematically as well. Mm-hmm. I said because they were the rematch was supposed to be in the Big Ten championship game. Mm-hmm. So that effort would have been in the Big Ten championship game with the adjustments. Now if they have to come back and face Oregon a third time, I don't think it goes that way in the playoffs. Even though I think they still win, I think Oregon was starting to leak oil defensively late in the season. Because the game at Wisconsin was just baffling to me. I'm like,
Oregon. To me, Oregon all year was a team that like Bane said, the Batman and the final installment of the Batman trilogy. Your chin has been softened by victory. I think that they won a little too much and started to feel like, hey, this is easy street, and you forget when you're winning, it's hard to tell a guy, hey, your first step being in the ground immediately, that's pivotal. That means everything because it's like, well, hell, we won. So my bad first step ain't killed us yet. And then all of a sudden you see, this situation where exactly the little things started to kill this team, because if you watch how Ohio State beat them, this wasn't like Ohio State did things that you didn't see all year. They've been running that buck sweep with Henderson all damn year.
Hey, they scored on Notre Dame. They scored on Notre Dame with the same play.
That's what I'm saying. That's been their bread and butter all year long. And for whatever reason, you just don't game plan for it. Your outside linebackers don't immediately say, oh, we've got to force the ball north and south. Instead, you give them that path to the sideline where they want the ball to go. What are you doing? So, it's one of those things where it was clear, number one, Dan Lanning did not have them prepared. They were not sharp enough out of the gate. It looked like Ohio State wanted it more. And there's a difference between being beaten and getting beat on, okay? They got beat on because they wasn't ready. They wasn't ready to be in that game and ready for a 60-minute fight. So, ultimately, I look at Notre Dame, Ohio State in the national championship as like being that type of game. But again, I would warn all Notre Dame fans, this Penn State game, while it should be like, hey,
a cakewalk,
we gonna get by. It should be that. The only problem is be prepared, because these are going to be two of the best backs you've seen all year.
Oh, right. Yes. Okay. They're very similar. I think we have more running backs.
Yeah, y'all have more running backs
from the tank. They got 2 good ones. We got 4 good ones. So I think
I agree. The difference is Aller has Warren. That is the biggest difference in terms of weapons that I see between these two teams in terms of the perimeter. So when I look at that, I say, hey, if Notre Dame can stop the run in this game, y'all will be just fine. It's KD is at the doorstep.
Yeah, if True Aller beats us throwing for 300 and 3 touchdowns or something crazy, I'm like, hey, they was better than us.
It's their year. It's their year.
There's no way.
The ghost of Joe Paul is lifting them up where they belong or something.
Straight up. That's the only way I see them winning. I don't see it winning in no slugfest where
I agree.
Lining up to kick a field goal. It's like they would have to. Drew Allard would have to be the player of the game on both teams. On both teams.
So the Bobby Dodd Coach of the Year to Marcus Freeman. You touched on it just a little bit. It's funny because we did a show together, and literally we were saying Notre Dame better go ahead and pay this dude. We were literally like, hey, it's about to get real. They better pay him now, because if they make a run, like, I'm glad they got it done, because if they had not paid him, if he had beat Georgia
and cheap old Notre Dame. They would have been like, Marcus Freeman, what you want for us to do?
If they go into a national championship, Lord forbid if they win it, if you even go. And on top of him going, he wins the head coach of the year. And you don't think, let me tell you something. If I was his agent, I would have just walked in there if they didn't pay it. Yesterday's price.
No, that's what we talked about. Oh, yeah. That's another 15 million. You beat Georgia, Ohio State, and win the championship in the first year ever. Oh yeah.
Each one of those wins would have probably put an extra $2 million or so on that contract. Hey. What did Saban make? Saban was making 9.
Yeah. That's what you got to start talking. That's how you got to start talking.
Give me about 10.5. Give me 10.5.
Ibaka would have no choice, because it's like, dude, because Marcus Freeman. Now they could say you could leave. Where you gonna go? That's better than right now. What you got set up right now? So
you don't think NFL would have been knocking, bro?
But hold on.
He ain't gonna leave. He wouldn't leave. I don't think so.
Even if you talk staying in college, there are plenty of schools that would drop that back on him. You don't think if they let him hit the market, Florida wouldn't be like, hey, Billy.
There's no better place to coach right now.
I don't disagree.
If they gave him $100 million, he should leave.
but that's what I'm saying. Malik, let's be honest.
Gave him $100 million.
Malik, let's be honest. Malik, you and me both know. Have we not seen some brothers make some bad decisions behind some money? And this ain't just. And I'm not saying brothers as in black people. I mean brothers as in men, humans, women, non-binary folks, everybody. You put that right check behind something, you'll see some people make the worst decision they ever made in their life. You'll see people that's supposed to, when I talk about brothers making bad decisions, Scott Frost at UCF now, back at UCF, said, they never told me when you keep climbing that ladder, stop when you find happiness. Who under their right mind looked at Orlando and Omaha and said, you know what? Lincoln, Nebraska. Who looked at Lincoln and Orlando and said, give me Lincoln.
Give me Lincoln.
That Chet. That's who told him that. That Chet said, hey,
well, Nebraska's a great place if you can bring it up.
Come on, man. Man, listen. They're not, Malik. And I'm tired of everybody saying it. No, because we got to have this talk. Because I'm sure a lot of y'all have heard this over Thanksgiving dinner. When granddad or your uncle get fed up and they talking to that one dude in the family that ain't doing nothing with his life. No, Janice, the boy need to hear this. The Nebraska fans need to hear this. The Nebraska fans need to hear this. Okay? It's a terrible place. You're in the Big Ten, but you can't compete with a Michigan or an Ohio State or a USC or an Oregon. You can't compete with them on the recruiting trail. Their only advantage, and when they were winning, was because they were the Notre Dame of their time before Notre Dame. They had the exclusive TV deal to where no matter where Granny was in the country, if you came to play for Nebraska, guess who was going to be on TV every week?
You going to be on ABC. Yeah.
You were going to be on ABC every week. It's not that way anymore. There's nothing. It's like what old girl was saying in Diary of a Mad Black Woman. Christina.
You said there's nothing
She's
that
gone.
you're saying that because there's nothing that Nebraska can do. They got NIL.
Are you seriously telling me that Nebraska NIL is beating out everybody else NIL?
And then you add Dylan Raiola.
I don't know if Nebraska's NIL is more than Illinois' NIL, bro.
Come on, dog.
Nebraska probably supports they NIL fund pretty well, considering they're the only team in Nebraska. They have the most. They've been sold out since like the 80s.
I mean, listen, I'm not disagreeing with you, but I'm just saying, in terms of if you look at anybody's rankings on who got the biggest NILs and whatnot, Nebraska is generally not one of those teams where it's like, hey, can't nobody compete with them. Can't nobody touch what they doing. Can't nobody, look at what they doing. If this list of folks who are talking about their NIL is correct, I don't see Nebraska nowhere in the top 10 or 15 of this list. So, I mean, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe this website I'm on is wrong, but
the way we are winning, all that top 15, top 10 NIL collectors, what does it mean? We win with the lowest. So what do you think? If we beat Ohio State with a $20 million roster, and we probably played maybe 1% of that, are they going to keep spending $20 million to pay for a roster?
Yes. If you beat Ohio State in the national championship, that means Ohio State
just beat the 5-star resources abundant with Georgia.
Okay. If you beat Ohio State in the national championship, right? That means Ohio State did what? Got to a damn national championship. Why would you look at that and say, oh, our floor being the second best team in the nation is not good? I'll take that. I'll take that. I'll take that.
But you'll start saying you can win the championship without $20 million. That's the whole goal. Most businesses are trying to save money, not spend it.
Okay, but and you know what? You're right. It's simple. It's a simple deal. You're right. It's a simple deal, just like it was simple for Michigan to beat Ohio State. Just get one of the most experienced this season defensive coordinators in all of college football.
2 first-round D.
That's all you got to do. That's all you got to do. Get you a couple first-round corners. Get you a Bednarik winning safety. Get you, nothing crazy. Nothing crazy. A $2 million quarterback. 4 running backs that are all going to play on Sundays. Nothing too wild. Just something.
You can get all of that.
As the fashion guys would say, some slight, some calm, some calm. Some calm, like one of the best up and coming head coaches in the game. Oh, anybody could do it. Malik, come on, dog. It's not that easy. If it was that easy, everybody would do it. But you can't. You cannot replicate what Notre Dame has done. They can give you the ingredients, but you can't.
BYU was on something too now. You saw how BYU.
Oh, stop it. Stop it. BYU is out here paying them boys crazy. They're paying them boys crazy. Yeah,
they got the number one basketball recruit.
Them boys is
the number one basketball recruit.
Yes, the number one player in the nation. They paying that boy $7 million, I believe, to come there. They're paying.
BYU?
Them Mormons got money. Them Mormons got money. How you think they ball in white undergarments? Them ain't cheap. Them boys got money.
I did not know that.
They making some bread. Yeah, you know, you can't have no 3-4 sister wives without no bread. I'm joking. I'm joking. Don't y'all cancel the Lucky Lefty podcast. If they cancel me, I'm joking. It's a joke. It's a joke. We love our listeners of all different religious, prospects and all that. I'm joking. But in all seriousness, yeah, if you look at Notre Dame and what they've done, it is a quote unquote replicable to an extent kind of thing, but it's not going to be the future that teams look at Notre Dame and say we're not going to spend money because of this. Because the arms race of money is literally what led to the Big Ten being 18 teams, the SEC being 18 teams. The arms race of LSU and Alabama having a lazy river at their universities, and you don't have that in the Big 12 is what led to these schools going to these different conferences. So I don't think that anybody's going to look at that and say like, oh, because Notre Dame won this national championship, we don't need to spend money. I think it'll be more of this is a one-off situation. Now, if Notre Dame sustains, if Notre Dame can keep this roster together, because I have a theory and I have a suspicion. Maybe I'm wrong, maybe I'm not. Ohio State is already spending more than everybody else on their roster, right? If Notre Dame wins the national championship, I have a feeling because college sports has become professionalized for the athletes as well, Notre Dame will see the same effect that Super Bowl winning teams do, where because you attach Super Bowl winner to any player, they can now demand more than what they would have otherwise.
Oh, so you're saying you're going to have people start trying to up the price on those.
Oh, let me tell you something. They're going to be driving up the price of it crazy out there.
They don't fold the terrorists. Money terrorists.
I'm not saying
like, you can go ahead.
I'm not saying that they will. I'm just saying that's something to be on the lookout for. I think that scenario is more likely than, hey, Notre Dame has won a national championship. Therefore, all of us are going to dial back our spending. I think that's a Pandora's box that once you open it, you can't close it because, like, what do you tell the guys who are already on your roster making $300,000, $400,000? Hey, actually, Notre Dame won without paying, so you can get on. You can go. So what that you've been our starting cornerback, and you are a conference? You ain't worth $300,000, $400,000 of us. I don't think that's going to be the case.
Now, it's interesting. What are your thoughts about, because everybody was arguing, Notre Dame fans were like, oh, we're one of the top 4 teams. This sucks. We should get a bye. The 4 bye teams are at the crib, KG.
Yeah. I had a suspicion, and I talked about this suspicion publicly as well, that for college players, they'd be better served by another week of playing than a week of rest. Because every team that got a bye week, it wasn't just that like, oh, they look terrible, they look outmatched, all that type of stuff. Every team with a bye looked rusty to start the game off. Now, most of them got better down the stretch, but almost every team looked rusty out the gates. I mean, didn't Texas have like a 14-0 lead or something like that on Arizona State? If you take away that slow start, because again, nothing prepares you for playing a live game of football like a live game of football. That's it. That's the only thing that will get you ready for it. So, you look at that situation and you say, if I'm a college team, and I am sitting in a situation where it's like, do we need rest? Do we need to get healthy? The Lions got a bunch of guys on IR not because they're an old team, but because those are adults. Those are grown men. Those bones are
adults.
It's different. Yeah, it's different. It's different. It's a little different. It's a little different. 18 to 22-year-olds, nah, man. Go ahead. Go ahead. If you can, go ahead and play. If you
you got y'all beating the Vikings with all the IR
Absolutely.
Now, I don't know why y'all doing that, because if y'all lose, y'all got to go travel to Tampa Bay.
Let me tell you something. The Lions are the only team. My fandom gets a little delusional. Okay.
Okay. Can't talk to you about that.
Don't talk to me about the Lions. It's like Malik. When you had your first girlfriend and your mama and your cousin, she ain't no good. She ain't no good, Malik. She only with you because you're throwing all the touchdowns. you wouldn't listen. She
listen,
loved it. You know what DMX say? The whole hood had it. You be like, so I love my baby mama. I never let her go. That's what it is. That's what it is. That's what the lines are for me. I love my baby mama. I never let her go. You know, the lines of my baby mama, and I'm okay with that.
Hey, KG, I will keep it a buck with you, man. I'm pulling for you guys. I think you guys beat every. See, I think you beat Philly if you match up with them in the playoffs to go to the Super Bowl. I just can't pick y'all over that dude, though. Not that dude from the AFC. I think it would be a fantastic game too.
Let me tell you something.
Fantastic.
He's such a boogeyman. He's such a boogeyman. We can't even say his name out loud. You know, it's like Voldemort. You can't even say it. You can't that guy and his old head coach.
He's that guy.
That guy and his old head coach and his old Taylor Swift loving tight end. You think you got him done. You think you got him cooked. You say, oh, we up 24. We hard. You look up. Wait a minute. How did they just score 27? What just happened? What just happened?
Ben Johnson gonna be a game of his life now.
You know, the great thing about it is quarterbacks usually when they match up against them play one of their best games, but they just can't beat them. Right?
Yeah,
Purdy played his butt off. Jalen Hurts played his butt off. When you go up against him, it forces you to play your best. But you know, if he gets the ball, here's the worst feeling in the world. You've done all you can offensively. You walk off the field with the lead, but he gets the ball.
That lead is not safe. That lead is not. Let me tell you something. The biggest problem with the Lions.
Thought that this year too.
Exactly. The biggest problem with the Lions going up against a team like the Chiefs, we play way too much man. We play way too much man. You know, Terry and Arnold is.
Oh, they're gonna cross and route y'all to death.
Man,
they're gonna cross and route y'all.
Man. And I'm sitting up here sweating about it already, man. The Bills might get a little foolish. You might just have an opportunity to just keep Allen in the pocket, and you might be okay. That Mahomes, I'll tell you what, that bad man right there. You know what I mean?
Bad man.
You just gotta hope that his pops get a little tipsy the night before and throw his mood off or something.
Get another ticket or something.
You gotta hope that his pops hitting him with the boy needs to hear this the night before to get him distracted. You just hope something happens. You know, because any other way, you ain't doing it.
So how do you see this, man? I think a lot of things are transpiring. The playoffs.
Yeah.
Coaching is at a premium.
Absolutely.
We had a guest on, Cam McDaniel, former running back from Notre Dame, was on with us earlier, and he was like, yo, not only coaching, but like your coach now actually has to be trustworthy and a good person to maintain players in this transfer portal era, right? To be able to keep the program together. And the days of the coach just being a butthole, excuse me for using that phrase, but things are really, the landscape is really changing now. And I think conspiracy theory by me, expansion for the playoffs started 5 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
And I think they said to themselves, we got to find a way to even this thing out. If we're going to expand to 12, we cannot allow it to be Georgia and Alabama as they are in the current state. We're going to have to. So, let's let NIL run wild. Let's let this transfer. Yeah, let's let NIL. Because you know the powers that be, they think these things out, bro.
They think them out. They think them out.
Why is the NCAA just sitting back saying, oh, we just going to let it be wild?
Nothing we can do. We don't know.
They knew the money of this expansion was coming. Now, might be a conspiracy theory, but I'm like, the way it's playing out, it's played out perfectly for the competitive balance to kind of like
even out the scale.
Yeah, to even out. And like you said, if it plays out in that Ohio State Notre Dame, if they get Ohio State Notre Dame with Marcus Freeman as a former Ohio State head coach,
coach of the year,
Hollywood couldn't write a better script.
Hollywood
couldn't write a better script.
Bruh,
that'd be
coming off the last 2 games they had that went down to the wire.
When he was the head coach.
And I'm gonna tell you this. I think that there's, like you said, the powers that be in the kind of way that everything shakes out. When you think about what allowed a team like Alabama to have such a monopoly on this, there were guys who were willing to wait until their third or fourth year to get on the field because it's like, I got the Nick Saban push behind me. You know, having the Nick Saban push behind you is like having Babyface write a song for you in the 90s. It's I'm going
it's automatic hit.
I'm
It's
going
automatic hit. Yes.
I got Babyface pin on it. I can't
automatic hit though.
I can't do it wrong. I can't do no wrong. Babyface don't put his pin on it. He don't blessed it.
That's the mixtape. That's on the mixtape.
And so Saban was that same way. Saban was that same way. But now we're starting to see that, you know, number one, the NFL does not have an aversion to transfer portal guys anymore. I did some research on this, and it was about 2 or 3 years ago. Get out of 34 NFL quarterbacks who had started in that season, I believe it was 2022 or 2021, I believe. It was 34 or 35 starting quarterbacks. Of those starting quarterbacks, it was a little under half were transfer guys. A little under half had transferred at some point in time in their career. And that was before the portal was even opened up and was what it is today. So with that in mind, you're looking at a situation. I believe it was Quinn Ewers' freshman year when he transferred to Texas. That was the year that I did this research into this. Because, again, the reality of this thing is simple. When you look at this type of you know, what is making this balance, 12-team playoff and the money, you don't have to wait anymore. Why would I sit on the bench and make $50,000 with you when I can go down the street and make 2 to 3 times what you're paying and play right now? You got to be the biggest fool on the scene to do that. And so it is a situation where a head coach no longer determines whether or not you can make life-changing money. Nick Saban is no longer the arbiter for whether or not you can make, even if he was still at Alabama, he would not be the arbiter for whether or not you can make life-changing money. You can make life-changing money anywhere now because it's like, hey, if they got it to pay up, I'm going to take that check and I'm going to go on by my way.
Oh, man. Lucky Lefty has, of course, our guy, King Gibbs. So thankful that he was able to join us during this celebratory podcast today. Notre Dame, big, huge narrative team changing win for this program led by Marcus Freeman. And what are you going to be doing this week? I know you're getting into the recruiting side. You're getting your Lady Wolf Pack. How they looking? Because, you know, the Lady
Irish ain't playing.
They looking all right. They looking all right.
Let me tell you something. Since they lost to Notre Dame, no. Since they lost to LSU, have they lost again?
They learned something, huh?
They're looking all right. They got a couple ranked wins in that streak, too.
Yes, sir.
Nobody circles the wagon like old Wesley Moore. Nobody.
Yeah, Wes Moore, he's a very underrated coach.
He's doing all this without a true center. I'll tell you what, if the big Swede would stop looking like a baby deer out there, NC State would be the favorite to win it all. But she's a true freshman. She's a true freshman. We're going to give her time to develop. You can't hope for an oxtail worth of blessing and hot dog worth of time. We're not going to do that. We're gonna give you your time to develop, baby girl. We need your time. But my Lady Wolfpack later on. Now the men Wolfpack, they might have to win 5 games in 5 days again. I'm not sure if they can do that this year, but you know, it's looking a little rough. They're looking how we
men's basketball's tough, man. You can't predict that because UConn is trash right now.
How are we undersized? Can't shoot threes and can't shoot free throws. That pick a damn struggle.
Struggle.
What is this? It's like you got a woman at the house ain't pretty, don't cook or clean nothing, and don't even love on you. Right? You're gonna be mean as a rattlesnake, and meanwhile you burning the house cooking chicken Alfredo, and you're shaped like a lowercase L. What is this?
Yeah,
not a lowercase L. Not a lowercase L.
All I'm saying is, if I'm coming home after a long day of work to a smooth back, it better be at least a good plate. It better be.
That makes up for a lot, though. I ain't gonna lie.
No, if you got a long, smooth back, don't come to me with no food. I don't want no kale. What is this? What's going on here? Well, you know,
I'm not trying to eat healthy with you.
Hey now, you know what I mean? You better be throwing down. You know what I mean? I better be coming home. Hey, honey, I just made a hey, I just made some jerk chicken. All right, we talking.
Yeah.
We talking. I see what's going on here. You know,
shout out to Mama Davis. Mama Davis just made oxtails the other night. Shout out to Mama Davis. Oxtails
Ooh,
with
I
the
love
collards and the black eyed peas. Yes, sir.
Yeah, we did the black eyed pea with sausage in it though, with the andouille with the greens and the black eyed peas and the rice.
All
Hey,
together.
listen. I gotta get out of here. But before we go, we need to have a conversation. As a community, we can stop doing all the good luck rituals going into the new year. Can we stop? Can we stop?
No, we could. We could stop. We could stop that. Now,
No, because Sean, you got a cousin. You got a cousin that been under that table. You got a cousin that been under that table eating grapes for the last 12 years. Can she keep a man, Sean? Can the man keep her?
You didn't pull that one out. You didn't pull that one out, Casey.
No, Malik, you got that auntie that always give your cousin $100 to put in his pocket because the first man in the door got to have some money in his pocket. Malik, do they still live in the project? Did they get out yet? Did they move on up to the east side yet? We can stop. We can stop. I love us. Like Monique said, I love us for real. I love us for real.
I love us for real.
And therefore, we got to stop.
Yeah, tweet that. I love us for real.
Baby, stop eating the muscadine grapes under the table. It's a little sweet. That's why that man you got. Never mind. But the story of this thing is simple. You know, but you gotta stop. We gotta stop with all this. You know, we gotta stop with all this. Lucky Lefty Nation, I love y'all, man. Y'all are great. Y'all are always great. Y'all know ball. I'm glad that we can celebrate today. I'm glad. And I'll tell you what, if Notre Dame wins it all, even though I have picked Ohio State, I am not going to be shocked at all. This is a hell of a Notre Dame team. And again, the big anti-Riley Leonard lobby can't stop me. The Riley Leonard agenda will be at its apex if a national championship is brought to Notre Dame. It's going to be at the peak, and I'm going to be here. I love y'all. I'll see y'all later. Sean, Malik, glad for y'all having me, man.
Happy New Year to you, brother. We appreciate you.
Same to y'all, man.
That's I got Kid Gibbs right there. Lucky Podcast, man. I don't know how much longer you stay on. I know Big O was supposed to be coming on. He had meetings during the day. We might have to fire it back up later.
That's okay, because you know why? It's a day that history was made.
This is the day. We are here for you all day.
All day. Even if we in this broadcast today ourselves, we still here.
Even if we in this broadcast, hey, Notre Dame players, they're getting off work. And
we can't let this moment pass. Everybody gotta get their comments in now.
No.
We changing the game. We spinning it different 2025.
35 and another one. Thank you for the super chat, Pilney. Malik is the truth. Cam Newton's a hate machine against Notre Dame. Ryan Clark's defensive ND was admirable. Indy's weak schedule. Nobody's complaining about Penn State's strength of schedule.
Hey, listen, they want to give us everything that works against us. You know why? You know why they need to do that? Come on, man. You know why they need to put everything against us? Because they don't believe like we believe. They can't believe we really went to the lab, took the criticisms of everybody in college football laughing about Marshall and Stanford and all these games, NIU. We went all that. We took all the reviews. We brought it back. It had a bye week. It said we mapped out our road to success through our criticisms and feedback and what we need to do to get better. And they didn't think we can do it. Now, when we spanking teams by double digits all season, they think it's a fluke. It's not a fluke. We heard you, and we made y'all believers. And that's what I love about this team this year. Year 3 is a significant program year for any Notre Dame head coach. Marcus Freeman is falling right in line with that, and hopefully he cashes out because it only gets harder after this. I don't think we'll have a strength of schedule like this moving forward. And if we do, we might run it back.
I know early in the season, that Miami game to start off next season was looking a certain way. Right about now, I'm like, bring them cats.
Bring it here. Bring it here.
Yeah.
Bring it. You got a guy that sat out after he broke the record. Come on. That's what y'all doing over there.
Did you see that backup? If that's the quarterback they're coming to the spot with,
the TikTok dance, baby.
Yeah.
What's a TikTok dance? How you do? Yeah, we TikTok dancing with y'all. Yeah, bring that over here.
Thank you for the super chat. LL guys, still hyped about the game last night. By the way, without Leonard, we don't win last night. Harden stepped out. Leonard though, dude, that you preaching to the choir.
Sure, whatever. We can take that. We take that. Sure. Whatever. I'm glad.
If Bradley Leonard doesn't play, let me ask you a question. If Bradley Leonard doesn't play yesterday, how many points does Georgia score?
10.
So basically, we're saying there's no other quarterback that could have put up 11
Because
points.
we already did the stat line. It could be better, and the points wouldn't have been different. We already proved it. Stat line was better, and Texas A&M scored the same amount of points.
Yeah, same output.
What are we talking about?
John Massey. Thank you for the super chat. Another one. The fact that you're still with us, John. John might have been with us like 4.5 of the 5 hours. We're on 5.5
We gotta send John a super chat, man. We gotta
send him a super chat. Left might be Mormon. He got 3 wives: LeBron, Drake, Levine. Y'all see what Ant said to Randall after a practice scuffle? Y'all ball like y'all in jeans. You ball like you're in jeans. Hey man, Ant-Man,
like he's an old player, bro.
Ant-Man is going through some growing pains, some maturity.
He is, huh? I really feel like they done boosted him up with the Adidas commercial, and
that's
he's
what success. When success happens really fast, you expect it to be like that.
Yeah, I guess
but
so.
There's work to be done, young man.
There's work to be done. He's still far away from a championship.
Oh man.
And the way management's doing it ain't look like they're gonna draft guys and make him get there any faster.
Like he should have learned his lesson last year, right? So he beat Jokic, thought he had arrived, was like, yo, I got Kyrie next round. Word? You sure? You sure you want to stick Kyrie?
Kyrie ain't playing with you.
You sure you want to stick Kyrie through pick and roll? 6 games? You sure? I'm gonna stick Kyrie. Okay, who's gonna stick Luka?
Okay. Okay.
Who's sticking Luka? Young man, you got a lot to learn. So now you chase Cat to New York. Cat's enjoying himself in the Big Apple. You end up with Julius Randle. Now you want to fight Julius Randle in practice. Be careful what you ask for. That's all I have to say. It's a business, man. You're just suffering from business because your owners didn't want to pay Cat. Now you have to deal with. I don't even know if there's a comp for Julius Randle, man. No defense, bad outside shooter, limited post game.
Limited. He got post game.
Yeah, to one hand.
Oh, God. Here you go.
He's not shooting over the left shoulder. I can tell you that.
He don't need to be the all-star he was at the Knicks. He needs to be a supporting player to Ant.
But he's incapable of being that. That's the point.
Yeah.
He's incapable of being that. Now, what needs to happen is they need to go, no, that wouldn't even fit. Because I actually like Jalen McDaniels is actually playing pretty well for them.
He is.
He is. What KD needs to do is to send everybody to Miami to get Jimmy Butler.
Not Devin, though. Booker gonna retire.
No, I'm talking about Bill.
Oh yeah, Bill needs to.
He
just not. It's not working.
Yeah, send Bill. Lucky Lefty podcast. All right, we got one more clip. Marcus Freeman, who really had when I tell you Marcus Freeman gets it, bro. He gets it. He was asked about the matchup with James Franklin and being a black coach. I mean, he nailed it. He wasn't Sharon Moore. I'll leave it at that. He acknowledged the importance of it.
We got some man, you're right. We've had some coaches not answer these questions right.
and this is all you have to do is what he did. Right?
All you got to do is what he did, yeah.
By saying this subject matter shouldn't matter. Speaks volumes. It shouldn't matter. That's all this shouldn't even matter. This discussion, this question, it shouldn't even matter. It does. The fact that it's being asked shows, but it shouldn't. And that's the place that we need to get to.
But they volley this question every time a black coach is somewhere near the end of the road. Like,
but then he went on to talk about left. You want somebody to gets it, bro. Riley Leonard said that was the most impressive thing. Like, he knows everybody in the building. Watching a head coach and seeing your head coach know everyone in the building. When I tell you he nailed every part of this press conference after this game, and this is just a snippet of why Marcus Freeman gets Notre Dame.
It wasn't about me, and I try to make sure that's clear. Like, I'm blessed to be in a position to be the leader of this program, but I am blessed to be around some of the greatest individuals that you could ask for. And these individuals all commit to this place no matter what their role is. And they give everything they can to seeing us have that success. And I'm a part of it. Yes, I'm the leader at times. Yes, I'm the leader. But I'm a part of a big group that we all have to put the work in. And so I hope every person in this program feels a part of that, the record of wins and whatever there is. But I just love being on the journey with these guys. I love motivating them. I love pushing them. I love challenging them in different ways because they just continue to respond in any way that you challenge them. But it's an honor and a privilege and a lot of fun to be on this journey together.
Yo, that's your head coach.
You know how you nail it is when you show gratitude and being grateful. That's how you lead off questions that you can run with in any direction. Just start by being grateful. That's something you learn when you're from Dayton. You know, when you get it out the mud, when all the odds are against you, but you got that Dayton resolve. You just know how to. Man, this brother's special now.
Ladies and gents, we thank you for joining us today. It's been fantastic. As I said before, I'll let you know. I'm waiting for Big O, Rez, Jerron, Left.
It's a day of celebration.
DB, CJ, Pro-Size. Yo, hopefully we can put it together and be back around 8 p.m. Central Time. Man, let's celebrate, bro. Let's celebrate. We're not done, though.
We're not done.
Oh, no, we're not done. By no stretch of the imagination are we done. At all. At this point, I would play Penn State anywhere. Anywhere. Orange Bowl, Happy Valley doesn't make a difference.
Don't matter. Yeah, we play them anywhere.
Let's get it. Let's get it. For Left, SD2 mics. Hopefully we'll see you guys in a couple of hours. Go get you some dinner. Come back. We got to hear from the players. We didn't hear from the players.
We didn't even hear from the players, man.
Some at the podium, some in the locker room. It's a celebration. Notre Dame 23-10 over Georgia. They have found a way under Marcus Freeman to spin it
different.
Absolutely, man. We'll see you guys later. Lucky Lefty Podcast. Appreciate you for joining us today.